Storms expanding across Montana, Wyoming, the western Dakotas, and a line of storms is forming in what the Storm Prediction Center is titling a particularly dangerous situation. All of the ingredients are there, and the main threat tonight is going to be gusty straight line winds. We're going to get into all of it. Make sure you comment down below and let me know where you're watching from. If you do have a question, it's interactive on Hutch's Weather. If you're new to the channel, welcome. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. For the past 30 years, I've been covering wild weather here in the Northern Plains and keeping you ahead of what's going on across the region. Here is a look at that radar right now. All of these yellow boxes you see here are severe thunderstorm warnings taking place in the western Dakotas and the oil patch. Northeast Montana, a severe thunderstorm warning heading up in the general direction of Plentywood, just off to the west of Gillette, a strong thunderstorm. All of these blue tags right here are gusty straight line winds that are showing up with these storms as we head into the evening hours now. There could be some more organization to these winds, and the dangerous situation comes into play at the fact that last year we had what was called a derecho, and that is a possibility tonight. Now, we are already seeing wind reports from these storms, but when they become organized here a little later, we could end up seeing some areas that get gusty straight line winds with widespread damage, and a long track of such damage is possible. Now, last year on June 20th, we had a derecho start out not far from Bismarck. And as it began, we had wind gusts in excess of 80, 90, and 120 miles per hour that trucked all the way from Bismarck. It overtook the two tornadic events that were going on in eastern North Dakota near Spiritwood and Enderlin, and went on to create damage all the way to and through Bemidji. Now, here is what we are looking at as we head into your evening hours. The storms right now moving in over the Lake Sakakawea area at this time. We do have the border crawlers down here along the North Dakota, South Dakota border. Glendive, Montana, some storms drifting in your area and south. And also, as we look up here in that general vicinity of you in Sidney, Montana, those storms are also rocking and rolling. Now, we're going to analyze a couple of these storms, but I do want to start out with the big picture here, and we'll talk you through what's going on. Let's just start here, though, with the most important information of all to keep you and your family safe during these storms. If storms approach your area tonight, here in the western Dakotas and central Dakotas later, and I will be here tracking them throughout, what you want to keep in mind is that, do I know where I can go to stay safe and seek shelter from such storms? The potential is for 100+ mile per hour straight line wind gusts to set up tonight. Right now, we have not seen that level of wind gust out of these storms, but as it organizes, that will be the case. We have had 3-inch diameter hail reported from these storms as they've moved through. Not everybody is seeing this type of activity. But if you have storms approaching your area, the number one thing is to stay informed. Is it severe? Which way is it going? Is it heading towards me? Then I think right now is a great time under watch conditions, which is what we have now. I'll go ahead and highlight that and put this up on your screen for you so you can see that we do indeed have a severe thunderstorm watch for the area. And it is a watch that is titled A Particularly Dangerous Situation. Just so you know, all of central North Dakota, including Belcourt, Minot, Bismarck, all the way out through the Glen Ullin area and in towards Dickinson, all the way through the I-94 corridor to almost Billings, Montana. So all of eastern and southeastern Montana, northeastern South Dakota, northwestern South Dakota, all the way through Mobridge here as we go through. So this flashy area, that is your particularly dangerous severe thunderstorm watch. Now is the time to plan where can you go to seek shelter. If you live in a mobile home, a manufactured home, if you live or are camping at any of our wonderful places, Medora storms moving into your area, as we've seen one round go kind of through the area with hail reports now pushing off. You've got more coming in on the backside of the storm. So if you are in these areas, you want to make sure that you get out of things like RVs, campers, obviously tents, and take time to think now, where can I go to seek shelter? Think of the potential for 60 to 100 mile per hour winds. That's when we start seeing trees fall, branches that are very large and sizable flying through the air, falling on power lines. So this type of a situation could have impacts to travel. It could have impacts to, our life. So we want you to think now about where you can go to seek shelter. Here's the setup. This is the area of the watch that's in effect right now. Glasgow, Montana. You are not in a watch out there, nor are you in Fort Peck and on out toward the western reaches of the Fort Peck Reservation. Now, what we do have is strong thunderstorms moving right along and south of the Highway 2 corridor in northeast Montana. Some storms heading through Williston right now. Here is the setup. Let's go to this because this is a telltale about where we expect the worst of the situation and how we expect it to unfold. So to do that, let's go sneak right over here. And I will get to your questions. Thank you so very much for being a part of this. We'll get to this frequently to answer your questions because I know you come in and check in and check in and check out and check back in and check back out, and that's okay. But that is why Hutch is here. You can even have Hutch watching me. Let me know where you're watching from in the comments below as well. I do appreciate that. Are you watching on your big screen TV? Are you watching on your laptop? Two things to keep in mind. With winds and severe storms and lightning, power outages can be a possibility. Hutch's weather app will let you know where power outages are. If you don't have your television, you can always watch me right on your mobile device. HutchesWeather.com is also available on your mobile device, or you can have my brand new weather app. If you search Hutch's Weather in the App Store today and get it on your Android or get it on your also your Apple device, you'll have the ability to get the only app with the twisting storms alert. It's exclusive. You will not find this anywhere else. If there is a persistent twisting in a storm, we're going to send you a notification right to your app. As long as you allow notifications and you allow the app to monitor the weather, even when your app is not open. So just make sure those settings are right. And then I want your comments and let me know what's going on. Here's the setup. Let's get right to it. I'm sorry about the delays. We're just trying to set the stage here, making sure we review what's important first with regards to your safety and making sure you know where to go to seek it. All right, a couple of things. This has been upgraded by the Storm Prediction Center to an MDT. That stands for a moderate risk from just outside of Glendive. So if you're in Wybox, otherwise known as Webo, that's the appropriate pronunciation, Beach, North Dakota, right out through Ekalaka in your general vicinity out here towards Baker, Montana, and then right into Buffalo, South Dakota. Hettinger, Lemon, South Dakota. If you are in Stark County, that's Dickinson here, all the way up towards, here's Lake Sakakawea. So just outside of Williston, as the big reservoir is formed out there by the Garrison Dam and that water backs up all the way along that reservoir, we will have the risk and the greatest risk. A moderate risk is a level 4 on a 5-level scale of severe weather. A high risk is the only thing higher. Sometimes we go an entire severe thunderstorm season without seeing a high risk and only a couple of these moderate risks. So what does that mean? That means the threat, the ingredients in the atmosphere, and the confidence of such events unfolding is heightened. We still have times when it doesn't fare out, but then we can say, good, we got lucky. The orange area, including Belcourt to Bismarck. Here you're looking at Sheridan County. So if you're in McCluskey, straight down through Grant and Sioux counties, so Elgin, all the way out toward Flasher and down towards Belle Fourche, South Dakota through Ziebach County. This orange area is an enhanced area where we could also see a very high chance of severe weather tonight. Notice the threat then drops to a level 2, the yellow area. That's a slight risk. That just means that the impacts will likely be a little lower in this area as far as the size of hail and the strength of the wind gusts. We'll go over that in a second. So if you happen to live in the Devil's Lake Basin through Walhalla and Langdon, if you're in Rock Lake, if you are in the Towner County area, straight down through Eddy and Foster counties, right here and here, right down into western Stutzman. So we're talking Cleveland, Medina, you get up in that Woodworth area. Those are the areas of concern down through Mobridge. Here's Lake Oahe on the beautiful Missouri River area. And again, if you are camping, you got to make sure that you know where sturdy structure is. Just think of being in a straw house. You cannot seek shelter from 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts in a straw house. Now, will the storms make it to Fargo? Will they make it to Grand Forks? If we do, it'll be early in the wee hours of the morning. but the risk at this time looks to be quite low for severity. So what we have here, garden variety thunder showers in this green hatched area for Bemidji, Roseau, but this green area, western Grand Forks County. If you live in Cavalier, if you live also in areas near Edgeley or Cullum or all the way out toward Valley City here, down in towards Pierre and Winter, South Dakota, that green area there, and then the green area from Billings up to Glasgow, where we are seeing severe storms right now in Glasgow. This is called a level 1 risk of severe weather. A level 1 risk means that it can't be ruled out, and it's likely only going to flirt with severe criteria. So with respect to all of these threats I've been talking about, the number 1 threat tonight is damaging straight line winds. And there is the potential for a derecho, which is defined as devastating, widespread, straight line wind damage. Folks, when these move through, oftentimes people say, looks like a tornado went through here. And it does. The difference is this is straight line winds blasting out of the thunderstorm. They can not only be long lasting, to be a derecho, they have to last several hundred miles. Okay, so this can happen, and the threat for one of those events is high tonight in this pink area. This is the greatest chance of the big gusts, the Blowy McBlowerson areas. So potentially widespread, potentially long-tracked damage across the area. Think of last year, Bismarck to Bemidji, and the train cars and the damage to grain bins and the like, and, well, of course, crops and homes and outbuildings, you name it. Not a good event. In the red area, there is a significant risk, a 30% chance at seeing wind damage in your area. The strength of the wind may be a little lower, but the chances are still very high in the red area, Belfouche, Bismarck, Belcourt, on the backside, all the way up towards Crosby. So as we go through the yellow area here, yes, there's still a chance as we approach Jamestown and approach the Devil's Lake area of seeing some gusty winds from these storms as we go through the overnight. Remember, they're starting here now. They will work their way east into the central Dakotas, not too far from now. We'll go over this in a bit too. And then we also have that risk carrying out to the east. Thoroughly continuing the discussion on threats. What about hail? We have an enhanced risk, and this has been confirmed. Storms producing a 3-inch diameter hail have happened. The greatest risk is here in Gillette, Wyoming, through southeast Montana, not far from Ekalaka, one of Hutch's favorite things to say. Belfouche, South Dakota, right up into the Missouri River Valley here between Minot and Bismarck. You're talking Beulah, Hazen, Dickinson. You're talking Glen Olin and New Salem. Sioux needs to brace for some big-time balls of ice. Shellacking right out of the skyline out there. Underwood, Washburn, straight up through Max, M-A-X, and all the way up to the international border through Botno, okay? So if you're in those areas, that's where the greatest risk of the 3-inch hail is. We still have a risk of very large hail in the yellow area, Miles City, Glendive, Mobridge, South Dakota, Rapid City, and near Devil's Lake. As you go out in Devil's Lake, you are in the area of where we expect an enhanced risk or a greater risk of some sizable hail. And then it quickly ramps down as we go here because late at night, we typically see a loss of the strength of updraft we need to support such huge hail, but there's still going to be a risk of some hail as the storms exit off to the east. All right, now as we conclude with the last of the threats, what about tornadoes? Here's the area the storms are right now, and this is where the greatest risk of an isolated tornado is. We're not seeing the potential tonight for any of these strong, violent EF3s, EF4s tonight. I can't say the chance is 0, but it doesn't look like a great setup for that. So that's the good news, if there is any good news in this situation. So please stay weather aware any way you can. I sure like to tout Hutch's Weather app, Hutch's website, hutchesweather.com, and of course my videos that keep you updated just like this one through the night. And to share with you right now a little bit more about the value of that, we're going to take a quick look at this radar and update you on the storms so you know what's happening now and we can get those people informed about where these storms are. It's becoming widespread. It's almost a solid severe thunderstorm warning from near the Canadian border all the way into northwest parts of South Dakota. Dakota. Montana, you're almost done with the main line, but look at this. We've got stout storms on the backside of this system starting to take hold. Now, as we take you in just a little closer, we're not going to be shy. Look at this. Williston straight out to Newtown. Look at this blue blob here, a blue blob there. Those are the hail threats. This is called composite radar. We're going to dig in deep and take a look, as Hutch always does, to find the storms that have the greatest chance for volatile weather. But this batch right here, moving out of the Watford City area, heading right in towards Newtown, is where we have, I believe, a stout hail core with this cell. You can even see some white returns showing up on the radar as we look off to the west of Newtown. How far west of Newtown is this bad boy? Well, let's go ahead and get Hutch's tail of the tape out here, if I can find the tail of the tape. So let's draw a line right from the hail core right here, and now we're going to put that right into the Newtown area. It is only 13.8 miles due west of Newtown at this particular time. So we'll take a deeper dive into all of these storms, but this particular huge, see this big yellow polygon, huge area of thunderstorm warning. Because of the nature of gusty winds, they tend to be more widespread and wide striking than the hail core might be. Let's see what the Weather Service's threats are. We're talking 1.75 inch hails, gusts to 70 miles per hour. This storm motion is moving northeast at 43. Oftentimes, a warning is issued for one isolated storm. This is not the case with this particular thunderstorm that's in this area. So let's go out here and show you that we do have one very strong thunderstorm right here, moving north of Mandaree. You can see the latest scan coming in, pushing it in a direction just north of Newtown, heading towards Ross. If you're in any of these communities, big time, you know, we're talking about big time batting practice, BP type hail coming out of these storms. 3 inches is nothing to fool around with. So big time hail working its way into the general vicinity now of Ross, Stanley, and Newtown. We do have another line of storms back here, Epping to Watford City. Now these are moving through the oil patch right now, right across the 1806 highway corridor here, and that is where that storm is brewing there. Now that does not have the hail core potential with it, but it's still quite stout. Now, just a little south, if you're in Killdeer, in this area, it says tornado possible. So this one is showing some signs of rotation. There is a huge damage threat, seriously, from 2-inch diameter hail and 60 mile per hour winds. A very damaging storm. The warning is until 8:15 p.m. That's Central Time on Hutch's weather computer here from my home base here in the Fargo Moorhead area. It's moving at 32 miles per hour to the north and east. So that's that particular storm. And as we kind of zoom in just a little bit closer here, we can see that the core of this storm just outside of Killdeer, moving northeast, is on its horse heading towards the Killdeer area. Bowman, south into northwest South Dakota. So here's Bison, a huge cluster. Look at all these reports of severe weather down here. A lot of lightning. Sometimes the most intense storms begin throwing out just a ton of intense lightning as well. So because we're seeing enhanced lightning activity, these cells are some doozies out here. Here you can see this storm has progressed almost to the right edge of this storm polygon, moving away from Buffalo, still getting lightning signatures there. But what kind of wind is this producing? A 58 mile per hour gust 4 miles west southwest of Riva, South Dakota. And as we look down here, 58 mile per hour gusts. So these gusts, starting with this storm, are just touching the threshold of severe. 58 miles per hour is severe. A little farther to the north, closer to Ludlow, we had 62 mile per hour gusts. And in North Dakota, from this line of storms here, at 7:15 moments ago, we had a 64 mile per hour gust of wind as these storms are taking hold. Also, I'm seeing a 70 mile per hour gust 15 miles east-northeast of Redding in South Dakota in Harding County. So these storms definitely have quite the blow, and they also have a huge chunks of hail falling from the skies. Now, if you're in Lodge Grass, if you're up in Wolf Point, if you're in Plentywood right now, brace for a cell that's working its way out of the Medicine Lake area. Now, it's looking like the hail core is going to slide just off to the south and to the southeast of Plentywood itself, heading in the Westby area right on the border there with North Dakota. Now, it's your time for questions. I will be here throughout the night covering the storms as they walk their way through our communities. And again, we do have some thunderstorm activity out across parts of southern Minnesota. Yeah, there's a line of some pretty strong looking storms. There's even some between Grand Forks and Fargo on the Highway 200 corridor, mainly in Steele County, pushing into Trail County. But these storms are also moving off in a different direction, basically kind of sliding off to the north and off to the west a little bit. This is the main area of concern. What's behind me is going to bring some much needed rainfall to some areas after some very high heat across the area the last couple of days. Now I'm going to address a few questions from you. So now is the time to drop them in. I'll take a look. We're going to start with a look at the YouTube channel. First of all, if you're watching me on YouTube, let me know in the comments. I'm watching on YouTube. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, let me know where you're watching from. And if you do have a specific question, now is the time to ask and we'll get it taken care of. Deb, good to have you on board from Fargo, Moorhead. Thank you for watching as always. Martin Oley, I appreciate it. This was last year. No, this is now. What I was talking about the gust front. So this is June 7th of 2026. Yes, I'm live. This is live right now on this Sunday night, June the 7th at 7:50 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I'm live, and this is happening right now. Widespread wind threat, long-lived wind threat, huge hail potential. That hail potential, by the way, does tend to drop off a little later. Thanks for all your comments. I see them coming in. So, Mr. Martin Ole, this is not last year. Thanks much, Hutch, says Joe. You welcome and thank you for watching. It says, hi, Hutch. What can we expect on I-29 at the South Dakota border to Grand Forks for the next 5 to 6 hours? We have isolated thunder showers along that track out there. I do not anticipate anything severe in that particular route, so just drive carefully. Know that you're going to run through some heat and a south wind behind you, pushing you, so you'll get a little bit extra gas mileage. Hey, good to have you, KC, Row 7, ZP, and Bismarck. Thanks for watching. Dickinson on board. Britt, thanks for watching. Just went out through there on the way out to visit family in Glendive and Northeast Montana, and pay some respects on the Memorial Day weekend to some family out there. But what a beautiful part of the country, and finally some much needed rain out in Dickinson to eastern parts of Montana. Psalm says, watching from Grand Forks, North Dakota, too hot and very windy. I hear you. I had dust in my ear balls over here and it was hard to get out. All right, let's see. Jessica says, hey, Hutch, realize you're covering the storms now, but everyone is really chatting about the possible tornado outbreak from tomorrow through Thursday in the northern high plains. You're right. We're talking about it. We're going to get through tonight, but there is a risk as we go from Tuesday night into Wednesday, and that risk shifts right here. So that's a very valid point that you bring up right now, and Hutch at the point of the mouse can show you. Here's Monday night's severe weather risk in our area, and we'll get back to this in a second. Meh. No chance. So, Monday night, not as bad of a chance as we have tonight. I'm trying to clear out what's up on the clock banner line there so you can see. So, general garden variety thunder showers in our area and just a little bit of an isolated thunderstorm chance, possibly Brookings to Bemidji. But then, and only then, as we head into Tuesday and Wednesday, look where it's already an enhanced risk from Bismarck all the way through Fargo and Grand Forks. So that's something to keep in mind there. And on the day 3 risk or whatnot, we do have all threats that will be possible. It does look like a decent setup, and I'll tell you what I'm thinking. For what it is worth, the Storm Prediction Center has this area outlined. I'm seeing the potential for some enhanced spin down in this area of Minnesota as the storms work their way through. So this may shift, so keep that in mind. And yes, all modes of severe weather will be possible, and Hutch will be here to keep eyes on the skies. This is Tuesday night into Wednesday. Thank you so much. Garrison, good to have you on board. Will, thank you so very, very much. FJ says, what time are the storms going to arrive in Steele? That's a good question. We'll go over some analysis there as soon as we can. I will put up a look at a model here, just trying to answer questions as quickly as I can, and especially the ones that are pertinent. So Steele, it's going to be a lot later. So first of all, that watch that we were speaking of here just a little bit ago, that watch is not in effect all night long. So that's the one good news here. So I apologize while I'm looking to load up the right content here. And I do want to also put up the watches once again. So this watch is in effect, as you see here, until we get to 11 o'clock at night. And the Storm Prediction Center and our local National Weather Service gets a tip of the hat from old Hutch here. They do a fantastic job. That means these storms are expected to be in this right edge vicinity by the time we get to about that 11 o'clock hour. I'll put the clock back on now so you can see we are live here on Hutch's Weather. So generally the Bismarck area and out towards Kidder County and Steele, North Dakota, will have a better chance as we approach 10 to midnight. So let's leave it there for now, and we'll go into a more in-depth forecast discussion here momentarily. Thanks for watching from Lisbon. Appreciate all of you in southeast North Dakota. And again, it looks like, is Hettinger going to get hit with any hail? Okay, that's an immediate question, because here you go. Look at the storms are right in your ballpark here. They're in your kitchen, and let's see where they're heading. So you've got one cell that's moving to the north of you and basically pushing up towards Mott. This is moving to a northeast direction. You can see by that. It's kind of going to split around Lemon and Hettinger. This bad boy here, look at the hail cores, a couple different ones in there. That puppy's moving in this general direction, Hettinger to Lemon. So will Hettinger see hail? Right now, Hutch's gut says this storm here moving this way, this storm here moving this way, going to be closer on this storm than this particular one as well. So keep that in mind. Stay safe, stay alert. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning there for 70-mile-per-hour gusts and the possibility of 1 1/2 inch diameter hail. And I am going to turn on a higher resolution radar now for meteorological analysis. And this is taking a look at the closest radar site here. So I'm going to pop up on the, well, let's go to the Rapid City radar. Out in southwest North Dakota and parts of southeast Montana, you're about as far away from a Doppler radar site as you can get. And sometimes we can only see what's very, very high up in the clouds when we get that far away from the radar, because the radar beam shoots up at an elevation angle, we call it. This radar site showing that this cell here on the southern side of Hettinger heading towards Lemon has these flashies in there, and that's some big time hail. Now I will query the radar here to take a look at our hail chance, but let's take a look at the hail tracker here and pop up a look at what the largest size hail that this puppy is kind of throwing out on the present scan. So when we take a look at that, there's that little dot there, that's the hot spot, and that hot spot then gives us an idea of that hail potential. How big is that hail? I'll ask the computer, and it says, wow, it could be as much as 2 to 2 1/2 inches of hail out there. That's not always what makes its way down to the ground on a hot day like this, but we have already had reports of 3-inch diameter hail from some of these storms as they made their way through. And in fact, this particular storm has a history of 2 1/2 inch hail in the Reddig area. That was 6 miles to the northeast of Reddig, just straight south of Buffalo. As we look on the highway corridor, 3.3 inches. So we've exceeded that. That's 3 1/4 inch hail out there. This was reported by some melting took place, but they still were able to measure the 3.3 inch hail, and that was a storm chaser out there giving us that information. 70-mile-per-hour gusts measured 8 miles west of Reddig, and that's in South Dakota. This storm moving in the general vicinity of you folks in Lemon is quite a doozy. Now we'll just track the hail core. Let's do that. That's fun. Moving northeast at 46 miles per hour and give you a little bit of heads up in the Hettinger area about when it may arrive. Now I'm going to draw a little bit more of a liberal box around this storm here. Whoops, let me redo that. So that it, you know, if it swings a little to the left or a little to the right, we're covered. But essentially moving to that northeasterly direction at 46 miles per hour. And I always go just a little bit faster than what they say it's moving, because it takes about 6 minutes for the radar to complete a sequence of scans. So if it's moving at 46, I'm going to put it at 50. Now, you see these graduations in colors here, and in the first 15-minute time segment, it'll be in this area of rural portions of your county here. And then as we get in towards Lemon, it'll be near Haines by 8:27 Central Time, and it'll be in Lemon, South Dakota by 8:42. So that's a long ways away, and a lot can change, but be preparing for very gusty winds and huge hail. This is not just a little bit big, this is huge hail potential with this storm. So here's another little hail core that's traveling in that general vicinity of everybody's favorite and beautiful drive out towards the Regent area out there, as you see that enchanted highway, right? And we got some hail producers, but also it has a wind damage report in the area, or wind measurement of 60 miles per hour measured at an NDON site out there. So 60 mile per hour winds have been recorded with this puppy. Now this cluster of storms is moving northeast 44 miles per hour, so very similar to the last. So if you happen to be in the path of any of these lines of storms, and we'll just go like this, whoops. My little drawer here is having just a little bit of trouble, but Hutch has trouble sometimes after a long hot weekend like this too. I'm going to pop this up there at about 50 miles per hour and say that the best chance at these hail cores, the best chance for the big hail core right now to reach anywhere looks like close to the Mott area. But New England by 8:09, so very quickly, these couple of cells will be skirting your area in the area. Again, 8:09, that is within 10 minutes. So now is the time to batten down the hatches and make sure that you know, you got the car pulled inside the garage so you don't get some sizable hail. This bad boy down here heading up in this general direction. Notice in Gladstone here, though, as you get into the Stark County area, there'll be a chance of it moving into that area by 8:42. And then right on Interstate 94, Taylor, North Dakota, looking at 8:49 for that storm to be in your neck of the woods. So thank you very much for your questions. I'm going to see if there's a couple of more out here. Hey, what about Wells County? Wells County, you are on the far right edge of the activity tonight. So if it gets there, it's going to be late and after midnight. So they say nothing good happens after midnight. And when it comes to storms, that's true. But the good news is the hail size usually diminishes in the overnight hours somewhat. Still could be severe in some places. And Wells County is right on the fringe of this because it goes all the way out to the Devil's Lake Basin and you're in that path. So it is possible, but it's going to be after midnight. Now, as we take a look elsewhere, though, at that storm, these storms will also have a wind threat, but the 100 plus mile per hour winds and whether or not those will still persist into the overnight depends on if one of these derecho systems forms that we've been speaking of. So if that does happen and it does start to form and congeal into an event like that, then your chances for gusty winds go up. Tornado threat should be going down as we head into the overnight hours. Look at this little hail core, just kind of lobbing stones along the way. That's from Beach right across that area there in Billings and Golden Valley counties where we're talking about Medora. So as we go into the area here, let's see, we're right in Medora, and Medora reported 1-inch diameter hail at the Medora campground, lasted 6 minutes. That's a long time for 1-inch hail. You think about all the bison out there and just, you know, they can't run under and seek shelter in the interior room of a well-structured building. Ouch. 2-inch diameter hail right here, 4 miles west-northwest of the Medora area. So these were some big-time hailers out there, and now they've continued as we've gone up, right up in toward the Killdeer area with 1.5-inch diameter hail and heading off in that. So hail looks to be the main threat with these puppies here as we go into parts of northwest North Dakota. All right, couple other questions. What about St. Louis, Missouri? Liz Hammer, well, let's go ahead and take a quick look, and I've got to put this on the composite radar here, and then we're going to do this real quickly because we're active here, but down in Springfield, we do have an active tornado warning down here, and that tornado warning, a new tornado warning, just on the border here with, well, it looks like Sparta. Let's go up towards Conway here. So we do have a tornado warning. It's a radar-indicated tornado. It is in effect for the next 43 minutes for Marshfield, Conway, as well as the Niagara, Eckland, and Raider areas as well. So this storm here, very dangerous, obviously, and Rogersville and Sparta also not far from Ozark there in a new tornado warning that just popped up here as we speak. This is in effect until 8:30. This is for Seymour, Sparta, also out towards Bruner. These storms are moving northeasterly as you see these little arrowheads pointing. So if you're asking about your particular area there in Missouri, there will be some serious storms making their way through. Notice where they are now heading into the Lebanon area and out towards Rolla. Quite a little ways away as you look on 44 rather, heading up into the general vicinity of St. Louis. So Jeff City, Camden, all of these areas, Salem, all having a chance for these storms to move in that northeasterly direction. Those are the stout ones. What's going on right here, non-severe at the present time, but big time rainfall from those storms. That's a quick look at Missouri as we rock back into the home village up here in the northern plains, which is where I am. And I've been covering weather. If you're new to the channel or if you're just joining, this is continuing coverage of a severe thunderstorm outbreak in a particularly dangerous situation, called that by the Storm Prediction Center, where we do have the potential tonight to see 100+ mile per hour straight line gusts from some of these storms. And if a derecho, which is possible, develops tonight, we could see a long-lasting, long-lived line of wind damage from these storms. So we'll watch it very carefully together here. Thank you for your question there, Liz Hammer. I appreciate that. Let's see, date, Lillehaug, I think it says Delethausen. I'm sorry about the name here. It's a little bit small for me to read on this little monitor here. Any rain in the Lakes country expected. Dale from Park Rapids on YouTube. Thanks for watching, Dale. Okay, so if you see the Park Rapids area here, you're coming out towards Detroit Lakes and you pop up here on 34 and you're going to walk out here. Yeah, there is some shower activity. It's all kind of moving up in this general direction. So I can't rule out showers, but boy, how hot was it today and humid and sticky. I could use some rain. I don't know about you. Hey, thanks, Jessica Evans, for the thumbs up and for supporting Hutch's Weather with your contribution here on my YouTube page. Okay, let's see. I always watch from YouTube unless we're in a situation that we need to consult you and see what your app has. It's only if I'm traveling. Thank you, Psalm. All right, Marie says from Valley City, thanks, Hutch, for keeping us informed. You're very, very welcome, and I appreciate you checking in. Ace Jack, do you expect to stay organized by the time they get to the Valley? No. Most models are showing these puppies really fading out, and we'll go over that forecast here momentarily. But at this time, it does not look like that will be the case. But I will keep you updated because remember, these will be approaching the Bismarck area as we get closer to 10 o'clock. And if there's going to be an extension of another watch and where that'll be will depend. Right now to me, if I'm asking Hutch, I see this cluster of storms right here moving in this general direction towards Bismarck as the main threat for these very gusty winds. And if that congeals into a system that evolves into a derecho, that would not be good. And that could possibly last hours. Once it gets going. We'll keep you posted. Thank you for your question, and I appreciate that so much. Christine says, watching from Pierre, thank you for your service. Hopefully there will be little damage. I agree with you. And you know what? These are moving in that general northeasterly direction, so your area at this particular time looks to be not as highly likely to see the main event that's developed here make its way into your area. Dwayne, hi Hutch. We're talking Sabika, and from Dwayne, good to have you on board from Sabika. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you folks in Wadena County as always. Enderlin, what can we expect our way? Well, it wasn't much. It's just under 1 year ago where your community was, there's no other way to say it, just devastated with a huge, over 1 mile wide tornadic storm. So I understand the concern, and if you're in these areas, those type of storms can happen. It does look like most of this event will deteriorate as we get towards the time it moves into the valley. I will keep you posted though, because derechos, as you know from what happened almost exactly 1 year ago on June 20th of 2025, that derecho lasted all night long, and Hutch was covering that from the Back to the 50s car show, indeed, for hours on end. So that was a one heck of an event. Watching on YouTube from Dickinson. Thanks, Britt. Appreciate it. Castile, I am in North Dakota. Thanks for watching, Castile. And I am in the bad spot. Okay, well, there is a big area here in western North Dakota and central North Dakota that is, really we're concerned about, and that's what we're here. We're here to tell you what the specific threats are from each event here. Holy buckets, when do you expect these 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts to hit the FM area? Jessica, I'm hoping that they don't. It does look like the watch is in effect for the particularly dangerous situation through 11 o'clock. Now, we're not saying that a derecho with a long-lived 600-mile track will happen, but that's what these often are. 300, 400, 500, 600 miles worth of long-lived very strong gusts up to 80, 90, or 120 miles per hour, as did last year's derecho event as it blew its way through Bemidji, devastating that community, as well as many in parts of western Minnesota and eastern North Dakota as that derecho unfolded. So thanks, Castile. Good to have you on board. And thanks, Sandy, for your question as well. In Jamestown, are we going to get the storm? The western edges of the Stutsman County area are in that severe thunderstorm watch. So I'll pop that bad boy right back up here. It's red. It's flashing because it's a particularly dangerous situation. The energy, the humidity, and the setup is ideal for very gusty winds. Thanks for watching, everybody. Jessica, thank you. I really hope you have several pots of coffee made and ready to go. Oh, you know what? And dog treats for Pedro, because he's around here helping out as well. So I do keep a little bit of water handy right here as well, because sometimes I get thirsty. Now, I will be here the long haul. You may see from time to time that Hutch puts this page up. And if you are looking for information, this page will keep you informed. This page will show you what's going on the top left-hand corner with the radar. And I will set up the zooms to go in the impacted areas. The model guidance, I will have the hour-by-hour model guidance showing up in this panel that I'm standing in front of now, doing the wave. Okay, and then you'll see other content in the upper right-hand corner that has to do more with your forecast graphics as I create them tonight. So I will be here all night. I will sneak over to my pot of coffee and I will be caffeinated. And then also, once I'm caffeinated and talking too fast, you can tell me, hey, Hutch, slow down. Thank you so much. All right, so I'm going to stay on this page real quickly because I do see that I've got a bunch of folks joining me on what's going on here on my Facebook page. Hey, Facebook, if you're watching on Facebook, now's the time. Please hit the like button if you like my content. If you are just joining content, my name is Hutch Johnson. I'm a meteorologist. I worked in TV as a chief meteorologist in North Dakota and the Valley and in the Northern Plains for the better part of the last 30 years, and now I'm streaming. I have my own company, my own website, just launched a brand new weather app that has exclusive alerts to twisting storms. No other app does that up here, and oftentimes a twisting storm alert will be delivered to your phone before a tornado warning is issued. So please consider downloading the app. It does not matter where you live in the Northern Plains. It will keep you informed, and that's my #1 goal for you. So thanks for joining me and appreciate it. And I appreciate each and every one of you. I see a lot of questions coming in here. Let's see. I think I've timed out of a lot, so I'm going to start. Hey, Betty, good to have you on board. It looks like Emily just joined as well. Thank you very much for signing in. Williston watching. Sammy Joe, thank you very much. You do have some hot storms on the platter, working its way right through the Williston area and the oil patch right now. You are on the back side of it. As you look on the map just above, you can see Williston out towards Tioga and Stanley. The hot spot looks to be moving in on the Stanley area right now, where you see the blue colors. That there is some serious business when it comes to the chance for some sizable hail. And I'll go full screen on the radar. So again, Williston, you're seeing the strongest activity kind of pass you by, but moving out of Sidney, Montana, is that other contestant from the left over there, and that's going to be moving in your general direction. It does look like we have a hail report here in the Williston area. 1.8-inch diameter hail reported by the city of Williston, in the city of Williston, and ongoing. And that was from the time frame of 8:04, so just moments ago. That's big time hail. Did you get it? Oh my goodness. Okay, it says Schrader, Tessa Schrader. Some showers tonight and Tuesday night into Wednesday could be severe. Indeed, Jake, that does look to be the case. Williston, North Dakota, thanks for watching. T-ball game for the kids in Red Lake Falls tomorrow. Likely not happening? Likely not happen. No, the game looks good. It is going to not be a wet all-day event, and even in the morning, I think that we might have an isolated shower or storm making its way through, but it does look like your game could be on. To do that, let's go ahead and answer a few questions. So if I could put up a big old flash screen right now, I'd do that, and I'd say, Time for the forecast. That's what we're going to do. Hour by hour style. Let's go. I'm going to pick a model. We want to take a look at what the radar looks like now. At 8 o'clock p.m., western North Dakota and northwestern South Dakota, severe thunderstorms all the way from the Canadian border straight down into South Dakota, and then twisting back into Gillette to Sheridan and on towards Lame Deer as you go outside of Billings towards Hardin and out towards Sheridan, Wyoming. Now, that's where things are now. And we also have scattered showers, a few rumbles of thunder drifting around in the Red River Valley and parts of southwest Minnesota. So if we find a model that looks just like this, then we have found the right model that has gotten off to a good start. So let's load up the forecast model and see. Here's model number A. And this model, number A, as I take a quick look at it, we're looking at this together. Real-time analysis. Look at how good Model A looks. Now, I like a lot of Model A's, but I'm talking about old Ford vehicles here. But now when we're looking at this Model A, we got scattered showers across parts of Minnesota and strong to severe storms out in the western Dakotas moving out of Montana. That's a pretty good start. The problem is this model updates every single hour, and sometimes it starts off good and then it transitions to something else. Looks pretty good to me. So here we go. Notice the northeasterly movement of this line of storms right here. Moving to the north and east means if I was in parts of southern Manitoba from, well, even out here in Saskatchewan, Estevan out towards Brandon and on towards Winkler and Winnipeg, these storms individually are moving in that direction, but the whole line is going to be chugging east. Here's the timing on the latest model run. So this is about now as we go towards the 10 o'clock hour. Here you're looking at that, moving in towards Minot to Bismarck to Garrison to Max. So the Highway 83 corridor, you're looking at the about 10 p.m. time frame on the monkey right there as we move into the evening hours. That's when the best chance will be. Still spotty showers that don't move up into our area. And if you're playing T-ball in Red Lake County here in Red Lake Falls, it's going to be a beauty morning. But let's get there now and see what we got here. This model says, look at these turning right. Once those turn right into the night, you know what? With our south wind, they're turning right into this wind that's fueling the humid air right into them. That means that this could prolong the storms after the 11 o'clock hour tonight, if that takes place. So notice the northern fringe here seems to be deteriorating in intensity just a bit. Boom, this comes down toward the southern valley. So if you are in Oaks, Ellendale, if you're in Ashley or Wishick, and if you're on down here towards Ventura, these areas here looking to be a little bit on the windy side, and we'll let you know if they'll still be severe. This model says Grand Forks to Fargo could see some storms. What is 09Z? We subtract 5 from 09, and that's going to be about 04 a.m. So we're talking about 4 a.m. Chance of storms in the Red River Valley, eastern third of North Dakota, and eastern portions of Minnesota, not far from Aberdeen itself. There's Brown County as you get in towards Aberdeen. Here's Sisseton on the I-29 corridor. This is 4 a.m., and if you happen to be out walking the dog or the chicken on a leash, of course, you got to do that. You got to look at this. You're going to have some thunderstorms moving through. Now, we're looking at daybreak here, and here's your baseball game. This is about 7 in the morning here. So I might have to eat some crow and say there's a chance for some 7 a.m. showers and sprinkles or heavy rain possible. And then they're out of the area by the time we get to 8 to 10 a.m. So depends on the timing of the old T-ball game. And I don't like it when my games got rained out when I was a kid. I played all the way till I was 50. T-ball, amongst other things. All right, so there's a look at that forecast model as it moves through into Minnesota, and then high pressure quiets things down out to the west. So that's a quick look at your hour-by-hour forecast. That's one model. I am going to take a look at one other model and see if it starts out pretty good or pretty bad. So this one sometimes does good. There's not one model out there that gets it right every time. And that's why I like to load up and look at different things. Now, as we head into the evening, here's now. This one, out to lunch a little bit. We don't have the South Dakota activity. It has everything up north here. And that is not what's showing up on the radar. It's not as correct out here with what's going on in southern Minnesota tonight either. But look what it does. It blows up the energy in the central Dakotas as we approach the midnight hour. And then after midnight, will they make it into the Red River Valley? The answer is this model tends to have it, well, tapering off and decreasing in aerial coverage and intensity. We do have a chance for some 6 a.m. showers moving out of Red Lake and Pennington counties and in towards the Red Lakes area in northern Beltrami County and out towards Babe the Blue Ox in Bemidji, Minnesota. Couple models show us morning showers and thunder here in northern Minnesota, and that's something to watch. So that's a quick look at your hour-by-hour forecast from a couple of different models. Both could pan out at this point. But I do like that first model because it looks a lot more like what we're seeing on the radar right now. And just to remind us, because sometimes we always have to go back and take a review of what it looks like right now, and this is it. Serious, strong bowing line. See how this has a backward C shape? This is taking on the shape of a classic wind event going on here. So at the apex of the bow, which is the pointy part right here, that's often where we see the strongest winds. We do have a wind gust report there. Let Hutch take a look at what that says. So as we look together at that one here, I got to turn on my query box, and now boom, 70 miles per hour. So train spotter, thunderstorm wind gust, that was in Mott. So off in that area there. So thank you very much for your reports. So this is, again, that Enchanted Highway area there, getting some pretty serious gusty winds. All those beautiful structures made out of steel out there. Strong storms heading in on the Minot area. Once we get into some more tracking and instantaneous coverage of what's going on here, we'll get into some specifics there. I'm trying to answer some questions. What about Williston? Yeah, we talked about them. Williston, you're seeing some storms exit the first round, and there is a little bit of activity moving out of Sydney and Glendive that are moving in your general direction. So I wouldn't say you're out of the woods yet, and you are still in the particularly dangerous severe thunderstorm watch until 11 o'clock. Chance of hail still in Bismarck and Minot, and the answer is in my true Norwegian draw, you betcha. And this little backward C shape here means that we have a bowing line segment or a wind bag making its way up in this direction. This is a gusty, dusty one as well with all the dry weather we've had of late. But again, yes, this is moving in the general direction of Minot. I want to say, if you like learning a little weather stuff, Hutch also likes sharing that. So give me a thumbs up or a like if you want to have Hutch explain why what looks like a solid wall of thunderstorms gets to Minot, splits and going around. Gets to Bismarck, whoop, it split and went around us. We have a bubble in Minot, we have a bubble in Bismarck and Fargo and Jamestown. Many of us have this conception that storms tend to split and go around us. It's not your imagination. You are seeing it. If you'd like to see more on that, give me a comment and let me know. Hutch Williston is watching. Thank you, Sammy Joe. Appreciate it. Josie says, lovely Nadawash isn't included, question mark. Lovely. Nadawash is going to see some morning shower chances, but you're not in any watch right now, and it's hot. Now, we do have some scattered showers out here, but what is out here not expected to be severe. As I turn on the watch box right now, we have the risk for severe weather that is quite high for very gusty winds ending in the central Dakotas now. Depending on what makes it to this line, then we'll see the National Weather Service offices decide how far and where it looks like it's heading after that. So based on models that we just looked at together, yes, this cluster of storms looks like it turns right down into South Dakota. Two models said that. And then this batch of storms looks like it kind of goes up to the international border, and then out ahead of it, we get more storms forming right here in the valley and moving off in the early morning hours into parts of western Minnesota. Some of us are just going to get missed completely. I am begging for some rain for my yard, and I know many of us are here in the valley too, with wind and heat in the 90s, just ripping the moisture out of the topsoil. Couple little pimples on the radar here. That's a technical term, pimple, not just for the medical or dermatological field, but in meteorology, there's just a little shower. And we have some showers here in southwest Minnesota as the latest scan updates as well, some of which are heavy from Millbank down toward the I-90 corridor. Not severe, not expected to be severe. Linda says, just joining, is the hail going to hit Fargo Moorhead? It's not likely the way it looks right now. Models are showing this activity moving in our general direction and then diving south and weakening a bit. But I will say there's a big but, and it's a really big but. And that big but is the fact that this storm, sometimes, if it does develop into a derecho, well, sometimes those can last all night and into the next morning. So that has not happened yet. That has not happened, has not evolved into a system like that yet, but we are seeing some classic signatures here, like this backward C shape to both of these lines of thunderstorms making their way through. So if one of those does develop tonight, and there is a chance of it developing right here, then that could persist for quite a while into the overnight hours, and I'll keep you posted. So thank you for checking. If you hear thunder in your area, just check with Hutch or Hutch's weather app or hutchesweather.com or anywhere. If you're camping, if you're out and about, anywhere you can get weather information is where I want you to go to find out if that thunder you're hearing is from a storm that's severe. And you can get that information on my platforms that we just spoke about. Bonnie, hi to you. Thanks for joining. Eric says, hopefully we don't get it here in Donaldson, Minnesota. Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping the same thing. I hope we don't get anything severe. I could really use a big drink of water in the form of rain for my lawn. Turtle Lake here, good to have you on board. Central North Dakota, what about it? Well, I got to tell you what, if you're in that Mercer, Turtle Lake area, we do have some things to kind of keep in mind as we're watching this line of storms evolve and moving into the general vicinity of Lake Sakakawea here. So yeah, we do have some concerns as we go to get into central Minnesota and even into the eastern third of North Dakota, but the risk of the severe does look like right now that it should be dropping off in the eastern third. Thank you so much for watching. What time for Bismarck? We spoke about this before, but we'll analyze this right now in real time to tell you if the model looks right. The model and this watch box ends in Burleigh County here as you go out towards, well, the areas of Kidder County. It's over at 11. These storms should be through this box by 11 p.m. tonight, Central Daylight Time. So if these storms are through the box area here, then the early forecast is panning out and things are looking good. What time does that mean? Probably closer to that 9 to 11 time frame from Bismarck. But now let's use some science and let's use some real world meteorology to take a look at these storms. These storms are moving to the northeast. That means what you see here in New England is moving to Beulah, Hazen, and Washburn. So this storm isn't going to be the one that hits Bismarck, but these might. How far away are those? Let's do some analysis here because that's kind of fun, and that's what we do to try to keep ahead of the storm and let you get some real information and more so confirmation of the time that I just mentioned around 11 o'clock. So we're going to measure it from where the leading edge of the thunderstorm activity is to the Bismarck, Mandan, Lincoln, Menoken area, okay? And it's 96.1 miles away. So we put that in our storage bank or maybe our calculator goes 96.1. Now, if we're taking 96.1 and we got to look at how fast the storm is presently moving to get some sort of an estimate. So I'm going to erase the 96.1 right now. And now we're going to look back at our calculation and the latest storm warnings from the National Weather Service moving northeast at 49 miles per hour. That's 2 hours away. That's 10:30. Looking good. Around 10:12 because these often accelerate, especially when they get windy. Okay, so I'm going to say near 10 to 10:15, Bismarck from the Fort Lincoln side, South Mandan out here in Morton County, that's where it's going to rip from, and it's going to cross the river. It's going to move up that hill out there towards Mary. It's going to hit that hill right there at the Community Bowl, if they still call it that out there on the west side of Bismarck there at BSC. That's where and when it's likely to hit that area. Thank you for your question, and thanks for watching Hutch's Weather, George. I appreciate it very much. Roxanne, hello, Devil's Lake. What do you think? And thank you. Devil's Lake, you are in the area where these models are showing that there's a chance that these storms will be making their way towards your area. These will be moving in towards Rugby by around 11 o'clock. So it'll probably be after that time frame before they have a chance at reaching you. They can speed up, particularly if they get real windy. If they're pumping out 80 mile per hour winds or more, you're going to see this thing really pick up speed, and we'll be changing timing based on that. Sammy, where are you from? If you're asking me, my home base of broadcasting is in the Fargo Moorhead area. I have worked in the Northern Plains for the better part of 30 years as a broadcast chief meteorologist, and now I'm streaming for you, and I love it. So thank you for asking, and thank you. I have been covering the weather up here, so I have a little experience, you might say, with what happens up in these parts, and I appreciate you watching. Do you think Fargo will possibly get increased as well Tuesday to moderate as well? I haven't looked at everything, but I will say this. When we have what's behind me here move through, it's going to change our environment a little bit. Will we get rain, or do we stay drier than a bowl of popcorn with no grease? Okay, so it's something to keep in mind. This can change everything about what and where the storm threat does look like as we go into that Tuesday night, Wednesday timeframe. But the environment is there for a hot, humid, setting up south flow all day. So humidity and dew points go up. That means that's solid for thunderstorm energy, right? So all the ingredients are there. Yes, it could get increased. I don't have a feeling that it's absolutely going to happen, but we will have a new model coming out here shortly that we can look at together. And if you're interested, hang on tight and we'll go over that. So thank you, Dylan. That's a very logical and wonderful question. I do appreciate it very much, and I will look into that with you together if you hang on. Still want some rain and can do, but no hail, please. This is not All Request Thursday. You missed that by a couple days. Kidding. No, there's a chance of hail as you get up there in the Rock Lake Can-Do area in Towner County. But notice you are not in the particularly dangerous situation watch. But look at where all this is kind of moving northeast. Okay, so the chance is pretty good for at least some isolated hail making its way into your area. Nora, good to have you on board. Thank you. And make sure you're hitting the like button. If you like the content, by hitting like, by leaving a comment, all of those things help, well, the algorithms deliver this to more people and the information gets out. You can even share it or tag a friend or do what you do to let them know, hey, Hutch is covering this. Meanwhile, others may not be. And that's why I'm here. Leash your chicken, folks. That's right. You can't be walking around the neighborhood with your chicken not on a leash, because I don't know if you have a rooster, if you got a hen, or, you know, there might be something that rooster sees or that chicken sees. He wants to go investigate. You can't be having your rooster run all over the place. So you got to keep that rooster on a leash. Good advice there, Jerry. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Bonnie, rain good, storm not much. Hi, Brenda. Good to have you on board. Jeanette, thank you so much for the wonderful sharing of stars on the Facebook page. What time will the storms hit the Carrington area? So if you are in the Foster, Eddy County area, it should be here close to around 11 o'clock. So I'm going to say just around midnight is what it looks like right now. So around the overnight hours, as we're trying to get some sleep, we could have some windy thunderstorms. If you hear thunder, check right here. I'll be streaming no matter how long it takes and let you know what's going on. Well, let's see. Thank you very much, James, for your question. Appreciate it. Brenda says, mowed the lawns today, so send some rain. I mowed my lawn this weekend, too. I don't know why. It was like 95 degrees. I think I lost 37 pounds, and I needed to drink 13 gallons of water, but that's what you do when it's in the 90s and the wind's blowing 100 miles per hour. So I hope your lawn, Brenda, gets some great rain. Justin, same thing happens Fargo. They split. So some of you are asking for that information. Same thing happens for my community. What about this super El Nino this summer? Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to zoom out on this one. I don't want to deviate too much to the severe thunderstorm coverage here, but essentially where we live in the Northern Plains is as far away as you can get from an ocean on this entire continent. In fact, moisture for storms such as this, or our big time winter producing blizzards that have a foot or more of snow in some cases, that moisture comes up from the Gulf. Okay, so we're a long ways away from moisture sources. So when we're talking about impacts to ocean circulations, many of us here in the central part of the continent don't have as clear-cut indication of some reaction to an ENSO event, an El Nino, Southern Oscillation event, but it can happen and it can impact us. How? As we have an ENSO event that's turning into an El Nino. An El Nino is warmer waters off the coast of Peru. So if we take a look at where that is, if you think with your mind's eye that down here off the coast of South America, way down here, The water surface temperature is warmer significantly. And the warmer it is, that changes things a little bit. Warmer waters at the surface here when it's usually cold does a lot of things to the average pressure in the atmosphere in this area. If it's warmer, that tends to lower the surface pressure here, okay? And in the eastern part of the Pacific, that pressure goes up. So what does that do for us? Well, if this pressure on this side of our hemisphere is a little bit lower than average, then, well, that lowers the pressure here, and it causes the jet stream to have a different path where it makes landfall on the North American continent. And that is how we get big impact differences in places like California. And when we're in a La Nina, then we get big impacts in places like, well, the new Northwest United States, the Pacific Northwest, I'm sorry. So at any rate, when we get a La Nina and the warm waters down here in the Southern Pacific on the basically the South America side, boy, I got to tell you what, that lower pressure is going to change the path of that jet stream a little bit to be more frequently over places like California, bringing more storms through California, more storms through the desert Southwest. More storms take this path, and then they end up impacting folks here in the Gulf Coast states. So we see greater impacts and more of a frequent and clear connection to weird weather along the coasts. Oftentimes when that happens, it gets very dry in the Pacific Northwest, unusually dry in those areas. So, lowers the fire risk in the desert Southwest. It could help a lot of the drought situation in the southwestern United States. There can be good impacts and bad. Super El Nino means that we'll have super or much warmer than average temperatures there, which really could impact the southerly tilt to that jet stream as it makes landfall in the United States. And if that happens, and if it's even a little bit farther to the south, it really could impact the central plains too. Here, well, it depends on if it moves and that jet stream is over us or just off to the east, which would bring colder than average weather here too. So they're talking about the Super El Nino really ramping up and being more of a winter impact though. So I will get to that. Awesome question. I love talking shop. Thank you so much. All right. Kelly says Bismarck bubble. All right. I appreciate that. You're going to get protected by a bubble in Bismarck. We'll talk about it. I just got here. Good to have you. Me too. Hutch Cormorant, the area is dry. You want some, Betty wants some rain. Brenda says me too. Right now the winds are not so crazy in Minot. Needs some gully washers. Just need a no hurricane winds, says Justin. I appreciate that. What about the Rugby area? Yes, the yard needs a huge drink. Thanks, Diana, for sharing stars. Do you think we'll get hit in Mandan? There's a very good chance that this line of storms making its way to the northeast will hit you. We just talked about your timing, and I said between 10 and 10:15 is an adjusted time for your area. You're on the left side of the city there, on the Mandan side, Morton County. You're going to get it a little bit earlier than Bismarck will, and you should see it coming, and you will hear it coming, and I'll keep you posted as to that. I downloaded the app, says Missy. Kids and I love learning about the weather around us. Thank you, Missy, so very much. And I really do appreciate the feedback on the app. And there's a little triple dot button at the top of the app that allows you to share it with a friend. So if any of you who have the app have not done that yet, I really would appreciate it. Nothing like word of mouth and sharing it with a friend saying, hey, did you know Hutch Johnson has his own weather app? Here's where you can download it. And then basically, then you're on board. So thank you for downloading the app. Brenda says exactly. Muggs Mike says 10 must be helping me answer questions. So for that, I appreciate it. Tuesday looking very concerning, says Isaac. Indeed, that's more concerning for the Red River Valley counties, as we talked about. So we'll talk about that. What about Fargo? Fern, we're going to have a chance at some storms in the morning hours. We're talking about anywhere from about 5 a.m. through around 7 a.m., but we'll keep you posted. This activity here, not severe, and it could, because it's moving up in this general direction, sneak in a little shot of rain, which I would not be opposed to. This does not look like it's a big hail event. This does not look like it's a big anything event as far as severe goes. That's good. What evolves out here in the next couple of hours, if we get a derecho forming, then we'll be more concerned about winds here in Fargo, Jamestown, Valley City, or particularly near Aberdeen, because many of the models are curving this activity down into the right, and if it curves that way, it's curving into the inflowing winds, which could make it very interesting. Barnesville getting hit, getting anything, you're in the same boat. You got these showers down south, non-severe. It's what happens with this. And if it evolves into a derecho or a big wind event, like the potential could, then these storms could last quite a bit into the nighttime hours. Thanks so much for your questions. Let's see what we got going on with regards to all of the goings on right now. I do want to do some severe weather coverage, and let's go to the latest watches and warnings on the radar map right now. That's why we're here. I'm going to go north to south if you don't mind. If you happen to be one of my viewers in Canada right now, I do have a Weyburn tornado warning from the activity you see up here. I'm going to switch radars so you can see that along with me. So we're going to even start taking care of what's going on in our neighborhoods in Canada. Okay. Whew. Whoops, I moved the wrong screen here. Pardon me. All right. So what you're looking at here, all of these colors in Canada are their different watches and warnings. And this pink color you see here in Regina and Weyburn, this is a severe thunderstorm watch. But I believe that red box that we see in the Weyburn area is a tornado warning. Now, we're a long ways from the radar site here in the United States, so I'll turn on one of your area radars in the Regina area, but a tornado warning with the wording is extreme levels of impact that is making its way through. Very high confidence that a tornado is taking place at 7:20 Central Time. Environment Canada, meteorologists tracking a storm there with a heavy and intense rainfall are also possible, but damaging winds, large hail, and of course, the potential for a tornado is there. So let me go ahead and switch the radar over here, and we will get you some information on this storm with the latest. And I like to let you know, is it still looking tornadic? Okay, it's definitely looking haily. This pink and white that you see here, big time ice chunks flying through the skies over the top of this particular area with this storm. So that is a look at that. Now that's moving right over the highway corridor I'm trying to see here. So Stoughton and Heward in particular, right in the path of the hail core with this storm. That's not always where the greatest risk of shear or spin in the storm is. For that, I'm going to sneak over a look at velocity. We got some greens and reds next to each other. This motion is towards the Regina radar. This is motion away. We've got rotation in this vicinity, but it's pretty high up in the sky. So that doesn't mean that's where the tornado is on the ground location. That's just up elevated where there's spin. This is moving to the northeast and is likely going to be passing between the Heward area as well as Stoughton now here very, very shortly. So you should be seeking shelter in an interior room, lowest floor of a very sturdy structure. Get out of tents, campers, and porta potties. You don't want that. Crosby, North Dakota, tornado warning has been issued. Let's go now to Crosby. Here we got a tornado warning. I'm going to switch radars back as we see considerable damage threat from this particular storm. So let me switch that radar back here. Now, there's Crosby, North Dakota. We're going to get in on the radar from Deering, taking a look at this. The storm is right here near Crosby. Let's see if this is a confirmed tornado or if it is Doppler indicated. It's a radar indicated tornado. Crosby and Noonan are in the path. It's moving east at 44 miles per hour. The warning for the tornado is in effect until 9:15. So if you are in Crosby or along the Highway 5 corridor, this is where it's dangerous. Travelers don't necessarily have the TV to watch. And if you have Hutch's weather app, it's going to get you this alert while you're driving down the road, as long as you're allowing the app to track your location even when the app is off. Very important. Let's go ahead and take a look at real radar data. This is smoothed radar data like you might see on TV. You will see on many websites. You'll see on many apps. It's okay. It does a good job of showing where the basis is. But if you want real updated stuff, we're going to a single site radar site here. We're going to pull up the closest radar to this particular storm, which is just outside of the Minot area at Deering. This radar here should give us a better view into the storm. The only closer radar is all the way out in Glasgow, Montana. What we're looking at here, a little notch taken out of the storm. We just got a wind gust report south of Crosby. It just came on. Did you see that icon show up? Let's see what that says. This says that we have measured 3 meters above the ground, a wind gust of 65 miles per hour. So gusty straight line winds are severe. 58 miles per hour makes it severe. That's our definition as meteorologists. When is it severe? And south, this area here that's pooching out towards the Highway 5 corridor, that's the windy part of the storm. Very gusty straight line winds. What about the shear and the rotating part of the storm? We're going to look at something called SRV, storm relative velocity. It factors in the motion of the storm. Where we see greens next to reds, that would indicate that we have some rotation. You can see this little jagged area or just kind of pixelated view. Don't worry about that. That doesn't mean Hutch doesn't have great quality equipment here. What it does mean is I can see every single pixel of data, and that's what I want. I do not want it smooth. If it was smooth, I wouldn't see this. Do you see this area here? Bright reds, motion away from Deering. Bright greens, motion toward Deering. Here is the Doppler indicated tornado on this storm. It is just miles south, a couple of miles. I'm going to guess like 3 or 4, but we don't have to guess. We're going to measure. Just straight south of Highway 5, that storm is only circulation, 3.4 miles straight south of Highway 5. If we're measuring from Crosby, let me redo the line here. Pardon me while I reload. Okay, so if we're measuring from Crosby, that rotation is 4.6 miles to the southeast of Crosby. Now, based on the information that we saw from the National Weather Service, I'll put that back up. This tornado warned storm is moving east at 44 miles per hour. So now we know we have some tight rotation here. This is probably what we would call a rear flank downdraft here that's coming back, heavy rain and hail bursting out, and that's why we got the curve shape to the reflectivity data we saw earlier. This is where the very strong 65 mile per hour gust came from. Boom, it went up there too. So now we have seriously strong winds working its way toward the radar here. And there is some shear on this part of the storm as well. So we could be seeing some classic spin starting to form up here. But here we've got bright on both sides. Okay, so let's just go ahead and take a look at this particular storm. It's moving east northeast at 45 miles per hour. We're going to give you an idea of when it will be in your area there in Noonan. So here it is. This is the rotating part of this part of the storm. Moving northeast at 45. You're going to see me go over 45 here for a reason, because it takes about 6 minutes for a Doppler radar to complete a sequence of scans. And I don't want to tell you it's going to get there too late. I'd rather have it estimate a little early. 8:56. That storm will be in Noonan. If you are in Noonan, you should be seeking shelter in the interior room of a sturdy structure. You have about 9 to 10 minutes to get to that sturdy structure before the rotating part of the storm arrives in your area. Get out of things like manufactured homes, mobile homes, modular homes, anything that is not securely attached to the foundation. You should seek shelter in something that provides more sturdy support. Once you get into a sturdy structure, get to the lowest floor possible. If you happen to be in a basement, think of the flying debris as the stuff that's dangerous in a tornado. So you want to stay below the level of the ground, because down below the ground, the debris ain't going to get you. Above the ground level, you get whacked by a tree branch or anything else flying through the air. So get as low as you can on the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. Make sure you're in an interior room, and I like to tell kids I visit with, walls, walls, walls. Put as many walls between you and that outside storm as you possibly can. And that gives you the best chance for that debris not to hit you. Now, because walls can fall, or things can fly into our homes that we don't want, trees can fall onto our home, it's still a good idea to put something sturdy over your head. In my home, I have a split level. I like to get under the stairwell. That stairwell offers another layer of support should something collapse. So think of that. Get down low, protect yourself, maybe under a desk, something like that. And that is what you should be doing now in Noonan and the Highway 5 corridor of North Dakota right now. Now we're going to take a look at a couple of things here with regards to this tornado warned storm. Thank you all for joining. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. We're covering an outbreak of severe weather in parts of western North Dakota and central North Dakota right now. The threat for tornadoes is not zero, is not super duper high, but we do have a tornado warning now in effect for Crosby and Noonan. Crosby, you got a little signature right over you too on this side. Motion here in green is moving toward Deering. steering this way. The red is moving away. So there's a few areas of spin on this storm, and you can just see them as this outflow is racing out on the south side of the storm. It's causing air moving into the storm to rise faster, and there's shear along that whole boundary where this outflow boundary is gusting out. We did get one measurement of over 60 mile per hour winds right here. That's the icon that you see there. These winds are now advancing on the south side of the storm. Those are straight line winds. So again, that is what's going on there. Safety first. Seek shelter in that interior room, staying away from windows. Now, how fast is that wind showing up here? Because this wind is likely blowing straight towards people at the Deering area where the radar site is, then we're going to get a pretty good estimate of the wind speeds from the Doppler radar here and what the wind is doing above the ground. This is in cloud level. It doesn't mean this is what the wind is doing on the ground right now, but it gives us an idea of the potential that the winds could be blowing at. And where we see this bright spot, that's a 70 mile per hour gust right there. Then it's outside of the warned area for the tornado warning, but it's not outside of this big yellow box, and that's a severe thunderstorm warning. So you can expect 70 mile per hour wind potential from this on the south side of the storm, south of Noonan, down there, south of Crosby, and just south of the Highway 5 corridor. So that's Hutch analysis right there. Now we can take a look at one of the coolest features here is looking at a gust estimator. Ready? We're going to estimate some wind gusts with this system as it works its way through, because gusts are really the number one threat that we have tonight. And this, I think, is not playing fair. It might be thinking still. Sometimes I'm a little impatient. I need to let my computer think. There it is. So I just pointed out that we have that potential for some 70 mile per hour winds there. This algorithm or program is calculating the same. And now if we look at what these estimates are on the south side of the storm, it is approaching 60 miles per hour and a couple of dots a little higher than that and heading towards Powers Lake here. It's estimating an outflow chunk there could be as high as 65 to 70 miles per hour. So gusty winds on the south side making its way through. If you are in Noonan though, if you are near Crosby, a tornado warned storm is moving through this particular area. All right, thank you for allowing me to cover and catch people up with what's going on here. And I've taken a break from questions for now. Here we see a very long line of storms. Now, I asked moments ago, why does it seem like it splits when it goes around Minot? Why does it seem like it splits when it goes around my hometown of Bismarck or Fargo? This is a radar scan. A radar isn't reality of where the rain is. So know the definition first. That's important, okay? A radar beam goes out, and as it goes out away from the Deering radar site, right here by my shoulder, see it says KMBX, that's the radar call signal for Deering's radar near Minot. That radar beam goes out, and as it goes out toward the storm, it's expanding and getting wider and wider. So what it's really doing, that beam gets wider, so the energy in that beam bounces off of more raindrops farther away. And if they're big raindrops far away, you're going to get more of this big, huge red blob out there, and it looks wide. So because the radar at far away places is seeing a wider chunk, it looks like that storm is really wide. So when you're looking at a storm, you got one cell here. They're about 10 miles on average in diameter, each storm. There's one here, there's one up here, okay? So we're really looking at one storm, two storms, three storms, maybe 4, 5, 6, 7. There's a number of severe thunderstorm or thunderstorm cells in this line of storms. As it approaches, it's getting closer to the radar. And remember, the beam gets wider farther away. So as it gets closer to the radar beam is narrower and it can better depict the individual thunderstorm cells, making what looks like a long line of thunderstorms where absolutely every community in our eyes looks like they're getting hit hard or getting at least heavy rain, can get missed completely. So it's not real that the storm splits every time. That can happen. It's not a real factor of the radar. It's just a factor of the radar beam. As you get closer to Minot, we're going to watch these storms become more defined individually, and therefore it might look like one storm goes north of the radar, one goes south. And then as this line advances towards Rugby, towards Drake, towards Bottineau, okay, those areas get farther and farther away from the radar where the beam is getting wide again, which just makes it look like, wow, the storm split, went right around Minot, and then it became a solid line again on the other side. That's what happens. And thank you for allowing me to share that with you, because it's a question I get a lot. Watching from West Fargo, when can Belcourt expect the storm? So as we talked about a little bit ago here, I understand everybody's signing in at a different time, but if you see Belcourt, you're on the far right side of this warning. As we go into the evening hours, this right line expires at 11, and the Storm Prediction Center and our National Weather Service office does a good job of timing these things. So it's going to make its way into this area between about 10 and 11 o'clock. So that's my estimate. I do think that Bismarck will see it about 10 to 10:15, and we'll see how that timing's doing. Right now, we have a severe thunderstorm warning from Canada all the way straight down into South Dakota. Numerous separate warnings. Here's a little segment of storms that we'll analyze right now. Why? Is this one's moving right over the big lake out there. And again, because of the wind threat tonight, it's not a good idea to be in a camper. Make sure that you know where sturdy structure is. If you happen to be out and enjoying the great North Dakota outdoors tonight, you need to know that you need to know where some sturdy structure is. Now, if you're in Kenmore, let's go to the farther north batch of storms. Lignite, straight down to just outside of Stanley. We got multiple cells here, one big warning. Where's the wind threat? Where's the hail threat? The hail threat is where you see these little blues. Did you see the new scan come in? Moving northeast. So this little hail core is going to move between Kenmare and Berthold, and it's moving towards a Highway 52 corridor, and it's making its way in that general direction right now. You see it right there? That's the hail moving up to the northeast. And then this little cell is going to be moving up into the rural portions of areas just north of Kenmare at this time. So we have multiple cells in this area that are starting to be picked out by the Doppler radar. If I look at the warning, it does say these storms are only moving northeast at 23 miles per hour right now. So here's this little line. We'll analyze this one and where it's going and this one, and we'll do that right now together. So here we go. As we take a look at what's going on, I got to erase that, get this out of the way. Hello, there we go. Okay, so we'll go to this first Bowbells storm. If you're in Bowbells, you got a hail box right over the top of you. It's going to be moving on the west side of town and the north side of town. Now, a little lightning strike just coming in, Flaxton and Bowbells. So that cluster of storms is working its way through your neck of the woods. Here's the hail core right now, and that's right in the middle of the hail core. It's moving northeast at 26, but I'm going to go with closer to about 30 miles per hour to account for the fact that the radar takes 4 minutes to 6 minutes to do a complete scan. Bowbells, it's on you, and it will be there now. So the hail core is on its way, and it will be there now, and then it's going to be over rural portions of your county here over the next bit. So that's where that's moving. That's the only populated place that we are concerned about, and then we do have a lot of farmsteads up here where we could be getting some hail, and that hail core there, very small part of the 10-mile round thunderstorm cell. So keep that in mind. Okay, so that's that one. Now let's look at this one. Is this going to Kenmare, Donnybrook, or where is it going? Out of Palermo right now. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Here's the line of hail. And really the blue shiny area with white is the main hail core. This is also moving northeast at about 26. I'm going to increase it to about 30 miles per hour. If you're in Kenmare, 921, that storm will be in the area of you. Okay. With any luck at all, the largest hailstones will miss you and pass over the highway corridor here. And it does look like it's going to pass to the north of the Donnybrook area, but you're going to be pretty close to it there. So keep that in mind. So Donnybrook, and particularly the areas to the north and northwest of there, and Tully, if this storm continues with the same threat, that hail core will be in your neck of the woods by around 9:46. I think I zoomed in just a little bit too far there, Hutch. Okay. We'll clear that out. Now let's go out and look and analyze the next segment of storms. Notice that we have a Williston area storm here that is that's brewing up right now and intensifying a little bit. So here is a huge thunderstorm warning box, and you have some strong thunderstorms on the backside. It does not mean when a big warning like this is issued that every single one of these cells is severe. And that's why sometimes when you issue a big warning like this, that it gets a little confusing, because not everybody's going to get severe weather. But because so many areas could see some very gusty winds with these storms, they put out a huge area warning. So that's just the long and short of it. As we take a look at these storms in this area of this big warning, let's take a look at the hail tracker and see where the hail cores are and how much or how large the hail might be. Largest hail between Kenmare and Lignite right now, as we take a look at that hail core, we could be talking about 1 1/4 to maybe 1 inch diameter hail. Get down on this cell that's moving in the general direction of you folks towards Kenmare. That's 1 inch diameter hail, maybe a little bit bigger. Down by Partial, the hail core there, about 1.1 inches estimated. This guy here, with this updraft that's rotating and huge gusts of wind, we're talking about 1 1/4 inch diameter hail possible from that cell that's just south of Noonan. That gives you an idea that not all of these cells that you see here are severe with hail potential. There's a huge gusty wind potential with that storm though, as it makes its way through. So going off hail alone, as we look at this Partial, you have a hail core there, and between Halliday as well as Beulah, and as you go into Beulah Bay here and Hazen Bay, we're seeing that this line of hail producing storms is making its way through. So as we go in and take a look at this Partial cell, what's the hail core like there? I'm seeing some 1 to maybe 1 1/4 inch diameter hail potential with this cell as it's moving to the northeast. Let's see how fast it's moving to the northeast. This hail core is moving northeast at 23 miles per hour. I'll do an analysis on the hail core that is presently here, and we'll take a look at that and see where it could be heading. Northeast, 23 miles per hour. So we'll go up to about 27, 28. Boom, Plaza, about 917. That hail core will be very close to you. It's moving directly towards your area right now. And again, if you're asking or watching from Minot, this is the line of storms that's moving in the direction. They're moving northeast towards you at 23 miles per hour, just so that you have a clear idea. The hail core from Minot, particularly on the Highway 2 corridor here on the west side of town, is 37 miles away. It's moving at 20 to 25 miles per hour, so 1 hour and a half to 2 hours away. We're kissing 9 o'clock p.m. here, Central Daylight Time. So 2 hours would be about 11 o'clock getting to Minot. This not speeding up like some of these storms can sometimes do. All right, let's take a look down to the south, and we're looking at hail. Hebron here, as you go through that area, we got a hot spot on the radar. And if you happen to be in and around the Hebron area right now, let's see, what do we got for it? Let's see, do I have a, okay. All right. Not able to ask questions right now. There we go. All right. So in and around Hebron. Now this one has a little bit higher, 1 1/2 inch diameter hail just north of your area. And that's moving off to the northeast as well. As I take a look at the speed of that particular cell moving, look at this, moving northeast at 49 miles per hour. So some of these cells are moving a heck of a lot faster than some of the other thunderstorm cells. So moving at closer to 50 or 45 miles per hour. Here's this hail core. And it's going to be moving in the general direction of Beulah. So let's put this at 50 miles per hour. So Beulah, about 9:30, this hail core could be pushing its way towards you. Stanton by 9:49, and Pick City there on the edges of the Lake Sakakawea area, 9:58 is the estimated ETA of arrival for that cluster of storms. So let me see if I can clear that. Okay, so that is a look at what we have going down right now as far as the hail goes, but wind is also a threat. Notice that we got some thunderstorm warnings now that are approaching Morton County, the Bismarck-Mandan area, as well as much of the area of the Missouri River Valley south of Bismarck. So we do have a warning here for Flasher, Grant County, 70 mile per hour gusts, 1 inch diameter hail. So the gust is the main threat right now from that line of storms. And we can kind of see here that there's not a big hail presence inside this polygon area here. So we'll turn on the regular radar to see a little bit more detail about what's going on with these storms. And I'm going to turn to the radar in Bismarck so we get right up into the storm. This is where we start to see the effect where the radar is picking out an individual cell here, here, here. It's closer, right? It's at the airport right out there outside of Lincoln and in South Bismarck and in the valley there. And these storms are getting closer. So now we're starting to see that, oh, there are individual storms here, and it might split and go around our different communities. So having a radar close to your community can help us as meteorologists depict what's really going on here. So there's that core of hail in the Hebron area that's moving up into the general vicinity of Beulah. Now we do have some stout thunderstorm activity. I see this backwards C shape right here, and that would indicate we could be getting some very gusty winds at the apex of that bowing segment, which is right here. And here is a look at a wind report, so we'll take a gander at that and see what it says. 66 mile per hour gusts measured by an end-on station there at 8:38 here. So that's what went through the areas just south of Interstate 94, south and southwest of Hebron. Then as we take a look here down towards Elgin, looks like a little bit heading in towards Lath, as well as Carson. We got a couple of thunderstorm cells here. Could have some hail. Gusty wind is going to be a big threat. Look at the jagged features that the radar is able to detect on these individual thunderstorm cells here now that are forming. In the Mott area, there was a thunderstorm gust in Mott of 70 miles per hour at 8:07, so about 1 hour ago. So the gusty wind will be the main threat from these. This line of storms is moving off to the northeast at 52 miles per hour. So with that kind of movement, and I'll see if I can let it load up a loop here over the next little bit while it's thinking. Okay, so these storms again are moving right along the Lemon, South Dakota area and through there. You can see the whole line is moving east, okay, but it's moving east at a fairly slow clip. The individual cells themselves are moving northeast. I hope that makes sense. But this whole line is pushing off to the east. We're seeing this faded little green echo box right here. See those little green? What is that? Well, when we get gusty storms pushing out, rain-cooled air hits the ground and spreads out ahead of the storm. It's called a gust front. So we're seeing some indications of a gust front moving through Carson. In Carson, did you notice a wind change in the central Grant County area moments ago? This might indicate that you saw a cloud roll right over the area with a big gust of wind from the west and cooling effect of that. So there could be gusty winds hitting areas like Lath and Carson and heading out towards Flasher here in due time. But again, this movement of this particular part of the cell is moving off to the northeast at 52 miles per hour. If we read a little more carefully here, the threats are for considerable damage due to dangerous winds, gusts of 70 miles per hour and 1-inch hail. Those are the main threats. Again, an northeasterly movement at 72 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and clock this whole line of storms. But please know that when I clock this whole line of storms, I'm not saying that every community is going to be hit by the worst of the severe weather event. So let's go ahead and take the leading edge of the radar data here. Let's see. There it is. It might not let me do it while it's looping, so I'll get to the latest scan here. There we go. Now it'll let me. Okay, so we'll just draw a line along the leading edge. That's a long leading edge, right? Look at that. Not one thunderstorm, it's multiple thunderstorms. Each individual cell is moving in a northeasterly direction at about 52 miles per hour. So we'll put it this way. And it does look like the estimated time of arrival for this storm, this line of storms with the individual clusters moving northeast, Lath, 9:10. It looks like 9:13 for Carson, Morristown 9:13, 9:29 for Flasher, Mandan 9:52, and Bismarck 9:56. So we'll see if that pans out. It might be a little bit later, in my humble opinion, for Bismarck, Mandan, but we'll just keep our eyes on that because it's advancing east a little slower than these individual cells are moving to the north and east. So that is it. So it is on the docket now, if you will, for the neighborhoods in and around Bismarck, Mandan, Fort Lincoln, and as we head down in towards parts of southern Morton County here. So Almont, Flasher, New Salem, and as you get down towards Lake Chida, you're getting some activity making its way in. New Salem, Sioux, you got this batch right here pushing its way in. Now, with the Bismarck radar, we can look and see, I like to do this, the velocity signature from these storms. This is looking at velocity. These winds will be coming at us from the west-southwest. There is another feature, that's that outflow boundary I was talking about. This is a low roll cloud that's showing up on the radar, and that is where the leading edge of the outflow is. Radar's looking right into the winds that are blowing right towards Bismarck. These gusts of wind will come at you from the west or southwest. So that's how those winds are going to be coming in, provided we don't get a racer in that's moving in a different direction. So what does that mean? That means that what you're seeing, this little faint line out here, that little faint line is, well, winds blowing in this direction. Where there is that bowing line shape to this, you can kind of see just a little bit of bow there. That's often where we see some of the strongest winds. We're looking at velocities where the Doppler radar can measure how fast the winds are blowing toward the radar. So let's go ahead and take a look at that right now and ask the radar, how fast is this wind coming along I-94? 60 mile per hour gusts. This is above the ground, not necessarily what's hitting the ground. We do have some measurements of wind, though, that are showing up to be as high as 60 and 70 miles per hour. So keep that in mind. So we'll go ahead. We got a new scan in. Let's go ahead and peruse the data here and see if we see any areas. Okay, we do have some hot pockets in here of 60 plus mile per hour showing up as we go in. So there are some hot spots in these little green spikes, it looks like, as we go through. We're seeing some 60 plus mile per hour gusts in there. So that's what's heading towards Almont, New Salem, Sioux, right now, 60 plus mile per hour gusts as the storm makes its way in. So that's kind of a handy tool to have. I also have my gust tracker here, where it actually does some calculations to try to estimate that. Sometimes I like to look at the Doppler velocities just to get a raw look at that, but it's doing some calculating here on the wind gust potential with the cells as they work their way through. And I'll have to just wait for a second for this to do its calculations and come back to an answer for those estimated wind gusts on the algorithm here. I'm waiting. I think it doesn't want to wait. Okay, there's the radar. Now we see a little hail core too, by the way, just south of Hebron. Okay, there's the latest radar. All right, so now let's see if I can get the wind gust estimator. Thinking, there it is. Give it a second. Okay, so this is estimating wind gusts on the 55 to 60 mile per hour range. So what I'm seeing so far on the data from these storms as we've gone through the peak heating time of the day and the peak severe time of the day, I have not seen a development of these 90 to 100 mile per hour winds yet. That's a good sign. So we'll take that as a win. We do have in and around Hebron and on up towards Beulah some areas that could be seeing gusts over 60 to 70 miles per hour along that leading edge. Plaza moving in north of the Lake Sakakawea area and over the lake itself. Some peak gusts as you see my little tracker here. 65, 70 mile per hour spots that we could have some really big winds. Plaza, just in your area here, we got 66 to 70 mile per hour wind potential. So if we look at that, that's right near Makoti, right near Partial, making its way through 70 mile per hour gusts estimated as a potential from that cell that's working its way through there. Checking back up on the Northland here, from the Crosby area, the tornado warning has been dropped for Crosby, but there's still this tiny little sliver of a tornado warning there. So while that is still up, let's go ahead and take a look at the single site radar data. Let's take a look at the velocity data, storm relative, and then I'm going to go to the closest radar that we have here, and that would be this one here, the Deering radar. And let's see if it'll let me. There we go. Okay, so this will be loading up. A little sliver of a tornado warning remains in effect here. We do still have motion towards Deering here and away here. So the tornadic and spinning part of the storm is making its way right through this particular area right now, and that's where the threat remains. So rural portions north of Kenmare, north of Bowbells, right at the international border, that's what's left of the tornado warning. So that is what's going on right now. I still see that out in Wyoming. We have a hailer out here. So let's go ahead and take a look at the composite radar scan. This will load up. So Broadus, Montana, down here in southeast Montana, the highway going out there, you're starting to see some thunderstorms populating in the area. There's one cell that has increased in intensity here. There was a report at 8:15, so almost 1 hour ago, of 1 inch diameter hail, but this is a new cell, a new warning for 1 inch hail. and some gusts as high as 60 miles per hour. The cell in concern is right here, and it's moving east, northeast, or northeast at 37 miles per hour. So in this area of Montana and on the Wyoming border here, we do have a chance at seeing some gusty winds. We did get a measurement here at 9 o'clock moments ago of 53 miles per hour. So prepare for some gusty winds from that cell as it's moving northeast at a fairly good clip. Here's what's going on. We got Sydney, parts of Sydney, Nebraska getting strong thunderstorms and severe warnings. South Dakota, we do have in northwestern parts of the state some stout thunderstorm activity, a couple of warnings right along the border there, and a lot of wind gust reports. That's what all of these blue badges are that you see on the radar data. And as I slide over them, you can see some of these reports here that are coming in 60 mile per hour, 64 mile per hour. This was in Buffalo, west of Buffalo Springs, rather, in Bowman County, North Dakota. As we go on the Montana line here, we did get some gusts around 60 miles per hour. How about near 70 miles per hour, recorded 1 mile southeast of Baker, Montana. Glendive area reporting there near Hodges, 58 mile per hour gusts. Making its way through, and right along the I-94 corridor here, we're getting some healthy gusts that are showing up 82. So that might be the hottest wind gust measurement report, 82 miles per hour. This was at 8:32, and that was a right 6 miles south of Dickinson out there in Stark County. Wind gust measured at the airport south of town. So 82 mile per hour wind gust, that's a pretty good gust of wind out there. A damaging gust of wind from that storm as well as it works its way off to the east. So the individual thunderstorm cells moving northeast, the whole line marching east. We are starting to see some areas that have this backward C shape. We call it a bow echo, like a bow and arrow. You know how that bow curves? Well, the direction that this is curving tells us a little bit about the gusty winds. So Minot getting ready for some severe weather. Bismarck getting ready for some severe weather. There is a bowing segment of these storms right here. That's where the gusts at the surface are advancing the storm a little bit quicker. I'm going to take some time right now to answer a couple of questions, and then I will likely step away for a brief bit, get a glass of water, and come on back to cover these and watch them through places like Minot and Bismarck, Mobridge if they get there, but definitely as we look into northeast South Dakota, Bison. This area has been seeing some significant rain from Buffalo to Bison for the last, since we started speaking here in the 7 o'clock hour. So I will take a look at the storm total precipitation estimates here. This is going to load up, and I am concerned that we've had some slow moving storms in this area. Here you go. So this little batch and area here south of Buffalo, South Dakota, not far from Belfouche as you look into the area here, that's a healthy dose of rain. Now hail can mess these up just a little bit, but let's take a look at what the radar estimates are. I love these estimates for the simple fact that they can show us what has fallen in between rain gauge in all likelihood. It's not a guarantee to be 100% accurate. And like I said, hail can skew it too high. But this says some areas picking up 1.5 to 2 inches of rain as you go between Buffalo and Bison. And so in these purple colors, those are the hot spots here. So we got nearly an inch just north and west of Hettinger. We have a little bubble right there that made its way in. I have about 3/4 of an inch of rainfall there. Moving through western Morton County, south of Hebron, we're getting 3/4 of an inch to an inch of rain. And there's a hot spot south of Watford City. So basically, the North Park of Theodore Roosevelt Park is seeing some beneficial rain as you go up between Medora and Watford City. Highway 85 here, 2 to 3 inches of rain. And with the terrain out here, if you've ever been out here, it's beautiful. And there is carved out by the Little Missouri River there, some beautiful country and terrain. That water moves faster there than it does in the Fargo area. So watch out. There could be some flooding concerns and some fast moving water if indeed we did get 2 to 3 inches of rain in a fairly short amount of time. Northeast Montana, so we're going right through Poplar, Brockton, Montana, seeing a little bit north of town there. So as we go up there, estimates of rain, isolated areas picking up heavy doses, upwards of 1 inch of rain north of Highway 2. Culbertson not getting so much, where you see that light blue. This is that fact that Hutch was saying, that even though the radar looks like a solid wall of thunderstorms, we're going to have places that get missed. And this graphic helps us see who got and who was left without, right? So we do have plenty of areas here as we take a peek out in Montana. Culbertson south to areas north of Terry. Circle picking up a good amount to Wolf Point-ish. There were some bands in there. And west of Wolf Point, as you go out towards Fort Peck, chance for some of those areas to pick up some neat amounts of rain as well, as badly needed in a lot of this area as well. So Fraser, Nashua, there's Glasgow, and you get down south towards Fort Peck itself, and we're seeing about 1/4 of an inch to maybe 3/10 of an inch to over 1/2 of an inch in a few spots out there. So that's what we have going on. And now as we take a look over here, we don't see anything in the central Dakotas yet for estimated rainfall. Look what's going on in southern Minnesota here as well. These little rainers down here have been producing some significant rain and steady eddy flows of showers in some areas with multiple rounds of showers. Looks like near St. James, Tracy, and south of Montevideo here, we got some really good gully washers there. And look what's moving in. So if you're in Osakis and out towards Alexandria and Grant County, and this is all off in that Dalton area, some really beneficial rain there, about 2/10 to 4/10 of an inch of rain south of Alexandria, and not far from you folks in Morris and Benson. We could see a few pockets there with elevated estimates of rainfall as well. Look at Wilmer, 8/10 of an inch. Look at Glencoe out here, some in this area picking up some healthy amounts. And no relation here. Hutchinson must have been named after some other person named Hutch, but about 1 inch of rain south of there. LeSueur down towards Owatonna, big time heavy producer here. Look at this, Blooming Prairie. This is estimating 5 to 6 inches of rain in this particular vicinity here. So now, let's take a look at these questions and then we'll see what's going on. Thank you so much for watching on my YouTube channel. Would you take a minute to pound the like button if you like the content you're seeing here, and hit the subscribe button. I'd love to have you on board as well. Hutch's Weather, if you're just joining the broadcast here, I've been covering weather in the Northern Plains for the better part of 30 years as a chief meteorologist on broadcast television. And now I'm streaming for you for the last almost 3 years this summer. Hutch's Weather is growing exponentially thanks to you and your word of mouth. So if you do like the content, hitting the like helps me out. Hitting the loves, the hearts, everything you can. This will help the algorithm spread the video out to more and more people in the impacted area here as we go through the night tonight. I'll be happy to cover for you. And if you ask questions, I'll be happy to do my best to see those. I don't always see all of them, but I'll address the ones I can. So I'll address a couple of questions right now coming in, and we'll go from there. So we'll keep you updated as these storms approach the Highway 83 corridor between Minot and Bismarck and the gusty winds that they're producing. Thank you so much for hitting those hearts. I love it. Argyle Dragon, love that too. My friends at the Argyle Dragon have a wonderful, wonderful site set up on YouTube. Go over there, search for Argyle Dragon, or you can put a link in there to your page, Argyle Dragon, and then that makes it easy for everybody in the comments section that's here right now. That link would be wonderful. You made me a song. Oh man, I can't wait to see this. The Argyle Dragon is a camera that operates when we have northern lights up here or storms, and it can come in real handy for seeing what's going on. It's located in Argyle, Minnesota, in the northwestern quadrant of the state. So thanks to you all over there for letting Hutch use your content and see it to help keep people ahead of the weather and provide some beautiful views of the northern lights. So I'll check my email when I get a chance. I went from planting flowers and spitting dust out of my teeth from the wind and blowing dust around here to covering storms here. So that's how I get. Hey, Sandy says, just uploaded your app. Thank you for keeping us up to date. Thanks. And let me know where you're watching from. Kim and Carol, thank you so much. I couldn't do it without your support. And folks like Kim and Carol here with a nice gift on my YouTube channel, helping keep Hutch's Weather going strong into the future. And we're not stopping here, folks. We've added a website, we've added a weather app, and it's gonna continue to grow as we move forward. Big time plans here on Hutch's Weather, and I couldn't do it without you. I couldn't do it without your ideas, because from the get-go, when I started covering weather on my own here about 2.5 years ago, I asked you, what time do you want it? Where do you want it? What do you like? How do you like the video to look? So here's what we got. We got severe thunderstorm warning now for Minot. Severe thunderstorm warning just outside of Mandan. Severe thunderstorm warnings for Sioux County here along the Cannonball River. We got it all happening right now in western, and now it's moving into central North Dakota. Good news. Number one on the good news is this. We have not seen 120 mile per hour wind gusts yet. That's a blessing, right? It's good. The hail was upwards of 3 inches. Now that we're losing our daytime heating and the sun is setting on our day, that risk for the real huge hail should diminish in the next couple of hours. That's my humble opinion, and the models back that up, and the watch expires here in 2 hours. So we'll keep our eyes on that. We got some real hot spots up here in southern parts of Manitoba and Saskatchewan right now. So if you're in that neighborhood of Estevan, we got some heaters up in your neck of the woods right now. So that's what's going on there. I see, let me clear this out. I'm looking at another piece of content over here. Looks like we've got ourselves what looks like a tornado warning. So this little box here, the tornado warning here, that's continued for our neighbors in parts of Saskatchewan here. So we'll go over there and cover that. Our neighbors in Canada, we love you guys. And I don't know where you get your television broadcasts from, but I'm here to help. If you have a question, this is east of Estevan. So let me put this up on the screen so you can appear and peer at this with me. Here we go. Now, as we, pardon me, my eyeballs need to adjust, it takes longer the older I get. I'm really sorry about that. Okay, we're going to go to single site radar. This one, I go to this model because it has a better look for our neighbors in Canada here. More cities show up on my map. Here's Estevan. Look at all the lightning there. Are you hearing it, Estevan? Look at that. Lightning now blossoming. Here's what's left of the tornado warning to the north and east of you folks in Bowbells. That's it. And the lower 48 right here. And then this orange box is a tornado warning for you folks. Oops, moving the wrong screen here. So pardon me. There we go. Okay, now let me go back over here. Zooming in, we are looking at Oxbow, and behind my melon over here is Carnduff. Okay, so if you're in these areas, you are in a tornado warning. Now this radar, you can see the radar in Regina, no good. We can't see much from it. So I'm going to go ahead and turn on the Deering radar here in the United States because it's closer and it'll help us see what there is to be seen on this storm. So now we're looking at velocity in the storm. Now the tornado warned part of the storm is right north of this box. It's in the orange area here. We're looking for greens and reds next to each other. I see that, but I'm going to get storm relative velocity. So bear with me while I pull that up. There we go. Okay, so this will give us an idea. It's going to add or subtract motion of the storm in. This is motion away from Deering. This is motion towards. So what I am seeing here is we have shear here. This is where the rotation is right here. Now, I do want to point this out. The warning means you should be seeking shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor of a very sturdy structure. Get out of an RV, get out of a camper, get out of a tent, get out of things like that, and seek sturdy structure. Here's some good news though. Do you see this little gray line in the middle? That means the rotation is broad. I mean, there is a zero velocity marker in between here. So we got wind moving away, and then way over here we got wind blowing towards Deering. If these were right next to each other, bright reds and bright greens, that's the kind of shear that you get from a tornado. So this is more broad rotation. But remember, we're looking at this from Deering, North Dakota, just outside of Minot, North Dakota, and it's a little ways away from the radar. So it's well above the ground. We are not looking at the bottom of the cloud where a tornado might form and where we would see a funnel cloud. So this is the best data we can have. This is the best estimate of where Hutch says that we have the rotation. So where exactly is that? Well, let me get out my little toolbox here, and we can see it's right over the Oxbow area. So motion towards, motion away, boom, right in this area here is where the rotation is. Outside of it's heading in the general direction of you folks in Glen Ewan. But I do want to point out that this whole storm is kind of moving to the north and east. So this rotating portion of the storm should be moving north of the highway here shortly. So that covers you in parts of Saskatchewan there, just outside of Estevan right now. Solid line of storms, Minot. You got them on the doorstep here. Let's get a look at this. This is a straight up and down. I got to get to the right radar view here. Straight up and down line of storms. We got a bowing segment right here. There's a gust or burp of wind out of this storm just north of this area of Highway 2 here, and it's heading towards Glenburn. So that is a very gusty part of the storm. Now, as we go down a little bit closer to what's going on here, got to switch my thing. There we go. So Berthold right here, you got the thunderstorms moving into town right now. You should be bracing for gusty wind. That's the #1 threat for the storm. We'll go ahead and read what the National Weather Service has to say. It's heading right towards Minot and right towards Surrey. We're going to analyze exactly when. 1-inch diameter hail, possible. That's the max hail size expected by the National Weather Service forecast office. Here's your main threat, gusty winds. Now, the whole solid line, everybody, everywhere, is not going to see 70-mile-per-hour winds. But we cannot tell you where and when exactly that burp of wind is going to come out of the storm, and it's going to hit the trees in your yard. So what we want you to do is seek shelter away from windows here. And do know that there is considerable damage threat once we get to gusts over 60 miles per hour or 70 miles per hour. Big time tree branches can break, fall on power lines, crash through your window, crash through your roof. So stay away from those exterior walls. If you have a basement, it's not a bad idea to get there because it offers more protection from things like falling branches into your home. Now, keep in mind, it's moving east at 35 miles per hour. This will help old Hutcherooski here analyze for you when it will be in your neck of the woods. But I'm going to analyze this in segments. Let's take the segment from here near Beulah, where looks like we just got a gust report here. So in Beulah, we got a gust report of 76 miles per hour. So these gusts are now getting higher than they were a little bit earlier. We were seeing 50, 60, 70. I did see an 80+ mile per hour one within the last hour as well. So keep in mind, big time gusts have just blasted through Beulah. Now, this is a local storm report. This was a network observation from the NDON site, North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network, and reports of tree damage in Hazen from these. I'd like to take a moment to remind you, you can be part of Hutch's Weather right now too by uploading photos of damage when it's safe to do so to my website, hutchesweather.com/pics. So you can put that in the comments, or you use my app and directly hit the viewer photos section and upload right from your device. Helps us all see what's coming through the region, and we'll take you on a little tour of that. The heaviest hail potential is going to be up here right over the big lake. So Lake Sakakawea right now, we have big time hail potential from 1, 2, 3 separate storms up there. Hail potential has been hovering about 1 inch to 1.5 inches here as we head towards sunset. Gusty straight line winds, but we're going to measure this motion moving off to the east, heading towards Garrison. Let's go to this section of the storm right now. So if you happen to be in this part of the storm over the lake, on the south shore, the north shore, Garrison, these areas here, this line of the storm moving in your general direction looks like this. Boom, shaka, laka. Oop, are you going to let me keep drawing? Okay, there we go. All right. Let's see. We're looking at, let me just double check this. I am going to double check the speed it's moving at. Speed at 60. I got to back up and redo that. 60 miles per hour. So the storm is speeding up. Remember, we talked about this moments ago. Okay, so we're just looking at the Lake Sakakawea part of this storm. Moving northeast at 60. That's fast. Okay, so you don't have a lot of time to prepare if you're on this first list of cities right in here. It's moving at 60 miles per hour. Pick city by 9:40. You have 10 minutes to get your hatches battened down. I'm not tracking the hail core. I'm tracking the leading edge of the heavy rain, and the gusts might arrive a little bit before this, called the gust front. So keep that in mind. So be ready between 9:35, 9:40. Garrison 9:42. Riverdale on the order of 9:43. It will be near you. As we get out towards Max here, right on the Highway 83 corridor, we're looking at 9:51. Keefe and Balfour out on the other side of 1020 as we go out on the back side of the storm system. So this one's going to be moving over the entire area near the dam, and also as we go up all the way out towards Garrison and Max. So keep that in mind. Number one threat, very gusty winds. There have been some recorded wind gusts over 70 miles per hour from this storm now, so it's really picking up its intensity. 76 miles per hour right here outside of Beulah. Let's see what that little one says. How about 85 miles per hour in Zap, 921, just 10 minutes ago. Zap got zapped by a big-time gust of wind, 11 miles north-northwest of Zap from the End-On network. Now we go to the End-On network, because why dance around all night with that? Here is a look at the End-On sites in North Dakota, and we're going to look at the peak wind gusts together here. So here we go. Here's the line of storms. 86 mile per hour peak gust right here. So you're looking at Mercer County right here on the shores of Lake Sakakawea. As you go here, 79 mile per hour gusts. So there is the heater part of the storm. Up by Crosby, Stills, and other places, not Nash, 74 mile per hour gust reported up there in the northwesternmost part of North Dakota. As these storms exited Medora and started rocking through Stark County, and we're going into the areas, McKenzie County and all these areas here, we were talking about Grassy Butte area, 70 mile per hour gusts in and around there. Mandan, not yet, it's on the way. Minot, not yet, it's on the way. Rugby, it's on the way. And as we look up here, we do have the Kenmare area seeing some gusts heading your way as well. So this is really picking up in its intensity right here in North Dakota. Now, what does it look like? Let's go here. Thanks again to my friends at the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network. All these green dots are cameras. We can look right now at what's going on. Beulah, Hazen. It's getting dark, so I can't guarantee what we're going to see here, but let's take a look-see and see what we got. Now, as we go ahead, and I haven't had enough coffee yet, I guess I'm talking a little fast. Just let me know. I'll slow it down. Here's Hazen. Look at this. That is a woolly gosher, a gully washer. That's a lot of rain. It's very, 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 very rainy there. We can't see the structure of the storm. It's raining too hard. That's a front row seat right there, thanks to our friends at the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network. Well, basically headlined and home headquartered here in the Fargo Moorhead area at NDSU, Pick City. Oh my gosh, this is a great shot. Okay, I can't tell you what we're looking at here. This looks like a gust of dust, but could it be an outflow of 80 mile per hour winds? You betcha. Is it rotating? It's impossible to tell from a still picture that we have rotation here, okay? But it is a gust dust. Pick City, 8 miles southwest. We're watching it live right now or in real time. This photo was uploaded at 9:25, and right now Hutch's watch says 9:34. A gust of dust ripping through the fields here. This is ample enough information for you to know that as this line approaches your area, get in a sturdy structure. Now, these winds will be coming towards you from the west. If you happen to be in a camper, get out, find sturdy structure. If your camper's parked and the long side of the camper is going to take the wind from the west, it's very easy to tip a camper once we get into and above 55 to 60 mile per hour winds. So keep that in mind. Do not weather these storms in a structure like that. Pick City, again, you're looking at the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network in Pick City or near Pick City, a gust of dust rocking across the prairies there near and around Lake Sakakawea. Let's look at another one out here. This is Zap, got zapped by 80 plus mile per hour winds. We saw that moments ago. There's the structure of the storm. You're looking to the northwest now from this view. Again, if you're looking northwest, the storm's already moved through and it's on the right-hand side of the screen here, but we can certainly see the rain downdrafts there. Look at that. Boy, that's wheat, right? I think that's wheat. That wheat's looking pretty good, nice and tall. We don't need no hail now. So that's what I'm saying right now. We're all thinking good, positive vibes and thoughts here. No hail on our crops, please. We don't need that nonsense. Ain't nobody got time for that. Now, as we take you up into and around this storm as it's fast moving, here's center, looking southwest, dark skies, no evidence of big time walls of dust there, and we're looking in the correct direction to the west. Now, as we look a little bit farther outside, let's go to Turtle Lake here, and this is, whoa, look at them darkening skies out there. It's seeing different levels of clouds, right over the top of us. cloud deck is high up above the ground, but off in the distance, you can see it's a ground hugger, folks. A lot of moisture working its way through, providing that storm some energy, and maybe even some striations around the lines of storms going through, maybe evidence of some mimosas trying to form on the leading edge. So now we just timed this storm out, and we'll keep this camera group handy here to come back and look. And thank you so much for your reports, for uploading your photos to hutchesweather.com, which I am loading up right now. I like to keep that sucker right here so I can see when I get new pictures loaded in. So I'll keep my eyes on that. Now you keep uploading your photos, and let's talk a little bit more about this line of storms heading in towards the Minot area as we're blasting this through with timing. Is this information helpful to you? Are you watching? And let me know where you're watching from. Drop it in the comments now. Now we just timed this as it's making its way towards Riverdale and Garrison. Look at these fingers blasting out like that. That's clear signs moving towards center that we got some gusty winds associated with those storms as they're working their way out. So that's two things to keep in mind. Now, as we go up a little bit north of this, and we're heading up in the Minot direction here, whoopsies, let's go up this way, and let's go from Makoti on out to Minot and time this for you here. And now, as we do look, we do have, let's go from Carpio, Berthold, all the way down to Makoti and near Garrison. Again, 50 plus miles per hour. We'll double check this. Delax 942. It's on your doorstep right now. So batten down the hatches, batten down the trampoline. This is the kind of winds that will take your kid's trampoline and send it a county to the east, okay? Because these gusts are serious business, and those can do serious damage. Garrison 947, 930, and 948 for you folks in and around Burlington. As we look at Minot and Max, they arrive at about the same time, 9:55. As we look at the clock there, Highway 83, 9:55, and it's going to be live, making its way into your area. And this is assuming my timing is correct with the speed here. So let me just double check this. This says 60 miles per hour. I did it at 55. So it's going to be a little bit faster than this. Picking up speed. So again, prepare early, because the gust of wind sometimes arrives a little earlier than this anyways, the outflow at the surface. Glenburn 959, 1003 for Surrey as it works its way through. And then Sawyer, 1007, and Velva, 1013 for you, as Pedro's ripping down the stairs right now, trying to check on old Hutcherooski here and seeing if I need a cup of coffee. Yes, Pedro, that would be nice. Okay, thank you. For the meantime, all right, we got water, we're good. All right, now let's go ahead and clear this out. So now we time that out for the Minot area. And again, these storms can accelerate. This is a very flat line here. Usually we start to see this bowing segment for the real windiest of areas, and that concurs with the 70 to 90 mile per hour winds now that we're measuring with this storm as it's moving through the Lake Sakakawea area. Okay, if you have boats out here on the eastern edges of Lake Sakakawea, you may want to get them off. These gusts are going to be terrible. You don't want to get stuck, though. These are moving fast, 60 miles per hour. Mohall, there's another curved segment to the storm up there. Let's go up north of Minot and track that segment of this storm. The tornado warning has been expired for the northernmost reaches north of Bowbells. Not speaking to Canada at this particular juncture. I'll have to look for you guys again. Sherwood down to Mohall, there's that curved area, usually at this apex of the bow right here by Lansford. That's where we may have some of the gustiest of the wind, and we'll take a look together at how fast this is moving. Again, the National Weather Service has a huge polygon box drawn around this for movement east at 35 miles per hour. These individual cells can change their motion just a little bit. So let's track this line of storms right here. Sherwood, Mohall, Carpio, Berthold, and now we'll go out here and we'll move east. This one said 30 miles per hour. We'll do about 35. Here we go. Sherwood, 943. These line of storms will be moving into your kitchen. So there we go. Then here near Mohall is where I think we might have some problems, and that's coming in now. So very gusty winds there. Let me know in Mohall what you got all the way out towards Carpio. So we go down towards Burlington, 956. This segment of the storms will be pushing in toward the Minot area on the north side, particularly near the base. As we go to 1004, Max Bass, Surrey, and West Hope on the outsides if it maintains its strength. And we got a new scan in here where it's really, see, it just jumped that far. I think it's moving faster than 35 miles per hour now. So that's a couple of things to note. Double check that. Now along this leading edge, it's kind of looking and blowing. The winds are going to be from the west. Here's the radar. The radar is looking right into it. So the radar can only measure the speed of the wind exactly toward the radar. And when the winds are blowing right into the radar, we got a radar, luckily, in the right spot to measure actual velocity. So now we're going to look at actual velocity that the radar is seeing from the Deering area as we're looking at, here's your gust front. Can you see this little line that's forming out here? That means the wind is skipping out ahead, and you're going to get the wind line here in Minot. So on the west side of town right now, in Minot on the Highway 2 corridor, here's the gust front making its way into town right now. Boom, it's gone through Burlington, and this may be showing up above you and above Highway 2 as a cloud that's just rolling into town and looking all mean, Eugene, and that's what it might look like. So let's see how fast these winds are. These are not necessarily what's hitting the ground. This is what the radar is seeing up at cloud level, and we're measuring wind gusts on this north side of the cells here of about 50 miles per hour. So that should be pretty good estimates of the wind speeds up here. That doesn't mean that if a storm collapses that we won't see a gust stronger than that, but it seems to me I'm seeing stronger winds down here by Lake Sakakawea than we're seeing on the north side of this warning box. It is still a thunderstorm warning. We still have a risk for huge winds. I will take you right now to take a look at what's going on with those wind gusts right now. And we're going to look at the ENDON site here once again, because it's a really dense network. And I'm going to look at the winds now as opposed to peak gusts. So here's current gusts. Look at this. Big time right over Lake Sakakawea. But as we head up towards Minot, there's a little lull in this area. It's showing up nicely on the Doppler radar data. It doesn't mean one of those cells might not burp out a wind of ridiculousness. So you still should be seeking shelter. But right now, the big burps are coming out right over the big lake and then up along the international border as we sneak up there north of Minot. So keep that in mind. So that's what's going on with current gusts right now. Dickinson quieting down 7 miles per hour. Thanks for watching Hutch's Weather. If you're just joining right now, continuous coverage on big time storms that have produced near 90 mile per hour winds over Lake Sakakawea, 74 in Crosby, straight on down through Stark County here on the eastern half as you go north of, say, Richardson and Taylor, 70 miles per hour there. Then you get down here, as you go down that enchanted highway down there outside of Regent, we had some big time gusts in and around there. And that's where the storms are now. We did get some rockin' gusts through Crosby at 74 miles per hour as we went through. And now we're going to take a look at those cameras again as the storm approaches the west side of Minot. I'm curious to see what those clouds are looking like. What are you seeing? Yes, explain everything, but is Fargo getting anything? Larry, thank you for your question. There will be a chance of some morning time storms in Fargo. And if you miss this part, that's okay. I'm happy to answer your questions when I can. On the eastern side of the state, it depends. We are seeing this storm increase in intensity here over Lake Sakakawea. If it gets organized, it can last into the late night hours. Many of the models have this turning south and going south of Fargo, but we will see. Because sometimes these derechos, if it indeed becomes one of those, by definition, it's a long ways from that. But the bottom line is that these gusts can sometimes persist deep into the night. The main threat for us will be some gusts, but maybe not this strong. And the threat for us will be some rain, but some models have nothing. So in other words, I'm saying there is a chance that we'll get some thunderstorms tonight, but our chance of severe storms in Fargo, very low at this point. If this becomes a derecho and it starts marching east, those things can sometimes travel across multiple states as we go through a few hours of time overnight. So keep that in mind. And I appreciate your question. Thanks so much. Maisie, thank you for keeping everyone safe. I'm doing my best, but that's up to you, making sure that you're heeding warnings and seeking shelter and going through your plans now. If you're in central North Dakota, Bismarck, Mandan, up towards Minot, if you're in any lakes out here, Green Lake down here by Wishick, if you're out camping, please take a moment and find the closest safe, sturdy structure. do not try to ride out even thunderstorm warnings like this. These gusts will look like a tornado went through when they're done in some cases. So keep that in mind. All right, thanks very much. Now we're going to go back to our cameras here as I was saying. And I do want to get right down into the Minot area here as we take a look. Now, the storms, let's see, this might be the only chance I got to look at the Minot area, so pardon me. Okay. So okay, there it is. That is a supercell structure to the storm. You've got striations right here, here, here. Do you see that? It's like a corkscrew rocking its way in. These little nuggets that you see coming out the base of the cloud here, that might be what we're seeing on the radar where it looks like it has fingers pointing out towards us. So keep that in mind. That is one awesome looking structure on that storm. Minot, 4 miles south. And this one is looking in what direction? West. So we're looking right into the heart of the mothership right here. And look at the shape it has. It has this elongated shape and then it wraps down around the other side. Look in here. Do you see this? We can see behind the storm here. This is the updraft zone. And you get down here, it's so dark. That's probably the rain and the potential for some hail that will be around 1 inch in diameter. What a beautiful view provided by the Endon folks over there, the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network. Now, as we go on the other side, here's Shell Lake, and now we're looking to the west, so we're not looking at the storms anymore. You can see that there is light at the end of the tunnel there when you look to the west. The storms have already moved through this area, and that's one of the beauties of this. Now, this is making an advance right through Pick City. We do not have a new picture. This is still from 925. I'm wondering if we don't have a broken camera from that little dusty outblow there. That is a real big burp of nastiness that has gone through the Pick City area, and that's heading towards Turtle Lake. This is what it looks like from Turtle Lake. Look at the dark round features that we're seeing there on this supercell thunderstorm. It does have a little bit of a high base. In other words, it's not a ground hugger at this particular portion of the storm. That doesn't mean it's not severe, by the way, but what it does mean is that air's maybe just a pinch drier. Look at the landscape out here. It's not perfectly lush green, but it looks like you've gotten some rain this season, and that's a beautiful thing as well. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Now let's take a look at a couple of other shots as the storms are making their way in and towards, well, let's go to Mohall up here. Oh, there's more of our dust, a gust of dust blasting out. So outflow from the storms hitting the ground, rain cooled air, and it blasts out ahead of the storm, and it's picking up dust from our fields and it's rocking it. So it looks like, is that a tornado? That's probably a gust front going on with that storm right there. Mohall, this was taken at 9:25 also. That is an amazing shot as well. And again, it's looking to the north and to the west. What are we seeing here? Max Bass. We have mother ships aplenty out there. Look at this. Do you see these little fingers out here? That's called scud. And a lot of times these little detached clouds you see there, those are called scud or roll clouds in some cases. And if they're not attached to the parent thunderstorm, not so dangerous. But boy, does that look mean? This gust front, if you think of it this way, I'm going to get on this side. The air is blowing out of this part of the storm and it's reaching out this way. And then the hot, humid air on this side of the storm is going up and rising in and creating these clouds here. And they look menacing. And it looks like teeth, like it's going to gobble you up. And Pac-Man's moving off to the east there. That's 9:44. That shot was taken. So that's a recent one as we look through. The storm is making its way through Garrison now and Washburn now. Let's see if I have a view for you on those areas as we go up here. Maybe the best I can do is Pick City, Turtle Lake, Benedict, Max. Let's see what Max looks like. Oh yeah, you got some low-hanging fruit right here on the storm. Again, that's at the leading edge of the storm activity, creating those clouds, those scud clouds, the rising motion up into it. Looking a lot like a shelf cloud as well, because it does look like it's attached to the parent thunderstorm. A true scud cloud would not be attached to the parent thunderstorm in a lot of cases. So that's what it's looking like there. I do have what looks like New Salem getting out of it, and then it's moving into Mandan. So here's Mandan's view. We're looking west, right into the storm, and now we're seeing rain working its way toward the Mandan area from this particular point. It's 4 miles south of Mandan is where this is located. So that's a good view there as well of what's going on. I'm just trying to correlate what I'm looking at here. Let's see if we've got any in Grant County that we can take a peek at. Okay, Here is Carson, and we got some clouds rocking its way through that area. Not looking to the west, so not maybe the best view of where the storm is. Let's go to St. Anthony here. Very dark skies. Turbulent looking skies out there, big time rainfall making its way down, a lot greener there. And now these storms are approaching the Bismarck-Mandan area. We're going to take now a look at some of the DOT camera sites out there, because there's a number in and around Bismarck now. We should be able to see this coming right down the interstate at us. So here, let's take a look at what this one's seeing. Boom, the rain is reaching the hill. You can see it in the headlights out here. So we got rain out there on the west side of Mandan. Eastbound I-94 is what you're looking at there. There's the leading edge of the cloud as it's working its way to. Either that or that's one dirty, dusty lens. Maybe the rain is not quite there. I can't see the road surface. Sunset over there on the west side. It looks like that camera lens may need a good scrubbing, and the rain might help with that a little bit. This is the mothership moving into the Bismarck-Mandan area. You're looking at that scenic view out there at I-94. So right as you're coming into town on the Mandan side, that's what we're looking at, that mothership making its way into town. A supercell thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for the Bismarck area, and it's moving into town right now. It's 9:52. Didn't I say between 10 and 10:15 I thought it would arrive in Bismarck? We'll see how close that is from an earlier estimate. And again, that's what's moving into town from the west as you're taking a look. This is looking off in a different direction, so we're seeing that it's fairly quiet from those perspectives of the storm. Now, if we look on the south side up here, let's take a look at this one. This one is, where is it? It's the Bismarck Expressway on the south side of town. Let's go on the southwest side of the expressway closer to Mandan. Look how dark it is out there approaching Bismarck, heading into the nighttime hours. Clouds, thunderstorms making their way in, gusty straight line winds. Let's get back to the radar now. We'll take a look at more of this content as we get through, and we'll go ahead and take a look also at what's going on with these wind gusts. So now as we're seeing the line of storms, it clearly has a little backward C shape. The radar in Bismarck, we're going to go to the single site. This is a composite radar, mixing all the radars from the region and the nation to make one radar picture for the whole nation. There's a lot of smoothing that goes into a radar image like this that you often see on TV. So I'm going to switch over to the Bismarck area radar here, and we're going to get the local Bismarck radar. I think it's looking still from Deering. Here we go. Now you're going to see what it looks like in greater detail. Here's the Bismarck radar. And now we can see, oh, it's going to split down here on the south side of town. There is a clear split in the storm. Doesn't mean Bismarck has a bubble. It doesn't mean that at all. But the radar is able to depict on the lower levels of the cloud where the heavier rain is. So there is one cell moving right over I-94 right now into West Mandan. We saw that, right? That's what you're seeing. That's that supercell moving in. That's one thunderstorm. Another thunderstorm right here is moving into central and eastern Morton County, heading down here towards the 1804 and 1806 corridors right now. There is this little apex of the bow. You see the faint green here. That's the outflow boundary. So you may have gotten a burp or a gust of wind from the west. What is your wind direction in Bismarck right now? That's what's going on. We'll take a look at that in a minute. We got maybe a little bit of hail south of Flasher as you cross into Grant County right now. From Morton County. So here we do have a fairly healthy dose. Now, the more hail that we get in a storm, the collapse of the hail core can cause even gustier winds. So we'll keep our eyes on that, but that's where we could have a little bit of hail making its way through. Let me time this into Bismarck here for you. But basically, you should be preparing now for this severe thunderstorm. It is moving east at 51 miles per hour. So it's like grandma driving down the interstate with a bowl of stew in the back seat, or maybe a hot dish. Okay, and you can't go too fast on the interstate or you might spill the hot dish. So here we go. Let's take a look here at what we got going from Washburn straight down to Bismarck. Boom, we'll look at the north side of the storm. Oh, what did I say it was moving at here? I got to double check this. It's moving at 51 miles per hour, so the bowl of gravy don't spill. That's right. Okay, so let me just double check. I like to be as accurate as I can be here. Okay. Now, Washburn, it's going to be on your porch now, so it's moving in, as you can see right now. So at the burn, where we got the nice curve in the interstate, beautiful Washburn, 9:57. Mandan, 10:01. It's on its way into the west edges of town now. It's coming, it'll be going up that hill now, and then it goes down the hill. When a storm comes down a hill, when the wind starts blowing down or whatnot, it compresses and it warms, and it can change a little bit about storms. So there can be topographical effects that do impact our weather here in Bismarck, Mandan. And by the way, Bismarck is a place Hutch spent a good 10 years covering the weather. So thanks to all of you who have run into me. I saw a bunch of you at Ribfest in the past week here. Wonderful to see and catch up with all of you. 10:07 is what this says. That's right smack dab in the time frame Hutch was saying a little bit earlier. Lincoln out there, out by the airport, 10:11. The storm will be crossing over the river valley and heading in at that particular time. Gusty wind, that #1 threat. And again, there could be some isolated storms that still have some hail up to about 1 inch in diameter. We're not seeing big time hail on this segment of storms. Again, we're just looking at this northern segment here. Well, the Reagan area, Wing, Tuttle, Pettibone, all those areas going to see it about 9:20 to 9:35 for the most part. And then as we get into Steele, you were asking in Kidder County, Steele, that storm making its way 10:51. The watch expires at 11. We said at 11 it would probably be through the area. I give an A+ to our friends at the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Bismarck, National Weather Service Forecast Office in Glasgow, Montana, and the Storm Prediction Center, because that's spot on with when this storm will reach the edge of the watch that we have. But we're just now seeing a little bit of an increase in these wind speeds, okay? All right, now that's the movement of the storm down on the northern half of Burleigh County. Let's clear that out and look at the southern half of Morton County and into Burleigh County and get you folks some timings as well. So we're still going to go through here, remeasure, boom, all the way down to the bottom, moving to the east. We're talking about 51. I'm going to put it at 55. Again, I'll explain this. It's radar scans do a scan through each elevation angle, pointing higher each time, and it does a complete circle, then it moves up and it takes about 6 minutes to do that. So because we won't get another scan in, there's going to be some time where it could be different than what we're seeing on this scan. So I speed it up a little bit. Mandan, 10 o'clock. Bismarck, 10:05. Lincoln, about 10:09. Solon, 10:13. Cannonball, 10:23. Hazleton, 10:36. And Steele, 10:48. So there again, we're hitting or kissing that 11 o'clock time frame. So if you're on the Cannonball River Valley, if you're at Cannonball, if you're in Selfridge and you're in Fort Yates, you got to be aware that this line of storms, it does look to be a little bit more heavy in northern parts of Sioux County here, not so much so on the south side. So we'll keep our eyes on that. But right now, if you're in the northern one half of Sioux County, I think your chances are a little bit better of seeing some of this activity. Now, Bismarck's radar is pointing right into the storm, and Hutch says that's a great way to directly measure the gusts of wind or the radial velocity. Let's go ahead and see what the radar is popping here, and we'll look at the radial velocities that we're seeing. And again, this is what's up at cloud level right now, and it's picking up 50, 45, 55 mile per hour gusts. Peak gusts out here near Almont are about 60 miles per hour, south of New Salem, Sioux. So this is kind of long duration gusty winds going on out here. Center, looks like you reported, or we got a report of a wind gust in Center. That was 60 miles per hour moments ago. 60 mile per hour, 3 miles southwest of Center in Oliver County. Let's see, I've got another wind gust report, 69 miles per hour, 2 miles west of Glen Olin. That was at 8:55, so about an hour ago. So we do have healthy gusty winds. Here you can see the feature called the outflow boundary making its way through. And now what we're going to do is take a look at some of the, let's see, I'm going to go to the other radar because it's fun. And we're going to look at the station plots, meteorological station plots. All right, everybody, if you have questions or you're just joining, I'm Hutch Johnson, a meteorologist here in the Northern Plains. I've been covering weather as a chief meteorologist on the air for the better part of 30 years and now streaming for you. So thanks for the likes, the follows. If you like the content, please hit the like. It helps get the video out to more and more people. And if you don't mind, drop in a comment and let me know where you're watching from. And if you really don't mind, please take a moment and upload your content to hutchesweather.com in the photo upload section. You can upload your observations of the weather, your hail reports. Also, if you do happen to have a measurement of the hail, put the hail next to something that you can measure it with. And that's always awesome for us to cover weather together here, where you're reporting what's falling down in your area and what's happening. But now, as I switch the radar site over, I want to do this because I can plot some different content on here. So let's go down south now. We continue to watch what's going on up in Canada as well. We've had a couple of tornado warnings in that area. A lot going on with the watches, warnings, and advisories right now. Okay, so as we go through, what I'm going to turn on here is some hourly plots of weather. So let's see if I can turn this data on. All right, here we go. Boom. And we'll turn it all on, detailed display, and show it all. Now let's see, where is it? We'll pick the Bismarck radar. Here it is. Very small little station plot showing up right here, but we do have a measurement on this side, 77 degrees over 51. I'll have to read this to you off the screen here. Too small for even Hutch to read. It's 80 at the airport with a dew point of 64. That's real juicy. The wind direction is from the west. So this little barb is pointing that way. That means the wind's coming from that direction. And that means that the front is through. The gust front is through. Even though the heaviest of the rain is just moving over Mandan now, it's through the observation site there because your wind is from the west. I'm not seeing big gusts associated with these at this particular time yet, but it's coming. So keep your eyes on the skies and, well, seek shelter away from those windows out there. Now, as we take a look up in Minot's area here, looking at station plots, I'm seeing west winds out here as we go out by Carpio. So those winds are coming from the west-southwest. Stanley has a west wind as well. And as we look in on Minot now, that wind has also turned to the southwest at this time. So we are seeing some gusty winds from the southwest that are approaching the area of Minot, and that tells us that that gust front has blown through. Not seeing huge gusts at this particular time, but we have other tools to do that. Thanks for your stars, Jennifer. Thank you so much. Is the tornado still active out that way? Dwayne, if you're asking about Canada or the northern parts of North Dakota, no, but let's go look while I have this up. By the way, Western Montana, you know what that is? I mean, it is 90s in Fargo today, and you got a frost advisory in the mountains in the Western Rockies. So from Libby through the Kalispell area, Montana, all the way down towards the Missoula area and south into parts of Wyoming. Unbelievable. Okay, so now tornado warning. Do we have one? I do see one way up here where there's some red and on the screen there. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. But the one that was at the border does appear to be gone now. So I'm not seeing that as a tornado warning. That's a thunderstorm warning. It was right up here to the north of the Mohall area. And now we have one up this way. And to see that one, I'll have to switch the radar over here. So let's do that. Okay, there is a tornado warning for this storm right here that's making its way in towards, is that Broadview? So Broadview. Now we'll take a look. Looks like we got a little hail core down here on the Kipling side. Let's go ahead. Tornado warning, we'll pull that up, and it does say it's an extreme impact from Environment Canada, very high impact risk level and risk tier 1 at 846. So this was a while ago. Environment Canada meteorologists saw the severe thunderstorm capable of possibly producing a tornado depicted radar. Now we'll look together and see if that's still up there. This is way north, but we'll do it right quickly as the storm is making its way through. Pardon me while I look. Okay, I don't see storm relative velocity from that as a feature, so that might be an Environment Canada thing on some of their radars. But what I see here is motion towards the radar, motion away from the radar. We do have a rotation here not far from Kipling. Okay, so there is one area of rotation with the storm. A lot of lightning in and around this cell, and there was a hail core, which would indicate a stronger updraft. So there is a potential for a tornado here. Now let's go up to the Broadview area. That's where the original warning, I think, was from, or where they were discussing it. And essentially, we have unidirectional flow away from the radar that's located to the northwest of you. So not necessarily a feature right here right now that has my concerns. So based on the experience that I have, and I don't have a lot of experience with reading the radar data from up in Canada, this is straight velocity though. We do have some shear and some spin in the storm here near Kipling. I can shift this over to the Deering radar in the Minot area and see if they can see it, but it's not necessarily a real close view from that. So let me see. I got too many dots on here. Hillsboro. There we go. Devil's Lake, Rugby. There's my radar. I was looking for it. I'm like, where'd it go? Okay, so if we're looking at this same storm, okay, so the warning is up here for the tornado warning. And this is where I'm seeing the rotation near Kipling. And it's showing up from the Minot radar as well. So if you happen to be in the Kipling area, you may want to be seeking shelter. There could be a storm that's showing some rotation there. But according to Environment Canada, there is a tornado warning active now up near the Broadview area in Grenfell. So that is what's going on up in Canada. And thank you for your questions. We appreciate them no matter where they come from. Let me catch up on a couple of those. Jeremy, thank you very, very much for your support on my YouTube channel. For anybody watching on YouTube, I appreciate you giving me a subscription or subscribe there. I really do appreciate it. I'm watching Hutch from Estevan, and it's a light show to the east. Thank you very much, Mr. Big Daddy. Big Daddy Cool, good to have you on board. No tornado on the ground right now in Canada. Watching the storm live with some chasers. Douglas, thank you very much. Lots of dust from the front. Okay, kicking up dust. That's what we've been seeing. A lot of dust with the gust. I'm in Velva. You got anything from there? Hey, thanks a lot. Let's see. This is That Kid 21. Well, Velva, there's plenty to talk about in your area right now. Severe thunderstorm warning for the Velva area as well as Minot. You can see on the radar here. This, I'll switch it over so we can talk and see the same thing. But yeah, Velva does have a severe thunderstorm warning. Here's Minot, here's Velva, and we got windy thunderstorms heading in that general direction right now. The main threat from this line of storms as it makes its way towards you is going to be that risk for gusts over 70 miles per hour. Farther south, the stronger the gusts seem to be tonight, but we could see 70 mile per hour gusts. 1-inch diameter hail would be the maximum size and considerable damage from gusty winds. The colors you're looking at here, I understand they're a little bit weirder than what you're used to looking at, but there you go. Now, as we take a look at the radar data here, I am seeing a serious acceleration of the storms on the south side through max. We just had a max blast, if you will, 86 mile per hour gust, 952 just moments ago. That is the start here of where we're seeing this push or surge out. The radar data leaps out. It was a straight line. It's no longer a straight line. It's got a zig and then a zag. So when you see a zig and a zag, then you know things are getting a little interesting where we see the bow out here. Gusty winds near 90 miles per hour in max. Heading out to Garrison and points west, we're getting 98 miles per hour for a gust there, 5 miles northwest of Emmett and McLean County. That's what's going on. Again, farther south, bigger gusts, pushing 100 miles per hour. 90 mile per hour gust outside of Pick City was measured. This was measured at 9:28. So we're talking a good half hour ago now. And that storm now you can see, here's your Boeing line segment. It's through the burn, it's through Underwood, and it's making its way up to the east. I know Underwood had straight line wind damage at an old school there when I was working out in that particular area. Here goes Bismarck. Now, notice that we do have this curve shape right down here, and you see it? It's moving right into the Bismarck area right now. Now, there's been dust, and there's been gusts, and there's been blowing wind with these storms as they work their way east. And again, the speed of the storms picking up 50 miles per hour, 70 mile per hour gusts for the warning. But folks, we're seeing some gusts on the apex of the bow up here that moved out of Lake Sakakawea, hitting nearly 100 miles per hour. Think of this. I want you to think of it. Gusty winds, you know how like you can watch your yard and a gust of wind blows leaves in one part of your yard, but not the other. Gusts happen where they happen. And we're just measuring these gusts where we have instruments. We don't have instruments everywhere. There could be areas that are seeing in excess of the 90 to 100 mile per hour winds we're seeing with this line of storms. Turtle Lake, Bismarck, Flasher, we got some showers. Now, notice how the bow kind of goes back the other way here as we go into parts of Grant County, south of Elgin. Lemon, the storm is just getting to you a lot slower. It's like lagging over there, okay? These storms are a little slower. Now, that doesn't mean they're not windy. Doesn't mean they don't have hail. And in fact, some of these southern storms will have more energy. You are getting that inflow right into the storm. So this one moving into Lemon could have some sizable hail with it. We got a hail core making its way up. It's moving to the north and east, and it's heading in the general direction of Haines towards Lemon right now. How much hail? What is the size of that? Let me go ahead and ask nicely, Mr. Computer, how big is the hail? There, we asked. Okay, now let's see if we get an answer. There it is. Okay, so there's the hail core. This is looking to be somewhere around 1 inch in diameter as far as the estimates go. So 1 to 1.5 inch diameter hail heading in the general direction of the Lemon, South Dakota area right now. Not a lot of hail reports in this area, but you know what? That's sometimes due to population density. We do have a stout thunderstorm out here as you go out towards Faith, it looks like in north of the interstate here, 1.25 inch diameter hail that's heading in the direction of Faith. So keep in mind now, hail on the south side, big time gusts. And what's this? Do we got us a tornado, or is that just a, that looks like a tornado icon. So let's go down and click on that. When did this happen? I'm asking myself. So let's go ahead and see if I can click on it. Okay, we have a report of a tornado. Estimated location right here. Well, white rope tornado came down and was on the ground for 3 minutes kicking up dust. 10 miles south of Berthold. That happened at 9:37. Tornado south of Berthold. No tornado warning on that particular one. That's how these storms can be. So I'll be watching for those as well now. I will be looking at more radar data with you to try to identify where that threat is. That doesn't mean that the threat for tornadoes is zero. It's just lower than these straight line wind gusts. So 100-mile-per-hour winds can knock out power. They can topple trees and have them land on your homes. Please heed the warnings right now. And if you happen to be camping at the lake, if you happen to be at any campground or park, please know where you can go to get severe weather shelter, something that's more sturdy than a camper. Okay, some of the strongest wind reports we had about an hour and a half ago were down near Lake Sakakawea, and those continue now to just south of Minot and Max with nearly 100-mile-per-hour gusts. Here is 86-mile-per-hour gusts there, 98 miles per hour, 5 miles northwest of Emmett. Big time wind making its way through. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity, but I want to look at storm relative velocity with this radar. This is the Bismarck one. This is what's moving through. Here's your leading edge gust front, wind blowing away from Bismarck. Here's your radar out there at the airport just off to the west of you folks in Lincoln, North Dakota and Menoken. Now, as you see this line here, that gusty wind, it's blowing out, and it's all straight line winds blowing away from the Bismarck area. Here's a little pocket where we got some shear going on, but it doesn't necessarily concern me about a tornado in that particular area at this time. But with these gust fronts, there is your gusty area of wind blowing its way down out to the east and towards Steele, North Dakota right now. So gusty winds making their way through. Bismarck is probably looking a little bit on the gusty side right now. Let's take you to Bismarck. Let's take you to the Capitol building downtown. Let's go and have a look and see what we can see from the cloud level out there in the capital city of North Dakota right now. So here we go. Boom, zoom, boom, zoom, boom. And here we go. Here's a look at Bismarck from the Capitol. You can see, it's a hazy, dark sky, and we do have, pointing down at the traffic there, some lights we can see. And the good news is there's some visibility there, so even the rain isn't as heavy yet as some of that's making its way through Mandan right now. Let's see what it looks like as we go into Mandan. Big time wet streets as you're looking on Main Street here, the I-94 area, and nice green grass, by the way, Bismarck. It looks like you've gotten some nice moisture from the storms over the last little bit. Here's west of Mandan, and definitely looks like some big time drops flopping across the screen view right there in the capital city. Looking up towards Washburn now as we go up on 83, let's get down on it here and take a look at Cole Harbor. And again, we're seeing the edge of the storm right here. You can see the sunlight coming through the backside of that puppy as it's exiting off to the stage right as we go into the nighttime hours. So that's what things are looking like there. It's not necessarily going to be that dark everywhere as we go up towards Max and Minot. Max, let's see, do I have a camera? I think I do, in Max. Now let's see what that gust looked like. We were watching the gust front. This is Max looking north. Now that's 100-mile-per-hour winds will do damage to some buildings out there, and we got 85 to 90-mile-per-hour winds rocking their way through there. So it looks like the weather station here definitely stood up to the winds. I don't know what that is flying through the air though, but I imagine it isn't mosquitoes. So that's what it looks like in the Max area. Going off to the east just a little bit, seeing if we can see this storm coming from the west. If we have a west view, this is Drake. Dark skies. Looking off to the west, we see some sunlight out there. Wet roads. Not too bad there in Drake right now with the main event off to your west, not approaching Velva. So let's see if I can get a little bit closer. Washburn. Okay, here's Washburn. Street signs made it, and we got wet roads, and I'm not seeing much else. It doesn't look like I'm seeing damage from those photos, so that's good. Now, just off to the east of Bismarck, as we look at the rest area here, you can see the dark skies overhead. This view is near the rest stop there, the closed rest stop. If they got the construction, half of the interstate closed here. That would be the lane that would be normally going to the west there. There's your eastbound lane, and now they're sharing that way. So that's what's going on there with a look at the skies over areas just west of Bismarck at this time. All right, that's a good look around. Now let's continue our coverage, continue with questions, and let me know if you have one right now. Let's see. What about Fargo? Will it get hit? David Cox, thank you. 1 minute ago, I can tell you what we're looking at here is basically a chance for some thunderstorms in the wee hours of the morning. This storm cluster right here through Max in the central part of the state is accelerating, and it's moving at 50, maybe 60 miles per hour. When that happens, this windstorm of a line of thunderstorms can advance east. I don't want to call it a derecho yet because it needs to meet a strict guideline. Hundreds of miles of widespread damage. We don't have that yet, but it is starting to increase in the wind readings that we're getting from the storm with gusts next to 100 miles per hour measured. When that happens, my answer is a windy cluster of storms can absolutely persist into the nighttime hours. So keep that in mind, and I'll keep your questions in mind and keep you. Hail a Minot, Brenda, thank you very, very much. Bow Bells area had a big tornado about 45 minutes ago or so. Dwayne, thank you for the report. I have not seen that, but I have a direct connection here to the National Weather Service. I had not seen that report, but I'm going to look on there now and see if they're talking about anything like that. Looking on the Bismarck site, let's get down to the latest message. Okay, end on max gust 86, 1.2 to 1.3, powers out in the northwest Mandan. Law enforcement reporting Garrison, end on 98 mile per hour gust. Powers out, Dickinson. I'm just trying to go back through. Many trees down in Hazen. We'll take pictures once they can. So we've got, damaging storms, as we talked about, would be the case with winds like this. Law enforcement reported tornado 12 miles north of Bow Bells. Warning was out. So that was it. So I'm just catching up here on what the Weather Service is saying here. Okay. All right, so I have not seen a storm report indicating that there was more than the tornado than we see right here, and there was one reported up near the border here, but I didn't see that either yet. So sometimes I don't see them on my display here as fast as they're coming in. And so I hope that helps. Thank you for your reports, though. Just sent a Facebook video of the tornado. Mariah, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Let me just reload that up. So as quickly as I get the information here, I'm looking to see if I've got it. Ooh. Oh, I know what I need to do. Go to the dashboard. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I've got a few things going on here. Just got to reload this. Pardon me. What I'm doing is I'm just making sure that the videos are coming in that I'm seeing. So I want to approve this. We got Franco from Mott. Thank you, Franco, for your upload. Rob, we're going to go over these here momentarily. Jake, thank you from Bemidji. John, thank you from Pelican Rapids. What a sky. Thanks, Nathan. Okay, so now let's go ahead and see. I haven't seen the video yet, Mariah. Thank you very, very much. Let me see. You sent that 1 minute ago. Sent the Facebook video of the tornado. Thank you. Okay, maybe it's in my email box. I don't know if you uploaded it, but since it's not, if it's your video, you can certainly upload it. But thank you for sharing. I can't wait to see what we got going on here and where that happened, but I appreciate it. Okay, how long will the high pressure last over the Four Corners area? Got anything on that in the forecast? Woody, thanks for your question. Woody, I'll try to get to that Four Corners area question here in a moment. Right now, I'm going to continue to gather information on a wind storm hitting 100-mile-per-hour gusts here in parts of North Dakota, near Lake Sakakawea, near Max, and pushing off to the east. So if you are in McCluskey, Sheridan County, the strongest of these winds are working their way into this vicinity right now. So there's Sheridan, there's Wells County. You are not in the watch right now in some of these counties, so keep that in mind. But the bottom line is, as we go through the 11 o'clock hour, this storm with this backward C shape here is taking on that windy a cluster of storms look here for us. So we have straight line winds. We got a measurement that's just come out of Bismarck. Let's see what it says. A 68-mile-per-hour gust measured at the airport there from the National Weather Service Forecast Office. So gusty winds to 70, near 70 miles per hour, rock through Bismarck. That just happened, so we can get the timing on that. Again, that was at 10:06, so a bit ago. As that storm is moving off to the east, prepare for 60 to 80 mile per hour gusts in places as it's working its way through. I do think now there is the warning issued here for the McCluskey area and Sheridan County that's in effect until 10:45 for it's a storm moving at 70 miles per hour. So the storm itself is moving at 70 miles per hour. I want you to think of this. If you're on a 70 mile per hour train and a gust of wind burps out of that train, it's going to go faster than the storm is moving. It would be very easy with a storm that's moving at 70 miles per hour to burp out 30 mile per hour winds. And that's going to put it at 100. So even though this gust feature says 70 miles per hour, that's what we're expecting. I think there could be isolated areas that get serious wind. I think we got a watch coming out here sometime soon. Let me see. Okay. Event extended, both time and aerial coverage. Bingo, that's what's going on. So now let's get you caught up with the latest on the watches. I do have that for you on this screen here, so I'm going to switch over to that. New severe thunderstorm watch, aerial coverage and time of the watch has been extended to include parts of south central North Dakota. And go. Here we go. Let's take a look at this together. So the yellow boxes that we have here show that we now have the severe thunderstorm watch that's going to be not only through Rugby, but New Rockford all the way down into Jamestown is included now, Ellendale, Ashley. So they've added this box right here to the original watch. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the timing on this because they said they extended that too. For 2-inch hail and 100 mile per hour winds now. 2-inch hail and 100 plus mile per hour winds possible from this storm. If you are in Jamestown, this is possible for us now in our eastern third of North Dakota. So this does include southeastern and eastern parts of Montana and all the way out through for, it says until 10 p.m. I think they've extended that. I think this is the old part. Let me double check. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Yep. I think I think they extended the aerial coverage, but I don't think I've got the timing yet. Expires in 2 hours and 37 minutes, if that's accurate. That would put it at midnight, 1 a.m. So I'm guessing that the new expiration for the watch area is 1 a.m. now. Okay. 1 a.m. is the expiration. So they've added on a few counties here. These counties are all under the guidance of the Bismarck National Weather Service Office. Grand Forks, who coordinates very nicely with our Bismarck friends here, is looking at all this too. Will these storms last? Now, the models we looked at earlier showed them turning right and down into South Dakota. So Aberdeen's in on the mix on this. Do we want to include any counties in Aberdeen? Our National Weather Service folks are definitely looking at that, but you and I are going to continue to cover where the storms are, where they're going, and who is in path of these storms next. Your questions, thank you very much. Hail 1 a.m., Dunseith and Belcourt are included. Paulette, thank you. Pouring rains reported in the Minot area. Mary, will this get to Minnesota? It does look like morning storms will be possible. The threat of severe is questionable for that area. It looks to be a lot lower than what we're seeing right now. So just keep that in mind. There could be some mid-morning storms for your area. Okay, good enough. Let's see. Easiest job ever. Weather guy in Arizona. All we get is sunny and clear day. Well, I love working here where I do, not because I love seeing bad weather, but flexing the meteorological muscle once in a while to try to understand what's happening here when we have weather that ranges from 40 or 50 below to today 95 degrees or 123, the record high temperature ever recorded from parts of North Dakota. I think that was partial. Anyways, it can get mighty hot here too. Not quite as hot as it and persistently hot as you get. Just sent the Facebook video out. What about McCluskey? Tasha, we just talked about McCluskey. You got a warning there. We're going to go over that right now. So let's get back to business here. We're going to take a look at the single site radar data. See this Boeing line segment right here. This whole area is a bunch of thunderstorms. There's probably 30 thunderstorms or more in this area. And each one of them is combining together to create this whole line that is bowing in this direction. This apex here near Bismarck is where we probably have some of the strongest winds and wind potential right now. This is slowed down. Remember the zig and the zag I was talking about moments ago through the Minot area? These storms going slower. These have accelerated because the winds are stronger. So we got weird warnings. We got 2 warning boxes in this one area. That's a head scratcher for you. Sometimes it's a head scratcher for me, but we're going to scratch our heads together and we'll figure it out. Now, first of all, we're going to go south to north real quick. South to north, starting with the Bismarck area. Slower storms down here making their way through. Lemon, South Dakota, we talked about that. Moving into you right now is a stout thunderstorm with some hail potential and some gusty wind potential. But this is a huge thunderstorm warning area, including many counties right now. Let's get to it. Let's go in a little closer and tell you the leading edge of the storm. And we got measured winds that approach 70 miles per hour. This little faint line here is called an outflow boundary. That's where the gust of wind starts. That can be ripping wind and dust. Remember we said dusty and gusty on some of them camera shots we saw earlier. Cannonball right into parts of central Burleigh County on I-94 as you go out, and then it's making its way towards Wing right now. So let's go ahead and measure from the leading edge of the strongest radar returns, but I'm going to go halfway in here because this is the leading edge of the gust front. It's the gust that's creating this little faint cloud that's making that signature right there. And that will help us time this as accurately as I know how to, right here along the I-94 corridor, and boom. Now, this is moving. How fast is it moving? It's moving at least 51 miles per hour. I'm going to have to double check this. My apologies. Let me just double check it. Moving east at 51 miles per hour. So I was right the first time. So we'll redraw this and be accurate. Okay, so in Cannonball 1037, that storm is going to be making its way into you with gusty winds upwards of 70 miles per hour or even higher in isolated locations. Wing, Hazleton, Tuttle, all of you will be between 9:40 and 9:55. Steele, 11 o'clock now for you, and that is in Kidder County there. Tuttle will be in that same time frame as well. Now, as we get in towards the 11:10 time frame, Dawson, Tappan, you'll have a good chance at seeing this windy line of storms blowing its way through your area. Then on towards Napoleon, down here by my kneecaps and my belt line, and also Pettibone. So that's where things are heading. Pettibone up in that way. So now as we take a look at the storm's movement, that's the south flank of this Boeing line segment here. And again, gusty winds rocking right along the interstate and into northern Burleigh County. Lagging a little bit. There are some areas here where you'll be like, what storm? Why do I got a warning? I got light rain. It may miss you completely. These are all individual thunderstorm cells, and not every one of them is in its mature stage where it's blasting winds. Some are developing, some are collapsing, and some of us will miss them completely. So keep that in mind as the storms make their way towards you. Thanks so much. Could Fargo expect this with high winds? When is it going to hit Belcourt? Okay, we're getting there. We're going to work our way northward. So this is Bismarck area and the I-94 area into Kidder County right now. Now let's move on up and check things out just a little farther north. Heading into McCluskey, and we got questions about your area. We're going to do the same thing, checking the speed of this line of storms, moving at 51 miles per hour, 70 mile per hour gusts. But I'm telling you, we had gusts out here that were in and near 100 miles per hour. So I'm going to say 70 to 100 mile per hour gusts will be possible from some of these storms. Not all of these storms. You get a clear picture here of areas that are getting thunderstorms and areas that are not. here is a look at the timing. Butte, 10:33, my apologies. McCluskey on towards the 10:41 time frame. Keefe, 10:42. Goodrich at 10:52. This is Goodrich as we take a look at Animus, 10:56 and 11 Herdsfield. At Bowdoin there, so we're pushing into the Bowdoin area in Wells County and Harvey. Your area is by about 10 to 15 minutes after the hour. So keep that in mind. It'll be out, moving out towards you. We're seeing that the bow, the apex of the bow is here, and that it's moving this way. The whole line is moving east. You saw the new scan come in and these individual cells lurch northward like that. So each individual thunderstorm cell is kind of moving in a more northeasterly direction, but the whole line is advancing off to the east. I hope that helps. If you're in the path of these storms, by the way, there's severe thunderstorms where isolated areas are getting ridiculous redonky-donk gusts up to about 100 miles per hour tonight. Now, because of that, that means you should not try to ride these storms out in a camper, in a mobile home, a manufactured home. Those can be toppled with winds like this. We have had some reports of power outages. We have had some reports of downed trees and a couple of tornadoes tonight as well being reported. But for now, the main risk here, the line of storms moving into western parts of Sheridan County, heading towards McCluskey now. Seek shelter. And again, report any severe weather to your local authorities. They'll pass that along to the National Weather Service. Now, we got a weird deal here. We got this thunderstorm warning for cells moving this way. And that was issued out here by Max when that windstorm. And so if you see this little curved area that's moving this way, that's what that warning's for. See the blank area? That's not true. That's from the Bismarck radar. So we're going to switch the radar over here to the Deering radar and be more accurate for this. Now, as we take a look, now you can see there's no line there anymore. This radar is looking right into the teeth of this storm. It's blowing. These winds are blowing from southwest to northeast into Granville, through Minot, and out towards Velva right now, and they're making their way northeast. This is the cluster of storms that caused that wind in Max, and to remind all of us, that wind was 86 miles per hour. This wind down here, 98 miles per hour northwest of Emmett. That activity is moving up in this general direction, and it's accelerated that storm. So this part of the storm is moving northeast at 46. A tornado is possible with that because of the wind speeds with this along the leading edge, because 100 mile per hour winds next to 30 mile per hour winds make shear and turning, and you get it. That's right. So now as we take a look along this leading edge, moving into Granville right now, moving north and east at what I say, 46 miles per hour, that is going to be in the area of, well, let's go to Upham and all the Granville area. Here's the leading edge of this storm, moving northeast. Okay, so in Granville, we're looking at 10:34, Upham 10:57 time frame, Kramer 10:05, 11:05, my apologies, 11:19 for Willow City, Bottineau 11:26 for you. So this cluster of storms here is moving northeast, and we'll have winds from the southwest. It says a tornado is possible, so it would be without due diligence that we check and see if we see shear from the Mayville radar. Remembering the Mayville radar is right here. The storm is moving in on that Mayville area. There are areas of shear where we have wind moving towards and away from the radar. I don't see any area of real concern at all when it comes to this, except this. Along this area here, we do have some winds that are blowing toward the Mayville radar. It's all it can measure is towards or exactly away. Along this leading edge, you have some winds kind of blowing in toward the storm, and then you got the storm winds coming out of it. Again, you're going to have southwest gusts with this storm blowing right towards Granville from the southwest, right towards Willow City from the southwest. So that's what's moving off to the east of Minot across the Highway 2 corridor right now. If you're in Towner, Willow City, and Upham, those are the areas that will be feeling the impacts of that. As we take a look at this storm system now on the north side here, it's slower. This is moving up this way, but you can see the burp coming out of the storm here. When this rain and hail coming from the sky comes down and hits the ground, it pushes out, and it pushes out in the direction, all directions, and it can create a new cold front. So this is called a gust front. It can act like a cold front. It's rain-cooled air pushing out into this hot, humid air in Bottineau. Now, as it does so, it could kick off a cloud of a roll cloud, and that's what we're likely looking at here is a roll cloud, or it could even be a wall of dust that we saw on some of those North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network cameras. Nonetheless, that's where that gust front is. So these winds will be different. West Hope, Bottineau, your wind's coming at you from the west. Granville, this is coming that way. Notice they're going to converge, right? All of these are going to converge on Bottineau. You're going to have some winds from the west first, and then you'll have winds from the southwest coming through Bottineau, like a 1-2 punch. Okay, let's time this out. This is likely not moving as fast as this segment. Let's see. The radar and the National Weather Service's warning here says this storm is moving off to the east at 46 miles per hour. A healthy clip, actually. 70 mile per hour gusts will be possible. And we could be seeing considerable damage. Notice we don't have a tornado tag saying a tornado is possible on this edge. Not as likely. But let's go ahead and time this out for you folks in Bottineau. I'm going to go halfway between the leading edge of the heavy rain and the gust front, okay? And now we're going at 46, so I say 50 because it takes a while for a scan to be completed. Newburgh, 1039. Souris, they're on the old Mouse River. We're talking 1046, Upham, 1049, Kramer, 1053, Bottineau, 1101. Mark it on your clock. This gust front will get there a little before that. Then the heavier rain will be following it, and then it's on towards Willow City. Now remember, Willow City is also in the path of this very fast-moving and very windy line of storms out there. So again, a 1-2 punch. Heading towards Gardena at 11:04. Towner, it's 11:05. I just saw something blink on my screen here. That's likely a reset and a cancellation of part of that warning right there. New information on that coming up. We'll check it together. Dunseith, 11:21 for you as you go across the border too. There's going to be some impacts there in parts of Saskatchewan heading in towards Manitoba as we go here a little bit later. So that's what's going on from northern North Dakota to southern North Dakota. We did check in on Canada. I am seeing some, look at this, Boeing line segment heading towards Brandon. If you are in Brandon, Manitoba, or between Brandon and say Estevan area here, this is showing that we got a very, very strong gust front. Here is the apex. That's very gusty winds pointing right at Brandon. Those winds will come in from the west-southwest, and they could be quite strong for you folks as well. This is backside rain, and it looks almost like a wake low might be getting set up. What is that? That's an area of lower pressure behind a line of thunderstorms. And what that means is we could get very, very gusty winds persisting on the backside of the storm, even though the main line of storms ended. If you remember last year's derecho, this is not by definition a derecho yet. Okay, it just isn't. But it's getting a good start now with numerous areas of wind damage reported. And that wind damage is on a line of about 100 miles. A derecho lasts hundreds of miles, 600, 700. So it's at least got to go 400 miles before it reaches that derecho definition. But we do have a Boeing line segment here, another Boeing line segment here. This one's turning south and moving down to the south a little bit there. Keep that in mind. So a wake low, gusty winds after the wind from the leading edge of the storm hits, and those gusts can last for hours. And if you remember last year's derecho on June 20th that moved out of Bismarck through Jamestown and all the way out towards Bemidji, Minnesota, where it just wrecked thousands and thousands of trees, snapped overnight. At any rate, those winds were howling for hours in some places and were relentless and didn't stop. They had damaged outbuildings, they damaged grain bins, train cars, and all kinds of stuff. So this is what we have. How long will it last into the night? Let's take a look at the forecast. I'm going to check questions here real quickly on the YouTube channel, and let's take a look here at what we got on some of the most recent ones. Thanks to all of you who are watching Hutch's Weather. If you're new to the channel or if you're just joining, welcome. If you know me, hi, it's good to have you on board. If you have a question, drop it. Let me know where you watch it from. If you're new, I would love to have you hit the subscribe button today. And if you do not know, I have been building well, I'll call it Hutch's weather for the last 2.5 to 3 years now. And for the prior 28 to 30 years, I worked as a broadcast chief meteorologist here in the Northern Plains. So I've been forecasting and watching weather like this for the better part of the last 30 years. And I'd love to have you join, come on board. And if you like the content, please hit the heart, hit the like, make sure you're commenting. You can tag a friend and share and let them know that Hutch is watching this line of storms now crossing through central North Dakota on its way to the eastern third eventually. Will it last? We're going to go over your questions momentarily, but let's go over the forecast. A lot of you are saying, when's it hitting Fargo? When's it hitting Thief River Falls? When's it going to hit Devil's Lake? Well, a little sooner. Now, let's talk about the risk for severe weather. They've changed and added and extended the watch. So this particularly dangerous situation watch, we've dropped the westernmost counties in North Dakota. It's done in Montana and it's done in Wyoming. But there've been an addition to some new counties to this watch and an extension of the time that it is in effect for. So let's get the latest out to you on this. This watch is now out until 1 a.m. for 2-inch hail and 100-mile-per-hour gusts. Maximum cloud tops expected to be 50,000 feet. So if you happen to be flying out there tonight, you want to avoid that. And then 58-mile-per-hour storm motion to the north and east. Is this a particularly dangerous situation? Yes. Why? Gusts to 100 can cause terrible damage, and it's very important if you happen to be camping on or around Devil's Lake, you are not in this, but be prepared to make changes to your plans or get to somewhere safe. If you have a cabin or a camper or RV, anything like that, you need to know now where you can go to be safe. That includes you folks at the Jamestown Reservoir. Notice Lake Ashtabula here in the Valley City area, not in the particularly dangerous situation area alert yet. But now we clearly see that this huge line of storms that extends hundreds of miles from parts of central Saskatchewan straight down into South Dakota. My radar cuts off because I'm on a single site radar scan here. But this is a big time, widespread storm, and wind is the main threat. Big time backward C shapes here. This could blow for a while. Could it make it to the valley, the Red River Valley? Yes. Let's check the forecast together. This will be the latest forecast. I like models, for those of you that are into weather, that are 0Z started models or 12Z started models. I only like those usually because they're the only ones that incorporate weather balloon data. A weather balloon is launched from Bismarck, International Falls, Aberdeen, Minneapolis area, Glasgow, Montana. They're not even launched everywhere, just in a few cities, a couple per state at most. And it's that data that they gather above the ground that is hugely important in a situation like this. The models that use the weather balloon data only run at 0Z, which is Greenwich Mean Time in Europe, and 12Z. So at midnight and noon is when we launch balloons all over the world at Greenwich Mean Time, midnight and noon. That was at 7 p.m. tonight. Those balloons took 1 hour to get up to the top of the atmosphere, and they did their thing. They popped, they came down, and the measurements then were gathered, and we put them into a forecast model, a computer assessment of the atmosphere, and it starts calculating how it's going to change from now to how it'll be 5 minutes from now, and then 10 minutes from now, and then it redoes the calculations over and over and over and over and over, and then we get a simulation of the atmosphere. These mid-model runs in between 0Z and 12Z, well, they can change the forecast a lot, and we're not using upper air data in a lot of those models. We try to fill the gap with satellite, airplane data, buoy data, other data, but it's not the same. It's not the same. So keep in mind that as we go through the overnight hours, these forecasts, the one that we trust, we're going to look at together now. Another thing, because I have not done any review of this, we're going to see these models for the first time together. Ask questions. I'll be happy to answer them. Let's go with the forecast and take a look as these storms are rocking through Minot, through Bismarck, and on their way to the eastern half of North Dakota. Okay, let's get into the model here, and I will pull up the high-resolution rapid refresh model. This one updates every hour. That can be good, it can be bad, but I am going to force this to use the 0Z run. I do not want to see this run. Okay, boom. Let's see how it started out. Here we sit. It's almost 11 o'clock. And this is 4Z. That is about 11 o'clock. Perfect. Does it look anything like the radar does right now? Well, we do have a line of storms from Canada straight through Bismarck and Minot and straight down. And it's not too bad. Okay, it's not too bad at all. But it doesn't have the bow echo up here. And it has just one big bow echo, not two bumps like we're seeing on ours. Is there any model that does have that? So let's do that first. Let's see if any model that is a 0Z model using our weather balloon data here at 11 o'clock at night looks anything similar. This one has a Boeing line segment up north and a Boeing line segment south. Wow, isn't that something? So this model looks pretty good, okay? Not bad with regards to the radar part of the model. Let's go look at one more. We'll call that good for now. Okay, let's put this at the same time. And this one, again, also shows one big backward C shape and clusters of storms that are way, way west of where they are truly right now. So I'm going to pick the best model that's initiating the best, that's starting off the best. And I like this one. I'm going to look at one more. Oh, goofy, but this one's been doing pretty good lately too. Okay. Wow. That's not too bad. This might be all here, but it's positioned just a little bit to the south. It's got a bow echo here. It's got another one back here along the line. Not bad at all. So let's take a look at this one. Let's move it through. The northern part of the storm fades away on this model, meaning on the Highway 5 corridor, that threat will diminish. This one takes over. This one starts to diminish on the north side, and only this one on the south side stays. And this one looks like we could have stout storms as we go towards 6 a.m. There's Fargo, there's Breckenridge, Wahpeton, and there's Lakes Country, Otter Tail, and Becker County. So yes, there is a risk for some morning storms on this model. So this model shows that these storms up north will start to lose some of their potency, likely because some of the energy down south here is taking over. And we will see some morning storm potential in the southern counties. Now, that's just one model. Let's see if all models showed that in some fashion. I'm going to sneak back to the other one that was off to a pretty good start here by 4Z. This isn't too bad. We got a bow echo up north. We got another one here. And that is at 11 p.m. Boom. The northern cells fizzle out right as they're approaching Towner County. Then as we see this cluster, this one bows and takes over as we go towards morning. Here it is. Here's Jamestown. You have a curved backward C shape. These could still be very strong winds. And then as we go in towards the 6 a.m. time frame, 7 a.m. time frame, they rapidly move through. And I do believe these show a redevelopment of some new storms in western Minnesota as a result. Not likely severe where new storms develop there, by the way, but just some more thunderstorms. As those go through, this area looks particularly interesting because we have this little V here, and I'll talk more about that later. But essentially, we'll have some morning convection at 7 a.m. that could be going on. This is significantly different. So what does this mean? I've got two models. They tell two different stories. This is what it means. It means that the chances of strong to severe storms in the far northern counties near Canada should diminish. All models showed that. As we go through, though, this central batch that moved out of Lake Sakakawea and caused 98-mile-per-hour gusts in that area continues to move east. And then the northern part of it dies down, and you may still see gusts of wind burping out of that. And then this southern flank takes over, and it kind of percolates down here in southeast North Dakota. So if you are in Lemoore, if you are in Ellendale, Oaks, or Gwinner, Lisbon, there's probably a better chance at seeing some stout thunderstorms to those areas. Now, that's Hutch's 2 cents. But if we go back right now and take a look at the National Weather Service's inclusion of what counties are in the new watch, look where it is, the southern part. So Bismarck, National Weather Service office has included these southeast North Dakota counties. Grand Forks National Weather Service, not yet. We'll see what happens by the time we get to about 1 a.m. So if you head to bed tonight, which hopefully you all will get some sleep, if you hear storms in the southern part of the valley tonight, I'll be here to keep my eyes on them. If you're awakened by storm, check your Hutch's Weather app. It's free. Search Hutch's Weather in the App Store today. You can check hutchesweather.com, or you can, well, join me right here. And I will be letting you know if there's severe weather and you see me, I'll be here. Okay, so, all right, let's take a look here. I'm looking at there was a tornado earlier in Bow Bells, and I appreciate that. This is Jenna saying thank you for your report, Jenna. I do appreciate that. I don't have confirmation of it yet, but that doesn't mean nothing to me, and that means everything to you. Thank you for all you do. I do appreciate that, Amara. Thank you very much. Holly says that hail core in Perkins County looks to be right over the Shade Hill Reservoir, most popular state park in the state. Poor campers are probably shaking. And if we go back to that area, I can sneak the radar over there now and show you what we have going on, but that may have been a little while ago. There's no timestamp on this, but I will switch it over to a radar a little bit closer to your impacted area. We'll go to the Bismarck radar now and sneak down here. And yeah, look at all the way from Lemon down to Bison now. There's a backward C shape to this too. So you're likely getting some stout thunder and gusty winds. Notice this. This is an outflow burp from this line of storms. It's causing this neat little feature out here. Gusty winds, Faith to Eagle Butte. So heading in towards Timber Lake. This is still flashing red, meaning you are in the thunderstorm watch with the risk for hail to around an inch or two, and still a risk for some possibility for some gusty straight line winds. This backward C shape kind of confirms that. Lemon, South Dakota, this has been over you now for a little bit of a while. We've talked about that. If nothing else, you're getting very, very heavy rain out in these parts. I do want to say we did get a Lemon area wind gust report of 57 miles per hour at 10:34 moments ago. So there are nasty gusty winds with these storms in northwest parts of South Dakota. Thank you for raising the flag on that, and I appreciate all of you for watching in South Dakota. All right, Holly, thank you. JK Mom, wind shifted and pounding and blowing rain in South Bismarck. JK, thank you very much. The Bismarck area continues to see the thunderstorm activity. Looks like it's leaving. Remember, we talked about a wake low. You see all this rain out here? It'd be interesting to see what, pardon me, the wind gusts are right now. Pardon me, I got to take a drink. I'm going to step right over here. Okay. So we've got the gust front blowing out towards Tuttle to Hazleton in Emmons County. We have the gusty winds that are surging out. Wing. Looks like things are falling apart down here. Okay, on the south side of this particular line, we do have a secondary line down by Flasher down there as you look down toward the Grant-Morton County border. And there's some hail potential from those guys. Now, on the back side of this, we've got more thunderstorms out here, and I'm thinking it still could be quite windy. So I'm going to go and look at the current wind gusts from the end-on sites, because it's such a nice network of gridded instruments. And these will be present gusts now. Notice that off to the west here, we do not see real strong gusts, but way west we do. So that's in the wake of the line of storms moving out, and this is where these winds are gusting. I don't see 70 or 80 mile per hour gusts right now. We have the concurrent storms making their way through. If you're looking in the area of Rugby, Bottineau, and South, those storms are moving up in this general direction as we just analyzed. So I'm not seeing any present gusts with the storms moving in towards Steele now, and those storms will be rocking their way to the east. So we'll keep our eyes on all this, but that is a good sign. And we'll see, it does look like the southern flank of all of these storms has the best chance at maintaining some severe potential into the late night hours. Let's go down to Flasher and see what we got going down here right along. Isn't it amazing how this matches almost identically the Cannonball River area here as we go down towards Flasher and Grant County here, border with Sioux County. Wow. I mean, that is just right along that. Big time hail potential in a couple of these cells out here to around 1 inch in diameter. And then some gusty winds will be a probability from an isolated cell or two as well. These are crossing in on the backside. This warning box was for the storms that are heading off to the east and into parts of Kidder County right now. But those are pretty stout storms as well. So all of this rain that's taking place on the backside of this low, not producing as much wind as it could. And one renegade lightning strike out there near Glendive, Montana, showing up on the lightning detection network. So that's what we have going on. Severe thunderstorm warnings. Now we have issued a huge warning box for Belcourt, for Rugby out here, Pierce County area. Also, look at this, Wells County in a good chunk of that as well. So big time, huge area of thunderstorm warning. So instead of, you know, one warning for these 3 storms and one warning for these and one warning for these, there's just one huge warning area. So that makes it a little simpler sometimes, but each segment of these line of storms is moving at a different pace. Hail maximum size estimated there is 2 inches and 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's not for the thunderstorm warning. That's for the watch. Let me see if I can. There we go. Thunderstorm warning. Considerable threat. 53-mile-per-hour movement to the northeast. And it looks like 70-mile-per-hour gusts is what the expectation is. So northeast at 53 miles per hour. So just to give you folks in, say, Belcourt an idea, and it's moving in towards Bottineau. Let's do some straight line measurement. There's the leading edge of the storm. Bottineau is only about 12 miles away from the leading edge of storms. Bottineau, you get those first. And then Belcourt, you are about 44 miles away from that leading edge of this line of storms. And again, moving at about 50 miles per hour. It's going to take about an hour to get into the Belcourt area from that particular cluster of storms right there. So that's what's going on there. Harvey, you are also in the line of some storms, and they're fairly close. They're about 13 miles away. And again, with the movement of these storms, there's going to be gusts moving into you any time now. Those gusts are showing up to be pretty stout as well. Now, here's a more recent measurement of 79 miles per hour at 10:26. So this is 3 miles east-southeast of Kruger Lake out there, measured at 10 meters above the ground. That's pretty high. It's not where we walk around, but they measured it from a Mesonet station out there. So good data, good information. 3 miles east-southeast of Kruger Lake, wind gust over 79 miles per hour, so almost 80 miles per hour. So we're getting, and still getting, over 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Balfour, 2 miles west-northwest, we had a gust as well, making its way in. That was a automated weather observing station, AWOS. That was basically 2 miles west-northwest of the Balfour area. So that's what's going on right now. Here's what's going to happen. I will continue to assess. We went over the actual questions. We went over the forecast real quickly. I got more here. How high of winds moving into Steele right now? The Steele area, the leading edge of this storm warning is right next to you. So let's see what is moving in there. Let's measure them. The warning for Kidder County. Oops, I got my line on. I got to turn that off. My apologies. So Kidder County moving east at 51 miles per hour, 70 mile per hour wind gusts are expected. Let's go to Hutch's toolbox here and get my gust estimator out, okay? And let's see what it's showing. So moving in towards Steele, these are moving through wing. The little orange spots, those are a little bit higher with their velocities as they're making their way through. So let's go ahead and take a look at these areas here. So northern Burley County, Wilton Wing area, 50 mile per hour gusts estimated there. Heading in and out of Burley County here, 50 mile per hour gusts heading through that area. So right now, keep in mind, we can have a little isolated area that gets stronger gusts, but 50 to 70 mile per hour winds look to be possible. Not everywhere along this line is going to get it. You see, what I love about this estimator is like, oop, there's a little blob here. There's a little blob there. There's a little blob there. That's more realistic to what we experience because you could have a weather station every mile and you would get different gust measurements from each. So keep that in mind. As we look up north towards McCluskey, we've got 40, 50 mile per hour gust estimates and some heavier gust estimates down here as we look along the Cannonball River, Grant to Sioux County, and moving into southern Morton County, still 55 to 60 mile per hour or more. How about 65 miles per hour in a couple of those cells right along the border out there? And it looks like a 70 mile per hour gust estimator there south of Lemon, as we go into just northern parts of South Dakota. So that's what the estimate is. We could certainly see up to 70 miles per hour to answer your question, FJ. Thank you very much. M. Steiny, regional weather live shows more activity in Grand Forks area around 5 a.m. Regional weather live shows. I don't know what that is, M. Steiny, what regional weather live is. I don't know what that is. But what I do know is that every forecast comes from a different model. If you have Hutch's weather app, there's one model on here and one model only, and no one model is right every time. We went through 3 separate models showing different outcomes for the storms. All of them are really possible, but right now we have a solid line of storms from Canada right down into South Dakota. And as you take a look at this long line of thunderstorms, and you're looking at the gust energy from them, but essentially it's showing us where they're at now. There is a line of storms up north. A couple of these models are showing everything up north fizzling out as we approach that 1 a.m. time frame when the watch expires. The ones that live on are right here and then down to the south. So I'm not saying that that model you're using or that one is wrong or mine is right and only believe Hutch's. But what I'm seeing, the model that handled the forecast the best, showed the northern ones tapering off and things still percolating down south along the interstate and south towards South Dakota. All areas could have some redevelopment from this one kind of fizzling out and the outflow causing new storms to form. Entirely possible. And no one model is going to get the development of a new storm correct exactly every time. So it's a wonderful question. And I do appreciate it, M. Steiny, 1966. It could be right. What I showed you could be right. I think the bottom line is that most models are agreeing that the activity up north is going to lose some of its energy and steam. This stuff down south is going to continue a little bit farther. The chances of severe still pretty low as we go into the valley, Red River Valley, that is, into the overnight. Is Fargo going to get a storm? It's possible, Jason, yes. Some windy storms could be approaching Fargo as we get into the wee hours of the morning and the morning hours. Heat, a grape-sized hail, but may not last long, says Holly. Thank you. That's in Perkins County in South Dakota. Oh no, now it's hailing, she says. Okay, well, batten down the hatches. Major camper damage in Beulah Bay, Hutch. Thank you, Chad. I'm sorry to hear that. There was huge winds here in Mercer County right along the lake. And, you know, having a lake next to you can really accentuate some of the winds. There's nothing to slow it down on the lake. So I'm sorry to hear that, and thank you for the report. Thank you, Kathy, for your thoughts and prayers during these storms. All of us here in the Northern Plains appreciate it. Wind shifted and pounding and blowing rain. I think we caught up on those. What direction is the storm moving? That's a 1 minute ago question. So these storms are all moving in kind of a northeasterly direction here. These are moving more easterly here. And these are moving very slow to the east on the far south side. So each little cluster is moving just a little bit differently. The bottom line is everything is drifting off to the east eventually. The individual storms, they're moving northeast in a lot of these cases. Okay, so basically each storm develops, moves northeast, dies out, new storm forms. Boom. That's the life cycle of thunderstorms. So good questions. Much quieter in Minot now. Brenda, thank you. And thank you so much for watching. When does it taper off in Bismarck? Let me know what you're seeing in Bismarck, Julie. Right now, or what you're hearing. Right now, you've had the one line move through and it's going out. And notice how the gusty nature of it is losing some energy as it approaches steel. It's not as orange here. This line is picking up activity and there's still some wind south on the backside of it still. So if we just look at the radar data here, the normal radar data, you're going to see more rain move through. These are not very windy. We did look that up. These showers and storms back here, not windy at this particular time. Sometimes they can develop a wind on the backside of these storms though, where energy from the upper level of the atmosphere comes in on the backside of the storm and causes some pretty nasty winds. So we've got some degradation of the storms. Let's go to the north radar here near Deering. Oh, I know what's going on. Here we go. There we go. Sorry. Okay, so as this radar switches, we'll see this still is pretty stout up here. But all of this activity now looks to be more like gully washer, frog strangling rain up here. The worms, they'll be coming up out of the yards, as you know, and the birds will be happy. Now, this is still intense here, right along the international border, heading into Botno right now, and a very gusty storm. There's some degradation of the storm, though. In the middle here, we're seeing several cells kind of taper off. And then we are seeing more detail to the individual thunderstorm cells that are passing east. As this moves east, the radar is going to make it look like a huge wall of storms again, and we won't see clarity on those storms until they approach the Mayville radar again. We talked about that. The Bismarck radar here showing that we do have a pretty solid line of storms. Outflow boundary right here, that's the burp of air going out. Wing tunnel, look at it. It's fallen apart though in southern parts of Morton County as you go into Emmons County. And right now it looks like nothing for Emmons County for quite a while. You're going to feel the burp out of this storm up here. This little roll cloud will be rolling through the Linton area, but that's it. So right now there are no warnings for south central parts of North Dakota, and that's a good sign for now. This area is the strongest part of the cell and has been for the last couple of hours with some very, very strong wind gusts. So active right now. Winds are gusting. Upwards of 70 miles per hour is the expectation. An isolated gust higher than that is not out of the question. Some storms could be producing some hail to around an inch is what we're seeing. Notice I'm not seeing a lot of hail reports here in the last recent few scans or even several minutes or an hour. So that's good. We're not seeing big time hail reports. That's a indication that the strength of the updrafts isn't as strong as it once was a little bit earlier. Thanks for your stars. Thanks for watching. I'll continue to keep you updated right here as we go through. We will take a look at this, and I will be back here in just one moment. You're watching Hutch's Weather. Thanks for watching as I round up a little bit more information, check my sources. We'll go over your forecast a little bit. And again, thanks for everybody's interpretation of the weather. Questions, if you have photos or damage to report, please consider uploading your photos and your video clips, short ones, to hutchesweather.com, and I'd very much appreciate those. All right, that is a look at what's going on, and now we'll leave you with some cool music and some details right here.
You're watching Hutch's Weather.
Oh, Hutch's
live.
Weather.
We're taking a quick breather while Hutch prepares the next data sweep. Check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. Find any hype here, just the data. the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitor of the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
And hello, everybody. Meteorologist Hutch Johnson back to give you an update on not only the forecast, but what's going on currently as storms are making their way into the eastern 1/3 of North Dakota. Scattered showers and storms across parts of southern Minnesota as well. We'll update you here on the
friends at Gates.
Update you on the most active situation that we have going on, and that's the severe thunderstorm lines that are still very evident here. Two of them. There's them really slowing down on the south flank. I mean, this line has got to be producing some serious rainfall in areas of south central to southwest North Dakota and to northwestern parts of South Dakota tonight. West Hope down through Drake, seeing some showers, and storms are pushing in on the Harvey area. Look at the temperature in Harvey, 79 degrees right now. We're in the 60s, rain-cooled degrees there in the Bismarck-Mandan area. A lot of damage done from these storms. Reports from out near Beulah Bay. Trailer campers tipped over all over the place. There was a confirmed tornado on the ground up north as we went in through the evening tonight. Now, these storms have not shown much sign of fizzling out or doing anything like that, but the Lions are definitely starting to lose some of their organization along the southern flank of counties. And again, off in Minnesota, we have wild stuff going on, but nothing severe. Lots of hit and miss showers, but some very heavy rain locally from a few of those storms. Thanks so much for putting up with me. Let's see if we had any questions while I was away. Stevens County in Morris, Minnesota. Got to ask you a question there about that. There is a chance for storms, but in the morning hours for you. And other than that, if you're looking for something specific on that, let me know. No, that voice is scary. Please change. Uh-oh. Is there a voice? I didn't hear the voices. Denise, thank you much. It's 85 with light winds in Phoenix, Arizona at present, and temperatures, as you see behind me, we're not far behind you. We're still in the 70s here at the late night hours here in parts of central and eastern North Dakota. Let me stop this from roaming about the prairie here, and let's get to business and tell you where the warnings are now. There's a new warning issued. Now, Botno, you got the storms approaching your area, 79 Belcourt and Rugby, Harvey 79, 66 in Minot. Scattered showers are entering into the area still, and they're quite heavy in places. We'll take the rain. We don't need hail. Now, the good news is heading into the late night hours, we've seen a reduction in the hail size from these showers and thunderstorms. And I'm just making sure my mic is working here. So let's see. Is it working? Check. There it is. Okay. Yes, I thought I saw a flat line on that. That had me scared for a second because you don't like to see flat lines when you're covering weather live, hopefully. All right, taking a look at this, we do have this little bending back of the storms here. So the northern branch of storms is heading up to the north and east. We are still getting wind reports. Let's give you a check on what's coming your way. As you are in Wells County, we have a 72-mile-per-hour gust at 10:27. So that's quite a bit ago. That was in the Balfour area. Then as as we go down a little bit farther south, we had Kruger Lake out there, 79 miles per hour, also in that 10:30 time frame. Now, as we take a look up to the, or down to the south rather, just 67 mile per hour gusts, 9 miles to the northwest of Wing. And again, that was at 10:32. So again, most of these wind reports have been from about an hour ago. Now, people are heading to bed, but let's take a look at the peak gusts that we're seeing across the area right now. And I will time these out then for you here in a second. Now, as we go down south just a little bit, you'll see that these bend right through the Bismarck area, right through central Burleigh County, and bam, back this way towards Lemon, where it has been raining. This does not look like it's moved to me that much over the last several scans and moments. Our warnings are up in the northern fringe of the part of North Dakota here. These have not been warned for some time down south. We remain in a severe thunderstorm watch. It's flashing red because it's called a particularly dangerous situation. And this Boeing segment of storms is going to be capable still of some significant winds heading into the overnight hours here. Now, will they make it to Jamestown? Will they make it to Fargo? These, as I took my little break to catch some water, is still working their way off to the east. Now let's get to it and let's talk a little bit about what the threats are right now, what we're seeing on the radar, and what we're measuring. So speaking of measuring, are we seeing any wind gusts right now that are really strong? Let's rock and roll up to the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network gusts. This is a look at right now what the gusts are, and we see on the northern flank here, these are actual gauges that are measuring the wind. Notice they're located pretty tight gradient here. There's not one every mile or whatever, but we are seeing some gusts over 40 miles per hour. Those are the peak gusts, or the wind gusts right now. So current gusts are strongest Towner County, out into that Rolla area and down into northern parts of Ramsey County right now, crossing into Benson County and the Devil's Lake Basin, some 40 mile per hour gusts. The gusts have picked up out in western parts of North Dakota behind the system with some 30 mile per hour winds working their way through. And here we have south winds in the valley. As far as peak gust goes, this is where things really light the lamp for us. And we can see just exactly where the big time winds were, near 90 miles per hour as we crossed and saw the storms cross through the Lake Sakakawea area. Now, there are reports in the Beulah Bay area here as we headed through the evening hours that campers everywhere were toppled. In Dickinson, reports of trees down on a house, at least one, numerous trees down on power lines, and power was out and reported to be out earlier tonight. So we do have problems there. Now, once we get a chance to take a look at what's going on with this, we're going to see that the peak gusts made their way into parts of Sheridan County and Burleigh County. And now we're going to see that the intensity of the wind gust seems to be tapering off a bit. That is also a good sign, but we still have that risk of severe storm winds. Severe storm winds are 58 miles per hour and greater, and that is what we're likely to see. Rugby recording a 54 mile per hour gust, and in western parts of the Benson County area here, we're seeing those gusts upwards of 45 miles per hour, and the storms are on their way in. Let's time out the warnings on the storms for you. If you do have a question and you're watching, I'm here for you. I see we got a lot of viewers still on board here right now, so thanks a lot for watching and taking part. Is the Dakotas affected by the southern monsoon flow that comes up from Mexico? It can be. It oftentimes does depend on what's going on at the surface in our area. So if we have a high pressure system over here, that can steer it around us sometimes. If we have a low pressure in here, that can kind of invite it into the area. So there are times when it does impact our weather, and other times, Woody, that it does not. I'm certainly impressed with your weather knowledge. Love of the live stream show. Woody, thank you very much. Where are you watching from, Woody? I'd appreciate hearing that. Thanks for being a part of Hutch's Weather tonight. Jake says, what does it look like for Rolla coming up? Let's get to that what's happening now activity. Greased Monkey says, how's Detroit Lakes area looking in the future? Tonight, a chance of storms. Actually, it'll be more towards morning when we'll have a chance of some showers and thunderstorms. The risk of severe is quite low, but it's not zero. And then as we go in toward the forecast for Tuesday and Wednesday, we have a risk of severe storms as well. So let's talk about the only remaining warning right now. There's only one. There's a huge one that just canceled. Let's get to the radar here and answer some of those questions. It says, Woody's in Phoenix, sir. Thank you much. Again, I do appreciate you watching from Phoenix, Arizona. Let's talk business. Big time cancellation of a warning that was for much of north central parts of North Dakota, but there's an area that continues here. So it's real interesting. It's way out ahead of the storm here. I wonder if my radar is out of date here. So let me go ahead and touch this up and see. It must be. My radar might not be updating here. Let me go to this Mayville radar and give it a second. And if it's going to argue with me, then we'll go ahead and take a look at some other products here. No, there it is. So the storms are isolated in nature. Now, this is what we're seeing from Mayville, North Dakota. And we're seeing that there's kind of just a couple of dots left on the screen here. So it looks like what was up north has fallen apart pretty considerably. But to verify this, I'm going to switch back to the Deering radar in the Minot area and let that load up and see what we get from that. Now, because I want to make sure that I'm dealing with real data here. Yes. Remember, we did a model forecast here moments ago, and a couple things to keep in mind is we did see the model was trending to show that these storms right here were going to start falling apart. Bing. We are seeing that, but we still have the warnings only up north, and this is intensifying down here a little bit with regards to the reflectivity, meaning how strong the returns are, maybe even some hail in there. But these warnings are for the area of the storm that was the windiest earlier. So let's go through what's going on and heading up into north central to northeast North Dakota and the Devil's Lake Basin, New Rockford north through Devil's Lake. Thunderstorm warning till 12:15, so it's only in effect, this far side one, only in effect for the next 15 minutes or so. Less than 3/4 inch diameter hail is going to be possible from this line of storms and 60-mile-per-hour gusts. Now notice, this is a long line of thunderstorms, but they're really isolated here and there amongst the area. So not everybody in this warned area is going to see that. And again, this one expires in about 13 minutes. Where I can tell you some of the strongest activity is heading right into Candu. We have a couple of cells just north of Leeds. We have a couple of cells, Minnewacan to Brinsmaid, and also just out towards Oberon. We have a couple of stout cells out there as well. Really, this is a long, long ways away from the radar sites to get much good information with regards to that. And if you're up in Rock Lake, you're in a warning, but really we're seeing pretty weak returns or echoes from the storm at that part. Do you see this faint green line here? That is an outflow boundary that's caused by the cold, gusty air moving out of these thunderstorms way ahead of the line of thunderstorms and creating what we call a roll cloud. And when that roll cloud happens, we can sometimes pick it up on the radar. That is an outflow boundary, and along that boundary, what we're seeing here is that those winds will be coming at you from the west. They're heading into Starkweather and Devil's Lake right now, so it may be interesting to see. So moving right over Devil's Lake, there is the potential for 60 to 70-mile-per-hour gusts, and I do want to point out that if you happen to be in this area of the Devil's Lake Basin right here, it's really important that you guys go ahead and make sure that you're seeking shelter and make sure that you're not in your campers. Certainly the storms were a lot stronger when they went through Beulah Bay. We had gusts up in that area over 80 and some places over 90 miles per hour, kissing 100-mile-per-hour winds tonight. In the Devil's Lake area here, though, you can see the backwards C-shape to this little cluster of storms as it moves in on the western edge of Devil's Lake, and it's just something you want to pay attention to. Again, these winds will be coming out of the west. Now, they could already be approaching Devil's Lake town, the community right now, but out on the lakes area, again, if you're in a camper, you want to get out of a camper, make sure that you're seeking shelter in a sturdy structure, because this kind of wind can topple campers or it can topple trees to fall on top of campers. So I've seen photos tonight from Beulah Bay. It is not pretty. The campers are shredded and upside down. And we are just hoping and praying everybody out there is okay. I have not heard anything more on that. But again, Devil's Lake Basin, seek shelter in a sturdy structure. And you know what? You just want to get away from those trees as well. So if one of them is toppled, that it doesn't fall onto your living quarters there while you're there. Behind it, this is not severe. This is just some moderate to heavy showers of rain west of Rugby heading through Towner right now. Willow City and Dunseith seeing a strong thunder shower as well. Botno reporting a wind gust. Let's see what it was. Wow. 11:15, so a more recent 75-mile-per-hour gust measured by a weather station up there. Pardon me, an automated weather observing surface station. So that is a valid measurement right there. 58-mile-per-hour gust, 4 miles to the east of Kramer as well. So again, in and around Devil's Lake, please make sure in this scribbly area that you are seeking shelter in a sturdy structure. Now, there was a new warning issued until 12:30, so for the next half hour for this whole area. Again, it's a huge warning area for just what looks like a couple of small storms. But this storm, as it evolved and collapsed, the whole line collapsed, is pushing out of it a big-time gust of wind. And we can see these little faint green echoes all the way from Sarles and the international border straight down here. Anywhere along there could see some pretty stout winds. Upwards of 60 miles per hour is what the National Weather Service says with regards to the warning for that area. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the track of the storms. Pardon me. What we'll do is take a look at the speed of motion. It's moving east-northeast at 53 miles per hour. So now I can go ahead and take this little cluster of storms right here. Now, this is the actual thunderstorms with the rain moving east or northeast at 53 miles per hour. It puts them in these communities. You can see with a huge warned box, we end up with a huge area of potential problems here. So from Cheyenne and Cando at 12:09 or now, it moves towards Fort Totten and Devil's Lake as we approach 12:15 to 12:20 to 12:23 to 12:27. Starkweather and Munich would be in the path of the storm. If you're in Langdon, if it continues on, 12:49. That's when the thunderstorm itself gets there. This outflow boundary that we see up here in light green could indeed be producing some pretty gusty winds along that boundary. Only way to test that is to look at actual wind measurements now as we look out ahead of the storm towards Starkweather, Devil's Lake, and Sarles. Let's see if I can find that on the NDON network here of current gusts. So as we're looking, we can kind of see here that as we go through Towner County, we have big time gusts or decent gusts going on there of over 40 miles per hour. These are the current gusts. But as we go farther south towards Devil's Lake, they don't appear to be that strong. Remember, there's a lot of distance between some of these gauges, and we may still see those gusts being excessive out there. So please be cautious and do heed the warnings. Let's go ahead and see if my gust estimator is going to give us some options here. Again, very splotchy in nature. And here, let me put this up for you so you can see what's going on. Then we'll get to another few questions. A core of winds going right down the Highway 2 corridor between Knox and Leeds right now. And in there are some embedded winds. So the strong winds are really just now getting to where the new warning is in effect for. Those gusts in the orange colors have the better chance at being excessive or strong, and we're seeing some potential to 55, 60 mile per hour estimates from the software here. Isolated gusts will hit up to 60 miles per hour in that zone as we go through. So the only warning right now is in the Devil's Lake Basin will be on for you. And if you do have content to share, as many of you have throughout the evening, thank you so very, very much for sharing your word of mouth, your posts letting me know what's going on. But now you can also head on over to my photo upload section on the website, hutchesweather.com. And we did have quite a number of videos and photos uploaded here. So this is Crary, and this was earlier in the day. And this is just from the good old hot, nasty south winds coming through and approaching the area here. Audie Swiftbird shared was this faint little dust storm that was going on in the distance. And then as it approached, shazam, look at that. That is just driving into some more of that erosion thanks to the winds. You know what? The crops just seeded. A lot of the cropland down there, it doesn't have a lot of coverage on it right now, so it's primed to lose some topsoil out there. Franco and Mott saying, looking west from Mott, sharing this at the dark skies and the low-hanging clouds as they made their way into south central and southwest parts of North Dakota tonight. And then a look here from west of South Hart as we look through out there. Again, menacing storms with the claws out, right? The claws are out on the edge of the storm, some scud clouds rolling in as that storm was working its way in. Again, with gusty winds in and around the South Hart area, causing problems in Dickinson with power outages and trees down. Things like, some mobile homes or any of these kind of the RV type things, not the best thing to be in during these kind of storms. Again, Rob, thank you so very, very much for sharing your photo of the menacing looking clouds that approach the area. And this is from John in Pelican Rapids with some beautiful skies and sunset as we went through Wednesday, June 3rd out there. So an upload from Wednesday. Of some nice and colorful skies in the area. Now, there's a lot of information coming in from Western North Dakota and Central North Dakota from the storms. If you have content that you'd like to upload, you can do that here on Hutch's Weather and hutchesweather.com. You can also check out my app by searching Hutch's Weather in your app store today. I do want to tout the fact that this is not a generic app. You and me teamed up by asking questions. I asked you what's important, and we put together an app that gets those things into your fingertips when you need them most. And the app is ready for you, and it is certainly free. You search Hutch's Weather in the App Store today. Now, on the app, what you're going to find, it's the logo. It looks like this, Hutch's Weather. Again, you can search Hutch's Weather in your app store, or you can head to my website, and on the top menu line, you'll see download the app. Click there, and there's versions for you if you have an Apple, or hey, if you got an Android like Hutch, you're good to go. Now, I wanted to point out this home screen here because this is called a weather widget, and you can put a widget on your home screen just by doing this. Once you download the app, you hold down on Hutch's old app button here, and you're going to see the word widget, and you can install up to about a dozen different widgets onto your home screen so that you always have some information on your home screen about the weather. Like this, you have your chance of rain and your high temperatures, or you have just high temperatures over the next few hours for an hourly forecast. Maybe you want, boom, Shazam, the radar for your area. You click on that and you say add, so we'll add that to the home screen. And then at the bottom it says add it. And then you can pick your color parameters. There, boom. You have a radar on your home screen. Anytime you want to see the radar, you just click on that on your home screen. Takes you right to the radar on the app. And now we're tracking storms all the way from Brandon, Manitoba, way up into central parts of Saskatchewan as we cross the border into central prairie provinces of, Manitoba. And Brandon getting some thunder and lightning right now. And then there's a little kind of break in the activity south of Minot. Right along the border, there's some. So this is all moving east, and this is going to continue to move east-northeast towards Lake Winnipeg. And what we have here is going on in the central part of the state, and this is the strongest we have, and these are called markers. How do you turn those on to know? Because a lot of times you might just see a blank radar. Let's hit on the national radar button together. You click that bad boy, and you say, I'm looking at the national radar, Hutch, but I want to change the overlays. And when I go to the overlay section, I turn on the alerts so all the watches, warnings, and advisories show up. I want to know where it's lightning out because sometimes that's a little shocking. And then storm tracks are where you can get more information about the individual storm cells that are on there. I even turned on earthquakes because I'm just that kind of a guy. I like to see what's going on. Click back on the data one and then back arrow, and boom, you're going to see all of the watches, warnings, and advisories. Notice that the watch continues down south, but it looks like the watch has expired for portions of northeast or north central North Dakota. Nope, there's still some pink back here. No watch in the Devil's Lake Basin, but we do have an active thunderstorm warning there. So if you live in Jamestown, you can click right on the app, click right here, and it says, in Goldwyn right now, we have 71 degrees and wind from the south-southeast at 5 miles per hour, and a thunderstorm watch is in effect. You click on that thunderstorm watch and you can get all the information about when, where, what's expected by just clicking on that, and boom, you just read the text right from the National Weather Service on what the expectations are, how long it's in effect for. By golly, the answer to that is says until 10 o'clock, but it was extended now to 1 a.m. 1 a.m. is the latest update from the National Weather Service on that. So there is a look at that. Now, these are the tracks of these individual cells just crossing over the Missouri River Valley into Emmons County. So if you're into Hazleton, Moffett, Braddock, this area right here, and into central parts of Burleigh County, the next round is heading your way. Now, this has a box around it. Is that a severe thunderstorm warning, or what is that? So we'll click on it, and it says Nope, there's a severe thunderstorm watch there. Well, I got to click right here then and see. It doesn't say anything about anything there, but it must be just a little discussion about this line of storms. We can click in and see that this little buddy right here, a lot of lightning going on there, right? It does have a backward C shape, so there could be some gusty winds. It's moving to the northeast at a pretty good clip. I click right on that dot, that center part, that square. That is the thunderstorm cell. It will pull up. Oops, I don't think I hit the cell right. Here it is. Here's the cell. This tells us the max return from the radar was 64 dBz. That's pretty high. The vertically integrated liquid isn't very high. So as a meteorologist, I say I'm not too worried about huge hail from that storm as well. No shear rate on it, but high winds are still possible from that particular storm. So those are some facts that you can get on the weather app. And according to this app, look at all of the lightning taking place as you go right down in towards, well, Lake Oahe down here and off to the west as we go out through McLaughlin and points west of there as we go into McIntosh. So that's a look at what's going on using Hutch's weather app. I invite you to download it. And if you have downloaded it, drop in the comments what you think. Hutch, I just sent you 2 photos on Facebook, a massive shelf cloud out west. Red Rooster, thank you very much. Cock-a-doodle-doo to you. I hope things are going good. I do have a question for you. I appreciate that you send them. I would love to have you consider either uploading them from the app. If you do have the app, you can upload them right here so we could all see them. Or you can go ahead and go to my website and upload them there. So if you go back to the home screen here, the app has this all set up. You can scroll through, watch my latest video, which is right now this live that we're going through right now as we continue our coverage of what's going on. And then as we scroll down on the page just a little bit, this is where you can share or upload your videos right here. And again, a very handy set of tools on the app. So you can upload it right from your device, or if you head over to hutchesweather.com, you can see at the top of the page right here, there's a section that says, oh, wow, viewer pics. You can click there, or if you scroll down a little bit farther on the home page here of hutchesweather.com, you're going to see the whole viewer photo section right here. This is where you can view the gallery or upload your pics. You can also upload short video clips, and this is where you can peruse the hundreds and hundreds of photos that have been uploaded from viewers like you right here on Hutch's Weather. But I do appreciate you sharing photos with me there. I appreciate it much. Matt says, I think that Tuesday will be worse than this. Well, this was pretty bad out in central and western North Dakota. You're right. It's also the 25-year anniversary of the massive hailstorm. Yeah, I know all about that massive hailstorm. I worked that storm in Bismarck at the CBS affiliate in town. Unbelievable, shutting down the underpasses filled with hail. That hail was around for 3 days or more after the storm. Unbelievable damage from that. $250 million in damage to vehicles and houses and roofs and the like in the area. So unbelievable. Hey, thanks for the memory there, by the way. 25-year anniversary. Has it been that long? Wowzers. Okay, let's take a look at a couple of pieces of feedback. One of the better weather apps that I have. Richard, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. I'm glad you're getting use out of it. And if you have ideas for upgrades, you're welcome to send them right to me. Wanda said, or Grease Monkey. Okay, I think we're good on caught up on this. Now let's go ahead and take a look at our forecast together. And again, the risk of storms tonight is waning as far as the severe threat. The storms out along the North Dakota-South Dakota border are still pretty strong, but they are not moving very fast. So right now we have one active severe thunderstorm warning. That is in the Devil's Lake Basin. Devil's Lake is included. If you're on the lake, it's a good idea to seek shelter in a sturdy structure. You don't want to be in an RV. Wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour are going to be possible. At the very least, make sure you're protected from falling trees if you can at all do that, because a lot of trees falling on a trailer or an RV can cause some serious damage or injury. So please be safe out there. 60-mile-per-hour winds, not so much on the hail. This is a wind gust estimator here, and it's just showing these narrow pathways, if you will, of excessive gusts that could be hitting up to 60 miles per hour. So not everybody in this warned area is going to see the gusty straight line winds, but it does appear to Hutch here that some of the stronger winds are heading right down through the Devil's Lake corridor and Devil's Lake itself, right towards Fort Totten. So as you're going right along the highway, right along, you can actually see the outline of the lake here. It's moving right over Highway 19 now and heading and crossing onto both the north and south shores of the big lake there at Devil's Lake. So keep that in mind. I mean, you don't want to ride that puppy out in a RV. My apologies. Okay. See, oh, we got some images coming in. Thank you very, very much. And it looks like somebody emailed me. So for those of you who've been emailing me, thank you. Tried to get the last video to upload. Very good. Well, I do appreciate you trying to upload videos. Sometimes the length of them can be a problem or whatever. So just keep that in mind. I do want to say a couple things about this line of storms that extends out of the Bismarck area. The risk for hail is a little bit lower on those storms, but there's a lot of red echoes, and it has sat there for an awful long time. Now we can take a look at what the Weather Service says in their special weather statement. This is usually issued by them when there's a storm that's not really at the severe threshold, but it's still capable of 50-mile-per-hour gusts along that boundary. So along this boundary here, anywhere, we could see a gust or two to 50 miles per hour as it works its way through. So keep that in mind. We still have some pretty windy and gusty storms moving through the Cannonball River Valley and Sioux County, right over the Missouri River Valley and heading into Emmons County right now. Hazleton, you're right on the edge of that right now. So that's what's going on. Now let's take a look at a forecast model together here, and we'll take a look at where this is all going as we continue to follow the storm threat. Remember, earlier we talked about the northern branch of storms kind of fizzling out, and that looks like what's going to happen. They're still severe, and they still have gust potential that could continue off to the east as the wind flows out of these storms. It can leave behind lingering boundaries that could set up shop for more storms into the morning hours. Keeping that in mind, the southern storms were set to take off. So now let's take a look at the models and see if we have one here that shows a similar situation to what we're actually seeing. Here's the latest hourly updated HRRR model, and it's showing what looks like a little outflow boundary right here in the Devil's Lake Basin. Here's Devil's Lake. As we come down here, here is Stutzman County, so Medina, Cleveland. But it has a heavier and more intense batch of showers and storms trailing back into the direction from Bismarck and out through Sioux and Grant counties. So that doesn't look too bad. Let's go ahead and follow and see what this puppy says takes place as we go through the next few hours. Boom, Bismarck, Kidder County, Western Stutzman County. As we head into the 2 a.m. time frame, we're going to see these storms make their way through. Will they be severe? The chance is not as good as it was earlier, but we still could see the main threat being gusty straight line winds, small hail potential with these storms, and the tornado threat is not too prominent as we go through the overnight hours here. Advancing through as we go towards daybreak here, it moves into Valley City by the time we get to, about 4 a.m. or so. So Valley City on in towards Northwood and possibly a few storms up north still. But notice what's going on here. As this energy moves out, it's kicking the boundary out here, and boom, we could get some thunderstorms forming in the middle of the night in Minnesota. Will they be severe? The risk is low. But watch what happens as we continue to go through. These blast through with some pretty good speed through the Fargo area by the time we go through 6 a.m. So let's just say at 5 a.m. and beyond, we could hear some rumbles of thunder in places like Hillsboro and Fargo. And that does appear to be from the south side line of storms that work their way through. Spotty showers and storms across parts of northwest Minnesota. So I'm saying there's a chance of some rain making its way quickly through the FM area, going into Becker County, Monoman County, all the way up into the Bemidji area. We are not expecting a windstorm all night through this area, though. the way things are looking here. Then this boundary of storm activity, as we go through about the mid-morning time frame, it moves out through the Leech Lake area and Walker, areas north of Brainerd and Crosby, and heads out towards Duluth before it fizzles out. High pressure sets up shop, and that means a pretty quiet day. But there is a severe weather risk as we go from Tuesday night into Wednesday here in the eastern part of the Dakotas. And it looks like it could be a substantial risk. So I'm going to take a look at a model that goes out that far. It doesn't mean that this is what's going to be happening as we go into our Tuesday night. Here it is. And this is a look at Tuesday evening. Showers and thunderstorms setting up shop. You got a low pressure center along the international border on this model. And you also have some stormy weather making its way through the Devil's Lake Basin and into the James River Valley as we cross into the late evening hours, so approaching 7 to 10 o'clock. After that, we get another big long line of windy thunderstorms blasting through the northern Red River Valley, Grand Forks first as we cross into 11 to midnight, and then this continues through southeast North Dakota as we go into the 1 to 3 a.m. time frame. And this one persists all the way into the overnight hours. Meanwhile, on this south side, we see isolated storm development in the dark hours. And this indicates to me that we may have somewhat of a low-level jet forming to fuel some of these thunderstorms even after dark. So we'll keep our eyes very closely peeled on this. Tuesday evening to Tuesday night, overnight, and into Wednesday morning, another round of severe weather. But this one, rather than taking focus on Montana to Bismarck and the central Dakotas, looks to take place from the Devil's Lake Basin through the Red River Valley as we go through. All modes of severe weather will be possible, and if we want to just take a look at some of those threats and risks, we'll take a look at the spin in the lower layers of the atmosphere here as we go through. And these colors indicate the spin that we'll have as we go through here is Tuesday. Big time spin, a lot of swirl in the atmosphere as we go through the day here. And this is, I'll read the time to you. This is the evening, about the dinner hour, 4 to 6 p.m. as we go through the southern Red River Valley. Big time shear and spin here with this. So this is something to keep our eyes on, and then that diminishes as we head into the overnight hours. So this could be an event that could possibly bring some energy even into the dark hours once again. Now let's take a look at another threat from the storms. This significant tornado parameter is another one to look at. So not much as we go through your day on Monday. That's a good thing. Then here we go. This is the significant tornado parameter, and it's not zero. And in fact, it's pretty high for these parts. As we take a look here, we're looking at, oh, I can't see the values. I'm not sure why I'm not seeing that. So yeah, this is not working so good, but 3.4, there it is. So values of the significant tornado parameter, what they're doing is they're taking a look at all of the variables that help us produce tornadoes in the atmosphere. Low level shear and spin, rapid ascent of storms for that stretching of that updraft, and basically a 3 is a pretty high number. So this does look like the threat for tornadoes will be enhanced as we go through the night. And here it is, late evening, 7 o'clock at night, and it gets even higher as we look through the region heading into the nighttime hours. We're talking 5 to 6 for values of the significant tornado parameter right here in eastern parts of North Dakota. So this is going to be late evening by the time this starts evolving. But we could have afternoon thunderstorms, and then they could last well into the nighttime hours as we go from Tuesday and into Wednesday. I'm going to get the app here in a few minutes. Says Woody, thank you so much. So yes, the setup, as mentioned by Matt, for Tuesday night and Wednesday is robust. There's a lot of energy in the atmosphere, and if everything plays out right, we could end up having some volatile weather heading into the late evening hours of Tuesday and into Wednesday. And tornadoes look to be like a significant potential with these storms as well. Hail will be quite large. We have been pretty hot over the last few days. So as we look at some information here on the energy in the atmosphere as we go through, this particular graphic will show us that. And as we go into the day, boom, here is the blossoming of energy available for rising air in the atmosphere. It's like a buoyant energy. So this is pretty exasperated energy in the southern Red River Valley as we head toward the evening of about 6 to 7 p.m. And so storms will likely form before that, but there will be ample amounts of rising air to fuel these storms. Then that gets cut off and heads down to the south as we go into the nighttime hours. So we'll keep our eyes on that threat, but that is certainly something to keep in mind. So as we go through, and let's take a look at what's going on now with, again, the latest look at the radar. I don't want to sell anybody short here and say things are not going to happen. We now have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for the Mobridge area. We'll take you down there and get the specifics in the Lake Oahe area, McLaughlin, Bullhead, as well as the Timber Lake areas. Severe thunderstorms capable of very gusty winds. As we see here, this is estimated wind gusts in the orange. Over 60 miles per hour will be possible from those. And here we got a warning for gusts to 60 and hail under 3/4 of an inch in diameter. So hail is not the main threat, but we do have that risk for some potentially stout thunderstorms out there. So that means, let's go ahead and take a look at this radar from the Bismarck area. That's just straight to the north of where this is going on or ongoing. All right. I don't know why it's not letting me click on the old radar site here. Maybe it's the Bismarck radar that's just out to lunch for just a little bit. Okay, let's go to Aberdeen then. Let's see where they are. There we go. All right. There we go. Now we're back on board. My apologies. Okay, there's a few interesting things. So you see, we got the bite taken out of the storm down here on the southern side near Isabel and Timber Lake. We do have some gust reports down here that are showing that we have some damage possibly. So let's go in and show you what's going on. No, 2 gust reports, 65 miles per hour, 1 mile southwest of Timber Lake. That occurred at 12:15. So then the warning was issued, and then we had 64 mile per hour gusts here. As we look at the wind measurement as well, that happened at 12:14. Side-by-side measurements confirming severe weather. And then we do have this bite taken out of the storm, which can looks like a hook echo because it is a hook echo. Doesn't always mean there's a tornado, but often these form in an area where we have a rotating updraft. A rotating updraft, as it's spinning, centrifuges rain, hail all around the outside of the core of the rotation, making it look like nothing's going on here, but that can be an area of spin. So what we can do is mark with our finger here where that, oh boy, now we've got some enhanced reflectivity on the backside here, and that can be either hail or possible debris, but I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. What we will do is take a look at, in this spot here, do we have shear in the storm? So I'm going to shift this over to storm relative velocity, and let's see if we've got some spin right here where my finger is. Now what we're looking for is reds and greens next to each other. We do have some. It's certainly not very strong, and it is at the end of the range for the radar from Bismarck to pick up too much good data there. So this is a pretty dangerous storm. If you're in the path of this, particularly from Isabel to Timber Lake, it'd be an excellent idea to be seeking shelter in an interior room of the lowest floor possible. Gusty straight line winds will be possible, and there is some shear showing up in this storm. As we take a look at the single site radar data back here, we do see a little bit of hail potential for it, but it's mainly a wind event, and there is some shear and spin in this. Now, the movement of this particular line of storms is to the east at 29 miles per hour. So because of that movement, we'll go ahead and track this for you. East at 29. Notice 48's here. Stout thunderstorm activity for you as well. And again, tough to measure radial velocity because we don't have a radar pointing right into the mouth of that storm, but the radar in Bismarck is going to see the wind blowing across the beam, and that's useless. It won't show any wind speed moving towards or away from the radar there, so that doesn't help us out. But what we can do is take a look and time this out, moving east at about that 30 mile per hour range. Now let's go ahead and do that for you. So if you are in the path of this line of storms from McLaughlin through Timber Lake in particular, We'll go ahead and drag this east at about 30 miles per hour. It's going to be in McLaughlin at 12:35 now. So there is a hail core moving into McLaughlin. Some gusty winds to 60 miles per hour will be possible at McLaughlin and downwind from McLaughlin. Little Eagle will be there by 12:45. Pollock as well as at 112 and 123 on the outside. It'll be moving into the Mobridge area out there. So that's a look at the timing of when this storm will be making its way into you folks out there. And again, a lot of folks out here camping in all likelihood on the reservoir. So if you happen to be out here at the Mobridge area, if you're in one of the bays here in Pollock, Lake Oahe, please get out of things like mobile homes and manufactured homes and seek shelter in something more sturdy. Wind gusts to 60 miles per hour can not only topple a RV or a camper, but it can also cause a tree to fall on you. So we don't want that. We don't want anybody injured, so it's best to seek shelter. Pretty distinct backwards C-shape, the things moving into the Linton area and Hazleton as well. I'm going to take a look at these from the Bismarck radar and see if we have any kind of shear or spin in these storms. I am seeing I-94 to the east of Bismarck just getting ready to work its way in this general direction of steel right at the Highway 14 crossing right here. A cluster of thunderstorms capable of some hail in this general vicinity here right on the interstate. So it'll be interesting to see what the radar is estimating this hail size to be. So as we take a peek at that, there is a notice from the National Weather Service of this storm that's working its way through the area saying that, hey, this is a strong storm. It could be making some hail. It could be making some gusty winds, but I'm not getting my hail estimate out here. It's not showing much of anything as far as hail threat from the system right now. That is good news. Now let's take a look at the velocities that it's picking up with these storms. Now, this is all pretty what we would call unidirectional. It's one direction. So the wind from the radar in Bismarck is all blowing away from the radar, and it's blowing exactly in the direction this beam is pointed, as a matter of fact. So these winds here likely are going to be gusting more down to the southeast in direction as they make their way through Linton. So we'll look at straight velocity, not storm relative, and we'll see where the strongest measured winds are above the ground. Here we have 60 mile per hour winds between Hazleton, and this is what the radar is measuring above the ground. These are actual measurements of the velocity of the wind, but it's above the ground. It's a little ways above the ground outside of Bismarck, and it's as close to 60 miles per hour as you can get in a few of these pixels right here, okay? So keep in mind, we could see isolated places near Hazleton to Napoleon and Braddock getting these gusts. And also, I'm seeing a little outflow boundary form right here where we're seeing this enhanced wind, and this is also where we're seeing that hail core that's trying to form. So when you get hailstones and rainfall coming out of a cloud, it certainly can cause the acceleration of the air to blow down, and then it hits the ground and it blows out ahead and it causes this little outflow boundary here. So Braddock, I brace for some gusty straight line wind potential, and downwind from you out towards Napoleon it will be possible as well. Winds heading in toward the Linton area will be very close to 60 miles per hour just above the ground. Some of that energy in isolated places, not everywhere, could gust upwards of 60 miles per hour. So we'll keep our eyes on that. These storms are still then showing some potential for that magnitude of gust that is severe. So I'm going to say that it's still a certain possibility as you go through. We can't use these measurements from Bismarck for these winds that we're seeing up here. We'll switch over to another radar for us here and take a peek at what we're seeing here. There we go. Okay, so now this radar is right in the kitchen here, so we can see estimates of wind that are heading in towards Belcourt right now. Now we do have brighter colors there, which would indicate some stronger wind potential with those cells as they work their way off to the east. So let's go ahead and check that out real quick. If you happen to be in Belcourt out here, the winds above the ground are as high as 50 or 50 miles per hour. There are a couple of pixels up here that show some higher gusts, but I don't really want to focus just on one little pixel. I do want to show that there is some potential in here of over 50 mile per hour winds, but it's well above the ground. So in a couple of the thunderstorm cells that are forming and moving through this area, we could get some outflow from a couple of them that are fairly strong and in excess of 50 miles per hour. So That radar is looking pretty benign up here, but if there's going to be anything with these storms, it could be some gusts upwards of 50 miles per hour up north. Here's a look at the peak wind gusts that we saw so far tonight. Really does tell the story of what's gone on throughout the late night hours. Big time wind event in parts of central and west central North Dakota. A big time wind event in northwest parts of North Dakota rather. And that is where we did see actual tornado warning in effect up to the north near the international border. A report of a tornado as well in a couple different places. So we'll bear down and get that information. There was damage reported, a lot of it in and around the Hazen Bay area of Lake Sakakawea. Damage reported in Dickinson with trees down on homes, power lines, and power outages with the storms that made their way through. So keep in mind, we do have that risk for a couple of these storms, still maintaining severe levels. I am seeing that most of the intense reflectivities associated with the storms that are making their way through parts of northernmost Minnesota and the Devil's Lake Basin appear to be decreasing in their intensity. We're not seeing reds here anymore, folks. We're seeing a lot of heavy rain. The heavy rain still blowing out. We could still see a gust or two that's upwards of 50 miles per hour as this thunderstorm cluster is collapsing right now. And the models do have it falling apart almost completely. Out in Devil's Lake, we got one little cell there that's blinking red that's trying to increase in intensity just a little bit, as maybe an outflow boundary is helping initiate some of that. So there along the border, we do see, as we go east of Bismarck, moving into Kidder County, a very stout thunderstorm cell trailing all the way down through Linton, Hazelton, and all the way down in towards the Mobridge area, a line of storms that has produced significant wind gusts now already that have been measured down in and around Timber Lake of 65 miles per hour, damaging enough that if you happen to be seeking shelter in a mobile home, a trailer, camper, that could not be safe. So it might be a good idea if you're out on Lake Oahe here to get out of campers and get into something a little bit more sturdy or a lot of bit more sturdy. See if we can take a look at that Bismarck radar just to give you the latest on the look from this magnitude of storm here. So does twist its way back down through on the south side of the storm there. There was some spin or shear associated with the storm. This is down by Isabel right here where we see this little hook. I'll take a look and see if that is still there. Nighttime storms like this are pretty scary. I understand this if you hear Hutch talking about it. I do not see the shear or spin that I was seeing near Isabel at all. There is not a signature of spin anymore there. If there is some weak spin, it's near Timber Lake now. But it's not necessarily organized whatsoever. So keep that in mind. There is some Timber Lake shear showing up, but it's not organized and it's not too strong. So gusty straight line winds are blasting through with this storm through north central parts of South Dakota. Gusts to around 65 or 70 miles per hour look possible. We do have a hail core working its way on this side of Timber Lake, just off to the west of you. This is moving northeast and it's moving at a clip of about, I believe it was, what was it, 35 miles per hour, 29 miles per hour, 30 miles per hour. So that's heading towards Little Eagle, McLaughlin, and also the Lake Oahe shores on the west side of Lake Oahe. All right, I'm going to keep you up to date right here. If you're in Steele, you got some increased lightning up there in the Wing area. So Wing and Tuttle and northern parts of your area in both Kidder County and also Burleigh County, seeing these storms make their way through. Heavy rain on I-94 right now as you look out towards between, say, Bismarck and the Steele area. And another little thunderstorm cell trying to form right along the outflow boundary we see here, right here. You see that little pimple start to grow? Yep. So we got one pimple popper here starting to fire off along the outflow boundary from this line of storms, working its way through parts of central North Dakota and north central South Dakota at this hour. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. If you're new to the channel, thanks for watching. If you have a question, I'll address any of those right now and keep you up to date right here with what's going on in the latest. If you like the videos, please take a moment, hit the like button, and I really would invite you to hit the subscribe button on my YouTube channel. Love seeing the growth there, and my Facebook page also has a number of follows, and thanks so very, very much for all of that. I'm ready for October, says Mike. I don't know. I mean, I was waiting for this warm weather, but working outside the last couple of days, I might be right with you very quickly. Think Belcourt is clear from for the rest of the night, says Zaylock. I would say that the Belcourt area, as we take this radar up and we move north, is starting to see that the intensity of the reflectivity out here, in meaning the intensity of the storm, not too bad. I do think that the risk and the threat for the Belcourt area is low. Still could be breezy. You could still get some of this rain pushing right through the area now. Notice that the swath of the rain is pretty wide. It's not 100 miles, but you could have a prolonged chance of rain here as we go through the nighttime hours, which is good on that fire danger index for us. And I still think we could see a few isolated gusts that exceed maybe 40 miles per hour at times in isolated places from there. Hail core building up now, as it looks like to me, as we look in on the Tuttle area, south of Tuttle. This few white areas starting to show up along that boundary here. So that storm is increasing in intensity just a fair piece. And as we go out in towards the Kidder County boundary, very jagged edge here of the storm, as what this would indicate is we have some different inflows and outflows coming out of these storms. As hail falls down, the wind burps out of the storm and it causes a little expansion on one side or the other. So that's something that I think we could see some robust continuation into the Kidder County area of this storm as we head into the 1 o'clock hour and time frame. And again, a look at our latest with the watches. Those watches do remain in effect all the way. Now notice, the watch has been dropped for the northern tier of counties. So the particularly dangerous situation watch was set to expire at 1 a.m. up north, and it is done up there. They dropped those counties. We do still see that in the James River Valley here, the watch does continue until 1 a.m., but that's only 14 minutes away. I'm here with you for the long haul if anything goes through, so that's it. What is the outlook for Jamestown? Sizzle my bacon says, what's the outlook for Jamestown? Crispy bacon is the outlook, because I love crispy bacon. Okay, this line of storms, it has sat here for quite a bit of time. And to illustrate that fact, I'm going to sneak over and take a look at another radar product that I have here. Pardon me while I switch it over right in front of your face here. And we'll go and look at the single site radar data. We're going to pick Bismarck. And I just want to show you that this line of storms right out here in the Bismarck area, I'm going to go back, well, sometime. Let's go back quite a bit. It'll take just a second to load this up, and you'll see that this little boundary here and line of storms has not made a lot of progress. This line was marching through southwestern North Dakota. Big time hailstorms, a couple of tornado warnings approaching parts of northwest North Dakota as we went through the night. Stanley got the job done with some severe weather rolling through. And look at this, as these storms moved into the Beulah Bay area, we're talking about right in here. Boom, there they went. Big time wind burst through there. And then look at all these wind, the wind bow echo effect here. You see it very clearly. And then this line here is what I'm talking about. From about, I don't know, 10 o'clock or so, they're really not making much advancement to the east very quickly, but they are indeed moving east. So the speed of movement of that line to the east has really slowed down. Let me see if there's any update too from the National Weather Service. So it's kind of fun to look at the progression of the storms as we went through the night as well, just to see what was going on with them as they made their way through. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue for the Mobridge area right now, and that storm is making its way towards you. And those look like Mobridge to McLaughlin. McLaughlin, you're right under it. And then Timber Lake still has some of the stronger echoes as we look right up in this area. I got some new information here, so if you bear with me, I'm going to get the latest on that and see what it says. Event has been canceled for the severe thunderstorm watch for some counties, and it looks like this is the stuff. Wells County has been dropped from the severe thunderstorm watch as well. So county at a time, we're starting to see some of these counties fall off. So it's still showing up on my computer here. Let me double check that. Yeah, so it's still showing up on my county that Wells County is in there, so we'll have to be careful. Aha! We had a new warning for Steele to Napoleon for the line with the gusts and the hail cores developing. just issued right now. So if you're joining me, I just want to let you know that the National Weather Service in Bismarck has issued a severe thunderstorm warning. Kidder County in the southern part, and it does sneak all down into the Napoleon area as well. So as we take a look at the warning for this particular storm, and I'm going to turn them on for this other computer as well. Pardon me while I do that. Okay. Turning it on, turning that on. Okay, here we go. So we do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is mainly for Kidder County, but it also does include you folks down here in Napoleon. And that is for essentially, until 1:45. So this storm warning is for the risk for 60-mile-per-hour gusts. Hail will be under 1 inch in diameter. That's a radar indicated threat. And again, this is moving east at 32 miles per hour. So we'll track this one into your area. Steel, it's coming right for you here. We do see some enhanced echoes building up towards Tuttle as well. We'll keep our eyes on that. But this little core right here could be the one where we have the best chance for seeing some hail cores in there. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 8 different updrafts in this little line of storms that's right here. So if you think of each thunderstorm cell that forms having an average diameter of about 10 miles or so, then you're looking at one storm here, one storm here. It really is a number of storms in this area. Gusty winds will be coming at you from the west. We should be able to get a good estimate. We did get a good estimate of the velocities with this because the wind will be away from the radar. And here we go. Big, bright pink colors here are the velocities that are the highest. And this is picking up, as we talked about earlier, 60-mile-per-hour gusts. And now it's up to 70. So we do have some potential, I think, for 60 to 70-mile-per-hour gusts between Steel and Napoleon. And I do notice a little... you see this little pooch that's sticking out here, a bow. So that's like a bow echo starting to form. There could be some pretty good and enhanced gusts going in through the Napoleon area as well. These estimates of velocity are 60 plus miles per hour at an angle. The winds are this way, so it's at an angle. I think they could be higher than that. The question is, will they mix to the surface? The answer to that question is yes. Likely in a few places with the downdrafts, it'll hit the ground with some force. And in other areas where you're in an updraft or the rain doesn't make its way down to you yet, no, it won't. So there will be isolated places, I think 60 to possibly 70 miles per hour. And we do have some shear showing up on this thing as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. And I'll go ahead and look at that. Okay, so this is pretty high amounts of shear. Yeah, that's some pretty high amounts of shear there. Let me just double check that. 136 mile per hour outgoing flow next to incoming flow here, which is 30 miles per hour. So there is some spin in this part of the storm here that is pretty intense. So that's a pretty high shear marker there. We'll go ahead and let me take a look at this and see if it's picking it up too. Yeah, it's picking it up too. So we got big time shear showing up. Those could be a couple of bad beams though, because see how it's extended out like that. So we'll keep our eyes on this one very closely here. If you're in Napoleon, that shear marker and that area of the storm with the gustiest of winds is heading right in your general direction. As I take a look at a couple of other key factors here, I have a lowering of the correlation coefficient. What does it mean? It means that these targets are not very well correlated between a horizontal beam that goes out like this and a vertical oriented beam like that. So if you have perfectly round objects, then you have a high correlation or red colors. But this blue in this same area of problems is a problem. We also have a lot of blue showing up here, and that does not necessarily mean that there is a tornado, but it does mean that we have targets up here that are dissimilar between the horizontal and vertical oriented pulses that are going out. Now let's take another look at another piece of fun information, and let's look at what's called the target differences. And in the same area, we have high target differences right here, not far from Napoleon. It would have been ideal if they were in the same spot, but that does show that we do have some high differences in that same area that we have the velocity issue. Okay, so see, we're seeing this blue here. That's target similarity is low, and in the same area we're getting a little bit of high velocity, but there it is, an offset there. So likely, you know, we have some unsettled stuff going through here. There could be a hail core moving through up on the north side of this system as well. It's not going to be ginormous hail by any stretch of the imagination, but that certainly is a possibility there. As we take a look at this storm, we have a real surge in intensity going on the south side now. As we take a look, I'd like to see this looped just a little bit. Thanks for joining with me, and thanks for bearing with me. I'm just trying to analyze this in real time. Anything to consider for Grand Forks? I think things are quiet there for now. Yeah, so if we watch this thing advance, you see this storm increasing in aerial coverage right here. It's fired out ahead of the main storm, and now it's really building. So this one is just building on the leading edge of the storm. That's going to hit Napoleon in the next few minutes with a hail core and possibly some gusty winds. So what we're looking at there, why I'm getting so confused, is there's probably an outflow that came out of the storm here. Boom, intersected with another boundary, and it's starting to form another storm on the south side. So now we can make sense of that story. Along this leading edge from Steele right now, you can see this whole line moving towards you. There are pockets or isolated pockets of up to 1-inch diameter hail. And then we do have some gusty straight line wind potential as these hail cores collapse and move through the area. So with the movement around 30 miles per hour, it does look like, well, I don't know why that box is disappearing. Oh, that's because it was issued in the middle of the loop. So my apologies. Talking to myself again. So yeah, we have the line making its way into the central part of this polygon here that's warned for. It is pooching out on the middle side here a little bit, so that could be an acceleration of the line right there. Some gusty wind potential in the central part. Just north of Napoleon is going to be a possible area where we would see some enhanced windfall potential or wind potential with the storm. And then as we look at straight velocity measurements again, I like to keep my eyes on these when we get, now they're going up. Okay, so the Doppler radar in Bismarck is measuring these winds on this thing of over 70 miles per hour just off the ground. Now let's see what it is, because we got a new scan. So that appears to have been, that appears to be gone now on the next scan. So it either went a little higher or went a little lower, but there it was picking up velocities of 70 miles per hour outbound away from Bismarck, heading right into Napoleon. So Napoleon, I think there is a decent chance of some rip and wind gusts in and around your area. Let me see if I can take a look at the end-on sites here and see if we do have some current wind gusts going on. They have a pretty nice dense grid of instruments out there. So as we look down to the south, Steele definitely has seen an increase. Again, Steele, Napoleon, these areas, not all are on the map here, so we're not seeing gusts everywhere yet. These are the current wind gusts that we have right now, in and around 30. And then if I look at the peak wind gusts here, we'll see if it did pick something up in between here. Steele 39, 42 down here. So no, not yet. I think it's still in the realm of possibility right near the Napoleon area to see some pretty good gusts from this storm, just based on some radar analysis we're doing in real time here. So that is something to keep your eyes on. Big gusts possible from this storm from Braddock right into the Napoleon area at this time. So that's what's going on with that particular cell. Moving into Steele on I-94 as well. The wind speeds there are still stout and upwards of 55 to 60 miles per hour in places, as you see here, but just south of the interstate. Again, moving off to the east, northeast, and it's moving at about 30 miles per hour. So that's what's going on there. We do have the warning for McLaughlin. Let me take a look at this. Okay. It's storm relative here. Okay, so we have some shear out here by Little Eagle. As you go south and east of there right here is some spin showing up with this. You know, it really can be scary at night. This isn't a textbook or classic signature of a tornado. It's just a signature of some spin in this supercell thunderstorm making its way through here. So many different things can cause this in the mid-levels of the cloud, but you have wind blowing towards Bismarck here and away from Bismarck here. and it's right on the Highway 30 or 12 corridor, my apologies, as it's wrapping out of Mobridge and the Lake Oahe area. If you happen to be in the Mobridge area or Lake Oahe, we have some gusty wind potential. There is some shear in this storm, and seeking shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor would be a good idea. And if you happen to be camping or know somebody camping out on a Lake Oahe area, if you are in the warned area with this storm, it would be a very good idea to make sure that you're seeking shelter. That's all the way from the North Dakota border right through areas south of Mobridge and east of Timber Lake now. And again, there is some spin or shear in a couple of different spots moving in towards Mobridge at this time. So that's what we have going on. As we take a look at that, we do have an update for Harriet and Mound City of some strong thunderstorm potential in your area. As I switch this back over to the radar view here, pardon me. There it is. So strong thunderstorm activity in this area is heading your way. Pollock in particular has a pretty good core heading your way off to the east. So right now, as we take a look at the big picture again, I know that many of you may be waking up to lightning and thunder and all of the like, but we do have the central part of the Dakotas, most of central North Dakota, parts of north central South Dakota, seeing strong and severe thunderstorm warnings for these two yellow boxes that you see. This includes Napoleon up towards Steele on I-94, and this includes north central parts of South Dakota near the Mobridge area, and heading right into Lake Oahe near Mobridge at this time is a pretty gusty line of thunderstorms working its way through. That's what we have going on here. As we take a look up, I'm just looking on other devices here. We talked about Manitoba. There's still a severe thunderstorm watch in central Manitoba. So east of Dauphin and along Highway 1 and north as you go off to the east of Brandon, we still have some stout thunderstorms out there, but no active severe thunderstorm warnings that I can see right now for Manitoba, just strong thunderstorms. So here's what's left of your watch box for the severe thunderstorm watch. It's supposed to expire in 4 minutes. Now I'm going to take a look while this is sitting behind me here at a little bit of information from the Weather Service on my connection with them and see if there's some more information on this. Okay, first I got to do this. I see that I've gotten some photo uploads. Mammatus clouds. Ooh, pretty. Thank you very much, Amelia. I appreciate you for sharing your view. Yeah, here's Amelia's Mammatus clouds taken tonight. Devil's Lake area. This was a nice shot. Some Mammatus clouds, just the boiling of the sky is above us. So as we enjoy, or you enjoy that picture, I just want to take a look at the National Weather Service details. Unbelievable damage photos I'm seeing out west. Stark County in and around the Dickinson area. Trees down. Roof blown off. .72-mile-per-hour gusts measured. Okay, let's see what Bismarck is saying about the watch. I'm not seeing that. Big time hail across parts of western North Dakota. Damage in and around Gladstone. Damage in and around Glen Olin, damage in and around Antler. Looks like a kid's playhouse hit the ground. Beulah Bay, campers destroyed. Doesn't have a number, but we would hear more about that tomorrow. I hope nobody was in those, but hope everybody's okay. I'm not seeing a discussion from the Bismarck office at this particular time here about anything they're thinking with regards to the warning. So I'm going to sneak over and take a look at my other source here from the Storm Prediction Center. Okay. Okay, good. Thanks for bearing with me while I get caught up on a little bit of information here from our friends at the Storm Prediction Center here. All right. Okay, let's see if we got any. Okay, good to know what their thinking is over there. All right, so the consensus looks like here in about 4 minutes, the severe thunderstorm watch is set to expire. It's not expected to see that they continue that, and an extension of another watch is highly unlikely. We do have severe thunderstorms here that are working their way out through the Kidder County area and, pardon me, Steele, and moving through that area. Very gusty straight line winds are the likely threat. Look how far ahead this outflow boundary is pooched out here. So a big time gust went through their areas of Napoleon and points north. We still are waiting for this puppy to drag through Steele right now. So different parts of the thunderstorm complex moving at different speeds as we go into the early morning hours. So here it is as we head into Napoleon, this backward C shape working its way through. As far as the hail core, this puppy was moving up from the southwest to northeast. So this cell moving in this general direction is what's heading in towards Napoleon. And then if you happen to be in Steele, you got this stuff from the south that kind of came in and from a southwesterly direction right there. So the individual thunderstorm cells are moving from southwest to northeast. That means for you in Tappan, it's going to be this guy that'll be happening and working its way in towards you. Yes, there is a chance that it could be severe. As we take a look, it looks like we got, yeah. So this little hook feature here is just a new cell forming right there, boom. Okay, so not necessarily a classic hook signature there, but this is just another thunderstorm cell firing because the outflow from this one is causing some new storms to form on the leading edge of that activity. Gusty straight line winds are still going to be a significant problem with the storm as we move through. As we take a look at what some of these bright values of velocity are, we're seeing 50 to 55 mile per hour gusts now at present time. Some as high as near 60. So we could have some pockets of 60 mile per hour gusts here as we look through. I'm seeing a couple of those north of Napoleon. I'm seeing a couple of those along the Highway 34 corridor at this particular time. So keep that in mind. A little closer to Steele coming in towards you, we've got 55 to 60 mile per hour gusts blowing up. Now these are wind measurements actually from a Doppler radar, and they show the radial velocity or the motion of the wind away from Bismarck. So the radar is located in Bismarck, and if you take a look at that, it's going to be checking or measuring a wind that's blowing out to the east northeast from the west southwest. So basically we have as good of an estimate of the wind just above the ground as we can get right here. And then as we take a look at the at how high this measurement is. So as we look at some of these wind measurements, we're looking at winds that the radar is measuring about 2,500 feet off the ground. Yes, that's high, but when rain is falling down, some of that energy of the wind blowing this way can get mixed down to the surface with some intense gusts as well. So do keep that in mind, that not all of these areas are going to have the gusts of wind, but it's certainly possible to see 60-mile-per-hour winds. We also have some stout winds heading in towards Wishick as well. The Doppler radar estimates of these wind speeds are shown to be pretty hefty as well. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of measurements we get off of some of these. Let's go in here. There's 55, 60-mile-per-hour gusts heading in the general direction of Wishick. Let's see which way they're moving. It stopped. There we go. I got to click the button again. Yeah, it looks like they're just kind of popping up and disappearing and popping up and disappearing, but the whole line is essentially moving off to the east. These little gusty winds that are moving right along the highway corridor here, heading in the general direction of Wishick. And if I pop this up on the most recent scan that we got here, we do have some areas where we've got some 50 to 60 mile per hour pockets in there. Now a new warning has been issued for Wishick just as we talk about this. So we do have severe thunderstorm gust potential for Emmons County. And then as we cross out to the Strasburg area and into Ashley and Wishick area. So yeah, we're looking at a severe thunderstorm warning in this area now. This warning is in effect until 2:15 a.m. It's moving east at only 18 miles per hour. So the southern flank not moving very fast. The wind threat has been observed at 60 miles per hour. So somewhere they got a measurement of a 60 mile per hour gust. So 60 mile per hour gusts moving east at about 20 miles per hour. Here is your estimated time of arrival. Wishick, it's right on your doorstep right now. And then it's moving east at about 20, so we'll put it about 24 here. We got Wishick at 119. The gusty straight line winds will be very close to you, if not over you. 126 in Venturia rather. Lair and Ashley at 140 to 145. These storms will be out towards you. Gusty winds right along the North Dakota, South Dakota border, prompting a couple of different warnings. Gusty straight line winds and some isolated hail. And as we take a look at that hail potential with these, it's not super high. The biggest hail core I'm seeing with regards to this southerly warned storm near the border is just north of Harriet there. And in fact, Harriet has a pretty good pimple working its way towards you as well. These individual thunderstorms are kind of moving to the northeast like this. The whole line is moving off to the east, and it's moving to the east at only about 20 miles per hour. So that's what we're seeing here with this storm warning. Another one now in effect as we go through. We have storms working their way through the Mobridge area and now moving just into Mobridge. I'd be interested to see what the wind measurements are of these, but I'll tell you why we can't measure them from the Bismarck radar. The beam from Bismarck's coming this way, but the winds are blowing this way. So the radar cannot measure how much wind is blowing towards or away from the radar when the wind is blowing exactly perpendicular to the radar beam. We'll get no measurement at all of any usefulness. So when I look at the wind velocities down this way and I turn on that straight velocity data, we're going to see values here that are extremely low and pretty much useless. 4 miles per hour. Now, this storm's producing much greater wind speeds than that. In fact, we had gusts here measured over 60 miles per hour. So keep that in mind. We're analyzing this with the tools that we have here in the middle of the night to see what it is that's going on in the area. Okay, so there's a look at that. A brand new severe thunderstorm warning from Steele now through Wishick and heading in towards Ashley. In your general direction, moving east at about 20 miles per hour. This line of storms also capable of some 60 miles per hour gusts, maybe a little bit more in isolated places. I did see periods of 70 mile per hour measurements aloft just above the ground here as the storm moved right over Napoleon as we go through. Now I'm going to look at another thing here just to keep myself educated as to what the latest scan is showing. Bad beam maybe? Okay. Yeah, it looks like something bad's going on there. Just a bad beam, not just a noisy beam. Okay, so here you can kind of see this outward blowing wind away from Bismarck right here. This stuff moving into Ashley and Wishick is very strong. If we take a look at the wind gust measurements down in the area, I'll look at the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network again, looking at gusts right now. These are actual gusts that measured. Here it is. 52 mile per hour peak gusts measured here on the county line. So we do have that going on for us right there. And it does look like we're seeing, you know, some areas, not all over, that are going to see that. So yeah, we're talking about the Logan and McIntosh County areas here, just exiting out of Emmons, Kidder County. All seeing strong storms, particularly on the south side of Kidder County. So all of the strong storms right now are on the southern and central part of North Dakota. Will they hit Fargo? Will they hit Jamestown? There is a chance of that, and we just went over the latest on the model. I see I have a number of you watching. Let me see if I have any questions from you. Let's start with the viewers over here on YouTube. Thank you much for being a part of YouTube. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you here. And while you're here, I'd love to have you hit the like button if you like the content, and please consider hitting the subscribe button. Make sure you hit the notification bell so you can be notified when I am sending an update. As I pull up some data behind me on the forecast, I'm going to effort to see some questions that you have. Britt says, Hutch, thanks for the amazing work. It's a mess in Dickinson. Power is back on. Britt, thank you so very, very much. I do appreciate that. I hope nobody was hurt from your area to Hazen Bay, Beulah area. Unbelievable wind storms tonight and a couple of tornadoes. You know, it's the weekend, everybody's camping, so it's just a blessing to know that we get a report from you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And again, I hope everybody is okay. Jessica says, what are you thinking they will arise in Fargo? What are you thinking they will arise in Fargo? I'm thinking about 4 hours if the clothes fly straight. Yeah, Jessica, well put. And thank you, Hutch, for everything, watching from Fargo. Simon, good to have you on board. Hi, Hutch. No more bad gov says, hi, Hutch. Hope everything's going good. All right, so here's a look at the latest forecast model. We'll go through this together. And again, this is something that is kind of handy to do as we go through. It's handy to take a look at where the model's doing good and where it's not. Now, this is a model that's doing pretty good on the first few scans. It's showing weakening storms up north and a band of heavier storms down south. And they continue to chug as we go through 9 minus 5 is 4 a.m. So at 4 a.m., you're talking about you folks out there in Edgeley, Oaks. If you go up to Lemoore, Cullum, southern parts of Stutzman County. So it's really the southern flank that has the best chance. But look at what's going on here. Isolated thunderstorm development. The risk of severe, highly low, very low as we go into the overnight hours in Minnesota. This area, I think, could still be quite windy. As we go towards 4, 5 a.m., 6 a.m., here we go, 6 a.m. You see what happens here in Fargo? We have storms right here, and they lurch across our area quite quickly, or new storms form on the east side of the Red River Valley as the ones out west collapse, right? If one collapses and throws out a burp, then you might get some storms a few miles away, and there might be a boundary sitting here from this activity that was churning down here that lies right here. Boom, you get another line of storms. So there is a chance your lawn gets a drink of much needed water here in the FM area. We're talking about Richland County, seeing that. There could still be some pretty gusty winds. Will they be severe? The risk isn't that great. But remember, severe is 58 miles per hour. So we could get some stout windy storms blowing in. The wind will shift from southerly to westerly as that happens. And then boom, they roll quickly through Becker County, Otter Tail County. And then we'll have percolating storms into the morning all the way from around the Motley, Staples area, as well as you folks in Wadena, straight north up in toward the Lake of the Woods area and the Rainy Lake area. That's it. Then we're done with minus the fact that we could see some scattered thunderstorm activity off in Minnesota on Monday or later today, but it doesn't look like it's going to be a severe weather day as we go into your Monday. So to compound that statement, we'll go back to the radar and we'll go ahead and show you the risk for severe weather as these windy storms are blowing into Wishick quickly now through Wishick. Gusty winds. What are those dark red colors there? Let's look at that together. This is storm relative velocity, so let's turn it back to real velocity since this should be pretty good measurements. And we'll take a look at the latest stuff here as it's loading up. And again, I don't know what it's doing here. Yeah, that's velocity. And let's go with... There we go. Okay, so this is the velocity. We'll take a look at the measurements here going into Wishick. Some much lighter winds here, but we still see some hot ones or some hot spots off to the west. Here's your measurement of wind that came in that allowed for the warning. Look at this. Were we not talking about 70 up to 70 mile per hour winds? .67 miles per hour, 5 miles west of the Wishick area from a Mesonet station run by Endon. I just looked at Endon. I didn't see that on the peak gust notification there. I don't know if this was at a 10-meter tower or not, but all I know is that a 67 mile per hour gust happened just west of Wishick, and we were looking at the winds in that area. I'm like, it's kind of strong, and that hit the ground. So that does mix down to the ground sometimes, and that's what happened there. Now that leading edge of the gustiest of winds is working its way in towards Wishick as we speak. So get prepared for up to 60 to 70 mile per hour winds in isolated places, not every place. Notice how splotchy this looks, where the velocity's low here, high there. So, and you can see with the measurements as I point with you. So in this green area, 45 mile per hour gusts there, and this is blowing away from Bismarck. Oh, that says incoming. So we got some rain collapsing, hitting the area. Boom, that green rain, that green air is moving towards the radar. And then over here we got rain that's moving away from the radar. So right here up aloft, we've got some wind blowing away from the radar in that direction. So here we got some of this outgoing wind that's about 45 to 50 miles per hour. That is blowing in the general direction of you folks in Wishick. So we'll see what happens there, but we did get that big time gust reported right there. And that was on the highway as we were looking through. So this is Highway 13 and big time gust of 67 miles per hour for this time of the night. That's pretty healthy. Down here, we're seeing some gusts. This is a little bit higher off the ground. The farther I get away from the radar, the higher the data is off the ground. But here's 61, 65 miles per hour. That's heading away from the radar at this particular level in the atmosphere. So yeah, we still have some areas that we could have 60 plus mile per hour gusts as they approach areas like Venturia, Ashley, Wishick getting it, and then heading in towards Lair as well. So interesting. We do have a new warning down here for Eureka and Harriet for this same cluster of storms. See if I can switch over to the another radar, but let me do that. Okay, so Aberdeen can look right into this storm where Bismarck couldn't. So Aberdeen is here. We can look into the storm and look at the velocities that are moving towards Aberdeen. And we should get a good estimate of how fast the wind in the cloud up above the ground is blowing. If that energy mixes down to the ground, then we could have big time gusts at the ground. But are they big time gusts or are they not? So here we go as we take a look at some of these measurements here. 45, 55 miles per hour. So we're right at severe level winds here blowing towards Eureka. And some of these are on the order of, 60 miles per hour. So very fitting and very similar to what we're seeing on the North Dakota side of the state line here. It's kind of far out for Aberdeen, and this is a little bit higher off the ground, but some of these measurements here are over 60 miles per hour. So let me show you exactly how high off the ground we're measuring this to let you know that we're seeing these at about 7,000 feet above the ground. So oftentimes the wind at that level is blowing a little bit harder, but not always. So keep that in mind. And the wind up at that level at that high in the atmosphere, 7,500 feet, 7,200 feet, let's say, is oftentimes moving in different directions. So the outflow that's coming out of the storm moving this way, causing this neat little outflow boundary right here, is blowing this way. up above the storm, these winds are coming in from a southerly direction, fueling it with warm, moist air. So that can really cause some of these velocities to show up a little bit goofy and in the higher levels of the storm. Just some more meteorological fun. Big time new warning has just been issued. Gackle, Lair, Ashley. So this area here, leading edge of gusts, working our way away from the Bismarck area. New warning. So let's go ahead and pop that up there and show you what we got. Okay, so severe thunderstorm warning continues for the Gackle area. Here it is until 2:15, less than 1 inch hail. So hail's not the main threat, but we do have the risk for some gusty winds. And this is a radar indicated hail threat. So keep that in mind. I mean, it's not everywhere that we're going to see even any hail at all, but we could see a couple spots get some sizable hail. Hey, Modern Marge, thank you so very much for your 12-hour energy drink fund. Thank you very much. I do appreciate all of your support of Hutch's Weather. You know what? If you don't have the ability to support me in that way, or you want something to take home when you do, head on over to hutchesweather.com, and I'll just share this with you. When you're over on my website, right at the top line, you'll see the shop button. Click on that. I have some fantastic gear that's loaded up for you to take home a little something for your support of Hutch's Weather. It's just another way to support Hutch's Weather. On the shop, though, I did want to point something out. I do have these kickin' rain gauges right here. These are the type and caliber of rain gauge that folks who do monitoring for the National Weather Service, called the COCORAs, that they basically use these measurements, but they're very handy. They can measure way over 10 inches of rain, not all at once, but this little inside tube fills up first with the first inch of rain. The rest of it overflows through a little crack right here, and it goes into the big bucket. So you can leave this at your farm field on point A. If you have another farm field on the other side of the county, you can drive over there and put one up. And this measures it to the nearest 1/100th of an inch. And if there's more in the overflow in the bigger cylinder on the outside, you just simply take the inside tube out and dump the first inch of rain out. And then you take this fancy funnel and then you pour in the next inch. You throw that. I said, okay, we got 2. My gosh, we still got more. 2.33 inches of rain. Wowza. So you can read it when you get around to it. It isn't going to evaporate or go too far. And they're fantastic. So you can order this off my shop page if you click on it right at the top. It says 14-inch precision rain gauge. And remember, it's a great price. And number one, make a great gift. Number 2, and then number 3, they're just fantastic and functional. In the winter season, you can take this top funnel off, you take the inner tube out, and you can leave this in. When snowflakes fall in, now you go collect it after the snowstorm, then you bring it inside, melt it down, and guess what you can measure? The liquid content of the snow that fell in the cylinder. So a really nice rain gauge for you here. And I appreciate all of you who have taken the time to order the rain gauge so far. So just thought I'd share that with you. All right, back to some live coverage of our storm event here going on. We have severe thunderstorms across the region, and thank you so very, very much, Modern Marge. Chris John says, what are we looking at for the Fargo area? Approximately what time? So we just went over that in the hour-by-hour forecast, and I'll put that right back up here real quickly in case I missed you. I hope you're still hanging around here, but boom, there. If we get a chance at some storms, it's going to blast through here as we go into about the let's say between 5 and 6 a.m. They jump into the area. So we might hear some morning thunderstorms. Yes, they could still be windy, but the risk of severe is lower than it is right now out to the west. So we'll keep our eyes on it. I'll be here watching it. If storms get noisy, there's a few things. You can stay informed by downloading my brand new weather app, and you'll get an alert as long as you turn those alerts on. Very good. Jamestown, I see the question, Brenda. Thank you very much. I hope you're doing well. Here's a look at the latest model for the James River Valley. Boom, there it is. So as we go through the 09Z time frame, here is Stutzman County right here. Not all of the county. It's a big county, right? The I-94 corridor right here. So, there's a chance of some storms approaching your area at 9 minus 5 is 4 a.m. So let's say somewhere in the 3 a.m. hour, which isn't too far away, I guess, as the crow flies across the clock handle there. So that's what we're looking at. So we do have severe thunderstorm warnings continuing. It looks like, for whatever reason, I'm still seeing the severe, is that right? Let me double check this. Severe watch. Okay. I wonder if they extended this again now. Now it's till 3 a.m. Yeah, we're like, okay, we're gonna continue this out till 3 a.m. now. So the severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect for 3 a.m. for Stutsman County, all the way through Dickey and Lemoore counties. I'll show you that right now on the red map. So there's your answer for Jamestown. Thank you for watching. I do appreciate it. Devil's Lake time frame forecast. Nell, thank you very much. Looking up north, Devil's Lake. Shazam, here you go. The watch is in effect till 3 a.m. for Jamestown area, Stutsman County, for Dickey, for Lemoore County, all the way back towards Linton and up towards Kidder County. So this is the chunk that remains of the gusty wind storm watch, severe thunderstorm watch. What's going on up in Devil's Lake, you say? What's the time frame? There were weakening thunderstorms that blew through your area. I'll switch over to the radar from Mayville so you can see what's going on there. Here is the line of storms. They're off to the west, moving through Maddock right now, or towards Maddock and the Devil's Lake Basin. There's another line of storms forming over Nelson County, likely an outflow of these storms blowing out, hitting another boundary, and whoo, we got some thunderstorm development. So from Coop all the way up through Mackville, Lakota, and on up into western Walsh County, we're seeing some thunderstorms form. The risk of anything out here being severe is low. It's not zero, but look at all of these individual thunderstorm pockets. There's a hot pocket there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So each of these thunderstorms has an average diameter of around 10 miles when they're a mature thunderstorm or whatever. So if you happen to be in Devil's Lake, here's a straight line answer. We're looking at storms that are moving east-northeast, so this have the best chance to reach your area. This cell that's near Fessenden in parts of Wells County, just off to the east of Harvey, by the way, 43 miles away from the Devil's Lake area. So if you're in the Devil's Lake area, if these storms are moving at any velocity, they have been moving at about 40 miles per hour, but it sure looks like they've slowed down. So I'm going to turn on my cell watcher here and see if I can see what's going on with these thunderstorms. I don't think we have hailstorms, but let's see. Wow, look how fast that puppy's moving. So this is the cell moving up and towards the western reaches of Devil's Lake. Boom, it's moving northeast. That looks to be a pretty good clip. Let me click on it and see. Moving northeast at 37 miles per hour. So maybe it's these cells down here near Bowden that have a better chance at reaching the Devil's Lake Basin. Looking at me model here and showing you that again, there was not much showing up. And did any of the computer models show this line of heaters starting to form out there in Nelson County? So back to the model I go. Why am I doing this? Why am I changing my mind on the forecast? No, I'm not. It's called nowcasting, and it really is trying to find the model that does the best with this. So if we watch this, does any of these models have the storms firing up about now, which is about 1:30 in the morning? Here in, no, this one doesn't do it. It shows them forming out east into Polk County, really more so than anything else, and that's more towards 4 a.m. So this model, maybe not the best one there to pick. So let's go here and see if we can find one over here and see if this one has what we're seeing. Boom, Devil's Lake falls apart. Oh, we get a few storms forming on this one. Out in Nelson County. Is it concurrent with the time now? No, it's not doing that until about 4 a.m. So I'm not sure I like this model either. No model is doing a really good job with this being real precise with everything that we're seeing, which is fair. That happens. Boom. This one, that's at about 3 a.m., 2 to 3 a.m. This one might be the closest. Here's a line of storms moving out and through and into the James River Valley by the time we get to 3 a.m. And it shows some storms forming here at around 2 a.m. moving into the northern Red River Valley in a northeasterly fashion like this. So this one might be the one that's off to the best start here. So trying to answer your question, it looks like these are moving at a clip of about, what did I say, 35 miles per hour here. So Shazam, 40 miles per hour. So I'm going to go ahead and clear that out. We'll go ahead and time this baby for you to get you an answer. It's these storms here that are firing up, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour, not 60 miles per hour. Going to be a while before it gets to Devil's Lake. Here it is. Let me show the radar to you here. There we go. So these storms, this line of storms here moving to the north at about 42 miles per hour, puts them very close to Devil's Lake, but not quite there in an hour, so 216. So you're looking at about 230 the way these are presently moving across the region. These storms down here near Bowdoin will have the best chance at making their way up towards you out of Wells County. I hope that helped answer your question. Then thank you for your question. I do sure appreciate it. Thank you very much. Anything for the Grafton area during the night? Liz, thanks for your question. These storms here, yes, moving in towards your area of Walsh County as you see Starkweather, and then behind me, Fordville. You got some stuff forming right now in and around Mackville and into western parts of Walsh County at this particular time. So I'll keep my eyes on all of this stuff as we go through the overnight hours, and that is what's going on there. What is Fargo looking at for approximate time? We've talked about that, about 20. Let's see, it looked like about 4 to 5 a.m. some storms having a chance at moving through here. So let's see if I can do this and check 1 2 3. Sorry about that. It looks like my, there it is. Okay, I lost my link to the Facebook feed here, so that I lost that. With regard to the Fargo area, it looks like it's going to be between 4 and 5 o'clock, maybe seeing some storms rumble into our area. The risk of severe looks to be quite low. Anyone in the path of those winds that are coming? Yeah, Woody Story, it's a good question. If you are in the path of any of these windy, severe thunderstorms that are making their way through south central parts of North Dakota now, from the I-94 border, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that's pushing up into the James River Valley right now. Notice that this cell right here is making its way in a beeline toward the Medina area. So individual thunderstorm cells moving northeast, but the whole line is moving to the east at this particular time. Looking at the velocities from this cell as we rock into the storm analyzing mode once again. Wow, okay, the newest newest radar scan showing up here, and I got to tell you, it's looking like this line is just, remember we talked about this, as it gets a little farther from the radar, it looks like it gets bigger and bigger and fills in more and more. But we're getting away from the radar. The beam is wider, so it makes it look like a solid line of storms again. So as they split around Bismarck, or looked like they split around Bismarck, feature of the radar, as they get farther away, they kind of fill in this whole area. It looks like it's split around all these towns. Steel, looks like your risk of severe weather has shifted off the Tappan. It's beyond you now. It's moving through your area. Moving about east at about 35 miles per hour or so. So timing this into western Stutzman County now is Streeter by about 147, Medina 151. So you can see we've got, you know, about 14 minutes or so before it's in your area. Gackle, then Cleveland by about 2:05. So that's where these storms are moving as they're heading off to the east. Wind is going to be the main threat from those storms as we take a look at the last little tail end of this warning until 1:45 is for the 60 mile per hour wind gusts with the storm. So that's the main risk out there as we go through. These are starting to get a little bit higher off the ground as we look at the Bismarck radar's measurements of winds going into the storm. And we do have outgoing winds of about 45 to 50 miles per hour measured on that side. But again, this is pretty high up in the storm as we go through. Now, as you look up at the Gackle area, this line of storms is also making its way in towards your area and pushing into the western edges of Lemoore County, and not too long it'll be in our Dickey County areas. But here it is all the way into South Dakota. It looks like we got a wind measurement outside of Harriet here. Take a look at that too. It looks like 64 mile per hour gusts measured. That was at 104. 64 mile per hour mesonet station measured that. Thank you very much, Brad. I appreciate it. Nights like this are a reminder of that. Yeah, this has been a fun to be a part of, in a way of that I still get to do, Brad, what I love, as a new warning is issued now for north central South Dakota through Leola. We'll get to the details on that. But if you're in Eureka to Leola, prepare for gusty wind speeds up to 60, maybe a little higher in some of these southern flank storms here. We've had still measurements of winds close to 70 miles per hour right outside of Wishick. But you know, building all of the ways to deliver this has taken a lot of help from a lot of special people out there, because I couldn't have ever done all this by myself. But it has allowed me to do what I love to do, and that's to talk about weather. And you know what's the most amazing is connecting, Brad, with people like you, and people like you, Brenda, and people like you, Woody, and people like you, you know, Cheyenne. I appreciate all of you. This reminds me of that crazy storm from last summer. Yeah. Tornado damaged Sanderlin and then went all the way to Bemidji. So we were talking about that earlier if you missed our earlier stuff. But yeah, Cheyenne, that's exactly right. This is a similar type of event. It's not quite the same magnitude, but my goodness, out to the west, Beulah Bay, we're talking near 100 mile per hour winds as it crossed through the Highway 83 corridor tonight. Straight line winds. Campers dumped over. Dickinson is a mess. Power was out for a while. I sure hope and pray nobody got hurt in those. We've done our best here at Hutch's Weather to let you know when those storms were coming through. We've also done our best to let you know that if you're camping at the end of a weekend here, it's just time to take a bit of time and find where you can get out of your camper and into a more sturdy structure, because those trees, if you happen to have trees around your campsite, can be just very, very deadly if it falls on your camper. And what could you do? Just think about that when a watch like this is issued. The next watch like this will be issued, in my opinion, on Tuesday, for Tuesday night and into Wednesday morning. And it will be for the Red River Valley, eastern North Dakota, western Minnesota, eastern South Dakota, and western and southwestern parts of Minnesota, as well as Iowa. So it does look like an active night of weather that will be ongoing there. So please, you know, this is our busy time of the year. This is our time here in the Northern Plains where our severe weather chances increase. This is a look at the latest. This will be updated, but we are already placed from Bismarck to Minot to Grand Forks to Fargo to Roseau, Baudette to near Bemidji, all the way down here. This orange area is an enhanced risk of severe weather. This is the same risk level that today's event was a couple of days beforehand out west, and they upgraded it to a moderate risk for the wind event. This event looks more like a chance of tornadoes to me. Why am I saying that? I'm not saying that to get more viewers or more clicks. This one looks like we could see more spin or shear in the atmosphere, and if you missed it, we went over that in the video. You can always revisit my video anytime you want and sneak through there, and when I have a chance to edit it, I'll do that. But essentially, I'll show you right here that we do have some risk and threats for some significant weather in our area. How do we know that? I'll take you to one model here, and we'll take a look at this real quickly. So bear with me while I do that. But we do have a risk as we go, it looks like later through our Tuesday night and into Wednesday. So as we zoom in on our area here, and I do take a look at, I'm not going to use this model. I'm going to go with one that goes a little bit farther out. Let's go to this one. Okay, so this gets us into Wednesday. You can see that tonight's evolution fizzles out as it goes into western Minnesota. There is a chance of beneficial rain. The severe risk is going down, but it's not zero, and gusty wind will be the main threat overnight into the morning. Quiet day on Tuesday, quiet Wednesday to start, and then boom, low pressure develops out to the west. You can see it here with the L's, and isolated showers and thunderstorms Tuesday evening dinner time. We're looking at about 6 o'clock at night. Look what's going on Bismarck though. Out ahead of this line, we have this isolated area of activity beginning to develop, and shazam. Here we got another backward C-shaped thing. What does that mean? Wind. Okay, so gusty straight line winds will be a threat to these storms as we go into the evening hours, 6, 7 o'clock, Devil's Lake Basin, wind. Isolated storms on the backside, moving into the Devil's Lake Basin and in towards Grand Forks, wind, wind. Now we have south winds here feeding humidity into the area, even into the dark hours. Here's, well, we're talking about 10 to midnight here. And as we go into that time frame, we're looking at the storms and windy storms blowing through the region, and then isolated development even into the late night hours here in southern Minnesota. And this is pretty stout and robust development of storms here. I'm not saying that this is what I lock, stock, and barrel believe will be the progression of the storms, but this is what I like to look at. This is something called the tornado parameter, a significant tornado parameter. This is where the ingredients are just right for significant tornadoes. What is a significant tornado? Think EF2 or greater in size. EF2, 3, 4, 5. If we get the chances of those in here, look at them go up. The time frame on this, I'll just tell you because I know that the clock isn't working up top there, but this is in the evening at about, well, let's see, 5:25 about 3 to 4 p.m. So we start seeing that as the storms are getting ready to fire, there is shear and spin in the atmosphere, and the level of the tornado parameter inside here is pretty significant. We're talking 3, and then watch what happens as I carry this out a little bit further into the overnight. Or late night hours, boom, it even enhances more as the storms move into the Red River Valley. So this is something that I will watch very closely. I hate nocturnal tornadoes. Somebody joked about working in the desert Southwest and it'd be boring compared to here. But think about working in Mississippi where you have tornadoes overnight, all night, and the risk is always there, but you can't look out your window and see what's coming. So this is looking at times as we approach 10 o'clock here of a lot of spin and shear starting to peak in the area as we head into this time frame. We're looking at a tornado parameter, a significant tornado parameter of 5. That's really high for up here. It's not a guarantee of a tornado, and it's certainly not a guarantee of that tornado being right there. But what it does mean is as this system works its way through, it has some ingredients with it that make it, well, something to be concerned about with regards to spin in the atmosphere. So I'll be watching for that. Let me get back to your questions and covering what's going on now. That's keeping me busy enough. Pretty excited about those hot pockets. Are you there? Yeah, I'm there. Hello, check, check, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I like hot pockets too. I have myself a little dinner break there. All right, looking on. We get microbursts where I live, says Woody. Is it the same as shear? That you're talking about earlier. Think of shear as, let's say, wind near the ground down here is blowing this way, like this. And then say the wind just above the ground is blowing this way. They're blowing in opposite directions. That creates shear in these layers in between. This air gets pushed this way, this air gets pushed this way, and the air here will roll. It begins spinning and rolling like this. So we get horizontal tubes of air spinning right up over our heads. And then if a thunderstorm forms, the upward motion can bend that horizontally rotating tube toward the ground. And that's where we can get thunderstorms that have tight rotating updrafts. And that can produce tornadoes. It's not a guarantee. That is different than a microburst. A microburst is a lot of what was happening kind of widespread around the area tonight, where we have these downdrafts of hail and rain. The hail and rain cools the air very quickly through evaporation. In the desert, it really works good because the air is so dry. When that humid air hits it and the raindrops hit it and the hailstones fly through it, that water evaporates and the air falling out of the cloud gets even colder, making it denser, and it falls faster. It falls faster. It gets so fast by the time it reaches the ground, it's really trucking, maybe over 100 miles per hour. Hits the ground and boom, it curls up as a rainfoot. That's a microburst. So planes flying through microbursts, there are warning systems for pilots for this kind of thing. But a thunderstorm downdraft, you can't always see it. You can't always tell. You might be flying through an updraft as you're approaching a thunderstorm, and the updraft is forcing the plane to go up. So you're pointing the nose down just to keep it on track on the glide slope to land. And then just as you're pointing it down, boom, you hit the downdraft. And it has caused a number of airline incidents over the years. So meteorologists studying this say it's time to know that's what a microburst is. So that's a downdraft. We have downdrafts in the storms that happened tonight across the region. And those downdrafts, whether or not they created a classic microburst could be argued. But what can't be argued is what they did create were gusty straight line winds that caused significant damage and hit nearly 100 miles per hour as of the latest measurements that we have. Jamestown, you are not in a warning, but we do have a discussion, a special weather statement from the National Weather Service for you and your area. Let me go ahead and go through that. Hey, good to have you on board, Jamestown. Brenda, thank you for joining on the YouTube channel. If you're watching on YouTube, by the way, if you're just joining, I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. I'm covering these storms for you as I have for the better part of the last 30 years as a broadcast chief meteorologist in the Northern Plains. And now I'm streaming for you and I'm streaming live. I'm doing the best I can to cover it when others may not. And that's why we're here. So in Jamestown, this is the special weather statement. Let me load up the radar data here because I'm not seeing it. Let's pick the Mayville radar. There it is. Okay, so now it's getting closer to the Mayville and the Fargo area radar. Looks like a straight line of numerous thunderstorms pushing off to the east. It doesn't have that bowing curved shape to it yet. So the wind threat has diminished a little bit from this line of storms. Now, this line of storms, per the Weather Service and the statement, says it's moving east at 29 miles per hour. We'll call it 30. Wind gusts to 50 miles per hour are possible. This includes all of western parts of North Dakota in Stutsman County, Medina, Cleveland, Woodworth, Gackle, all you folks down here, all the way through Ypsilanti, Jamestown, the Jamestown Reservoir as well. Now, could this change? Yes. How fast are the winds? I'm not too sure. By the time we get this far away from the radar, we're looking so high in the cloud, it's not a guarantee that it'll be a really good or accurate measurement, but I am going to give it a try because that's what I do. And I'm going to get all the information I have to see what these winds look like. The green means the winds being measured here are at the radar site, and this is from the Mayville radar in Mayville, North Dakota. So this is wind blowing towards the radar. The brighter the green is, the faster it's blowing toward the radar. So let's take a look at what some of these greens mean. As we look in towards Medina, we got 48 mile per hour winds way off the ground. This is well above the ground right here. I could tell you how high, but that's a 50 mile per hour wind blowing right this way from west to east into Medina. The radar is pointed up here just a little bit at an angle. So it's probably moving this way even faster than what we're reading here, but not a lot. The component says it'd probably be closer to 60 miles per hour. I think we have a chance for an isolated gust to reach that 55 to 60 mile per hour range, but it's not going to be as widespread. We'll keep our eyes on it. As we go back a little farther, we're seeing 50, 55 mile per hour gusts, and that's not severe criteria. That severe criteria is 58 miles per hour. But this is very high up above the ground. So as we go away from Mayville and look at how high these readings are, they're coming at 10,000 feet above the ground, 2 full miles above the ground. So air that's 2 miles up don't just come down to the ground and slam into it. But this energy of the wind moving in this direction towards the Mayville radar can be mixed down to the ground. Chances are it could happen. It's not going to happen everywhere, though. The most recent wind gust report that we've got and that we've had from the area was out here just off to the west of the Wishick area here. And let me see, I think that was a 67 mile per hour gust. That's 59 at that one. Here's the Wishick one. So we had 59, and then just off to the west of you folks in Wishick, 67 miles per hour at 110. So just moments ago. Now that storm's blowing into Cullum, and that's some pretty healthy wind. But this is at a big, sharper angle to the Mayville radar. So the wind is definitely going to be a westerly gust. And we're measuring the component that's going towards Mayville. So because that angle is a little bit more sharp, this could be even higher than the wind speed we're measuring here. So this says only 20, 30 miles per hour, 20 or 30 miles per hour for these peak wind gusts here, but it's a lot more than that. It's a lot more than that. So So we'll keep our eyes on that. The warning for this area, though, is looking like the storm is reaching the edge of it. That's good news. Moving east at 40 miles per hour. The warning is for the next 15 minutes. The threat of the wind has been observed, and it continues to move off to the east. So now let's go back to the regular radar data here. Okay, boom. Look at all these shaggy looking thunderstorms out here. Medina and Point South, they all have these little strands moving. The individual thunderstorms are moving southwest to northeast. So these are the ones near Gackle that'll have the best chance at reaching you folks up in Jamestown. I'll turn on the individual storm tracks that the National Weather Service radar automatically calculates for these storms as they work their way through from northwest to southeast. So here they are as they populate from the Mayville radar. And what you're going to notice is that many of these individual storms are moving to the north and to the east, like this person, this dude, this guy, okay? But the whole line is moving off to the east. So that's what we have going on. So if you're in Jamestown, your best chance at seeing some of these storms are coming from Gackle. So they're a little ways away from you yet. If you're in Medina, they're over you now. And if you're in Woodworth and Pingree, they're pushing into Woodworth right now and on their way towards the Pingree area. The ones hitting Pingree are going to be these guys down here or these guys down here as they move to the north and to the east. So that's how this is all shaping up. These cells don't have any pink in them. That's good news in the sense that we don't have as much in the way of a risk for some hail from those storms at this time as well. The storms that have festered up like a bad rash after walking through the three-leafed plants, they'll tell you what, we do have from Cooperstown up to Cavalier some showers and storms that are forming. These are all moving more northeasterly. So Macville, you have a couple of cells. These are not severe. They're just going to bring some locally heavy rain. And if you're here in Cavalier, look what happens. You got one that just moved through, another one coming, another one coming, another one coming, another one coming. That's called training. So this train is going to choo, choo, choo. Many storms, possibly many storms could pass over the same area, and we could end up seeing a pretty elevated area of rainfall potential in this area, or rainfall amounts measured in this area. Speaking of which, all of these storms are producing some much needed rain. Not everybody's going to see them, but some of us puppies will. So now as we take a look at that, we'll go ahead and take a look and use our tools on the radar to estimate from the Bismarck radar how much rain has fallen. So let me go here and I'll go to the storm prediction, storm total precip estimates, and it's got to load up. Okay, so the purple colors here are on the order of around 1 inch. The white colors are a magnitude a little higher than that. So as I take and glide over this, in the areas of Bismarck, Mandan, purple to white, purple's around 1 inch, then 1.7 as we get to the border with Kidder County here. Go down into Grant County border with Sioux County here, right along that Cannonball River. And what we're noticing here is an enhanced area of heavier rainfall totals here. So a good 1 to 2.5 inches of rain estimated by radar. Now, it's not usually this wide of an area that gets that much rain, but definitely some areas could have seen over 2 inches of rain. The blue pocket that you see over there is not a hot pocket. That's a blue pocket, and that blue pocket is big time wetness. All right, that's like a swim in the park out there. That's a gully washer. 3.3 inches of rain estimated between Bison and Buffalo. Out in Beach, Billings, and Golden Valley counties picking up about 1/2 inch to 1 inch. Watford City, look at this, Highway 85 straight down through, and as you go into Belfield right here, that's where we see it taper off a bit, but 1 to 3 inches of rain in this area as well. Again, much needed moisture, we'll take it. The rivers run a little faster through these channels in the Little Missouri River Valley, so keep that in mind. There may be some running water that's pretty quick. So as we look up in the Devil's Lake Basin, not so much yet in Devil's Lake. There's a few storms out to your west kind of trying to slowly get your way. These are all drifting north, and you can see as we go through Wells County and Harvey, rainfall estimates between 1/4 inch and 1/2 inch in that area up to Esmond and Rugby rather, my apologies. Willow City, we see a couple purple pockets in here. If you get to a purple pocket, we're talking about close to a 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch. So that purple is about an inch. Whoa, West Hope. Whoa, look at all these 3/4 to 1 inch estimates out here. Glenburn, Lansford, Berthold, all the way out through Plaza, Partial, Newtown. And then there's a big hole, a big gap right here. The blue is not very wet. Killdeer to Mandaree missed out on the big heavies out there. But I'm telling you what, that probably is okay based on the gusty winds that rocked and rolled the trailers in the south shores of Lake Sakakawea at Beulah Bay. All right, Jessica, if you look at the motion of the clouds when the potential Carnatic gets started Wednesday, the fact of the motion from left to right, the more you pay better attention. Yes, if you look at the motion, I'm just trying to make sense of it, but thank you very, very much for your observation there. All right, let's see here. I've only seen in Dallas, says Jessica. I might have missed a conversation. Walter Cronkite. All right, and that's the way it goes. On June the 8th. Or another one I could pull out. And that's the rest of the story. Okay, that's enough of that. Look at all the rain that fell today, by the way, in southern Minnesota from Mankato through Wilmer. Again, non-severe thunderstorms, but very wet ones that dumped upwards of a 1/2 inch to an inch in numerous locations out there. Much needed rain in southern parts of Minnesota. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue now in the east of Wishick and east of Ashley as we head into Edgeley and in towards Ellendale here. We do have a statement from the National Weather Service. So as the storm warning is going to end for the area here near Wishick, let me put the regular radar back up here. My apologies. Let's go here. All right, so as we take a look at this, we have strong thunderstorms that are now crossing in towards the Dickey and Lemoore County areas. So now as we look at this, we did get, is that a new measurement? Oop. 59 mile per hour wind 10 miles south of Streeter. That was measured at 125, so not too long ago. So again, we have a smattering of strong thunderstorms and severe thunderstorms in this area. This is where in the yellow area where we have the best chance for some gusts still to around 60 miles per hour. This particular severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 2:15, so we're on the tail end of it, but we still have some storms in there. And actually what's moving up towards Ashley down here from South Dakota may have the best chance at producing some gusts. Why? Because we have a hail core here. When we have a hail core, that means we have a pretty strong updraft lifting those hailstones up into the sky. And then as the hailstones start falling, they start dragging everybody down with them. If I'm going down, so are you. That's what's going on. And that can bring a downdraft, and that could definitely cause some gusty winds, not unlike a microburst out there, right? Heading into the direction of Ashley. So keep that in mind. Still some gusty winds. We got a number of severe thunderstorm wind reports out here near south of Zeeland. So a 51 mile per hour gust reported out here by the public at a personal weather station out there in Ardis. 4 miles northwest of Ardis, if you were wondering. And then south of Ardis, a 53 mile per hour gust at a personal weather station out there. So good to have all of these weather stations out there to keep their eyes on the skies. Look what's coming towards Long Lake. If you're in a camper, if you are out recreating, please keep in mind that these storms are nothing to be messed with. And that if you happen to be parked or using a camper or at a campsite with a lot of trees around you, it's probably a really good idea to make sure that you do what you can to seek shelter. Here's an outflow boundary, and that is a good sign that some of this storm collapsing and dropping of rain and hail down hits the ground and moves out, and it creates a little cloud out in front called an outflow boundary. That outflow boundary is something the radar can pick up if it has cloud droplets that are big enough in it, and lo and behold, here we have one. So gusty winds are burping out heading into Loyola. You may get a burp, a gust of wind from the northwest. That'll feel refreshing. It'll feel cool and it'll change things. And you may see a real strange looking cloud working its way towards town in the lightning detected by these storms. Long Lake, just north of there, we have a wind report. Let's check in on that. 54 miles per hour at 145 was measured at a Mesonet station at the Long Lake area. So 4 miles northwest of that. So please keep in mind, if you are on Long Lake and in this particular area, we have these storms that are drifting around your area with gust potential. I'll let this loop and you can kind of see again that these individual cells are moving in a general east-northeasterly direction here. Yeah, some of these look like they're moving this way, but we could have storms along this outflow boundary just starting to form new ones. So it can be deceiving sometimes, but that's what's going on. So these little cells here are the ones that are probably kicking out some of these gusts. This cell that was purple, that collapsed. The hail collapsed out of the cloud, made a burp of wind into southern parts of North Dakota. This one's going to collapse, and it's going to bring some gusts up here in and around the Long Lake area. So if you are camping, please heed the warnings and have a plan to get away from trees. If you're in a camper, it might even be a really good idea with 60-mile-per-hour gusts coming. And look at this almost perfect backwards C shape to what we're seeing here on the radar reflectivity. That is called a bow echo. It's bow shaped like a bow and arrow. And so that thing's bowed, and that means the wind is blowing in this general direction from west to east along this line of thunderstorms as it goes through. New severe thunderstorm warning just issued for the Bodle area out here in South Dakota, north central South Dakota. Hey, if you're in South Dakota watching, give me a shout out and let me know, hey, I'm watching, Hutch, and thanks for covering. I do appreciate that so that I know who's watching, but I will say for this particular thunderstorm warning out here, as the storms are approaching places like Bodle and Ipswich and our friends in Roscoe, we got a 3 a.m. warning expiration, so it's in effect for an hour. Hail up to 3/4 of an inch in diameter. We're seeing more pink, and because we're seeing more pink there, we're seeing more updraft strength, and therefore downdraft strength could be a little bit stronger as well. We are also expecting the possibility for a few gusts in isolated areas to be 60 miles per hour. Not everybody's getting those. It's a big warning area, but we could have some of them making their way through. Now, this is getting a little bit closer to Aberdeen, and because the Aberdeen radar is right here, okay, and then we got the winds blowing out this way from this storm coming towards Aberdeen, then Aberdeen's radar is looking right into the wind that's blowing from the west. So I should be able to get a very good estimate of the velocity showing up here in these storms. Now, as we take a look and gander at these storms and the gusts they're in, let's make sure I'm looking at the right thing. I am Bodle. Okay, why am I seeing 25 and 30 mile per hour gusts? I don't know if I believe that. Did I switch the radar over? Yeah, I did. Okay, so it's not really seeing big time magnitude of wind with regards to this at this particular time, but we know it's happening because we got the reports. Why is that happening? Well, maybe some of these wind gusts were going up into North Dakota, so it's across the beam, and we're only measuring a small portion of it if these gusts are going northeasterly up on the north side. But I did fully expect right out here near Roscoe to see a better estimate. We may want to look up here. Oh, we just got a brand new gust report in Hosmer. Let's check that out and see what it's saying. Bump, ba-dum, 52 mile per hour. So just below severe criteria from a personal weather station, and that was at 145. So I guess we could look into the wind, into these storms moving into Loyola area here and seeing what kind of measurements we're getting there and see if that's any higher. And there we're seeing some 50, 40 mile per hour gusts in the brightest of green incoming inbound winds. So these winds are moving south and towards Aberdeen in this southeasterly direction. And we have some guesstimates or estimates at elevation that they are blowing at about 55 miles per hour or so. So yeah, very gusty winds do continue. It's good to see a trend downward from the 80, 90 or 100 mile per hour ones out there. Thank you very much. I see another question here. Let me see. Oh, I made a mistake. I didn't see a new question. All right, very good. Ooh, Jessica had a request for changing some music here. Hold on. I do like me some Scorpions. I'm just going to leave it at that. I like those big city nights and winds of change. All good stuff. Okay. Windy thunderstorms right along the North Dakota-South Dakota border. The intensity of the winds is a little bit lower in the most recent scans, so we do not have a warning in Stutsman County anymore. We have a discussion from the National Weather Service in the form of a statement saying it might be breezy out there with these storms. Let's check in on these Stutsman County storms. I have to switch back to the Mayville radar to get a little bit closer view of what's blowing into the radar site from these. Now again, these thunderstorms are generally each individual cell's moving northeasterly, but the winds are moving and the line is moving easterly. So again, we're going to see right now the leading edge of the storm is pushing in through past Cleveland and heading toward the Jamestown Reservoir and areas north of Jamestown right now with some of the stronger, brighter green wind speeds out there. This is pretty high up off the ground, so don't take this as gospel or what's going to hit the ground in any one location, but we are still seeing some winds over 50 miles per hour over the top of northern Stutsman County, north of Interstate 94. That looks to be the windiest with this cluster of storms right now, with the exception of what's coming across the western border, still showing up to be quite gusty. So they are threshold severe. They're close to severe above the ground. And could that make it to the ground? Yes, it's possible. Amara, is Montpelier in the way? Yeah, Montpelier is going to see some storms out here. Now these, again, I've been mentioning that these storms are going to be moving from southwest to northeast, and as they do so, you're going to be more likely to see storms moving out of the Judd area that impact you. And for me to have a better view of those, I'm going to switch back to this Aberdeen radar to answer your question. So go on to this. There we go. All right. Okay, so if you happen to be in places like Ellendale, if you happen to be in places like Montpelier, okay, and southern Stutsman County, you do have a few cells just south. See this? You're really close to it. And there is a backward C shape to this whole thing from the Aberdeen radar. So a real brilliant view of this windy cluster of storms. So again, if you are in Montpelier, you do have this leading edge of storms making its way right towards you right now. It is not severe. Here it is, and it's moving in towards Montpelier. So that is where your storm is going to come from. It's going to come from the southwest. Your gust of wind is going to come from the southwest to northeast. And the gust of wind could be as high as 50 miles per hour the way it looks right now. I'm encouraged that I don't see hail or pink in it. So that means no big hail, small, soft, maybe pea-sized hail. Could be a possibility in isolated pockets there. Same thing goes for you in Jamestown. Here shortly, a storm is making its way into the Jamestown area. They're moving at 29 miles per hour. And let's take a look. Here we go. The leading edge, boom. Oh, we just got a new scan. Shakalaka. And there we go. In Jamestown by 224, the core, the hail core that you see here, little hail cores. This newest scan that just came in is starting to show some pink there. So what that means is up at elevation, the radar is picking up some hailstones getting up high there in the cloud. That can be a precursor to some pretty gusty winds as well. I'm not concerned about huge hail right now. I'm concerned about hail cores up top collapsing and creating big gusts of wind. So Jamestown, this storm is going to be near you by 224, and there is going to be the potential for some gusty wind. Now for Montpelier, since you asked, you shall receive. It's actually, since I saw your comment, sometimes I don't see them all, and I apologize for those that I've missed along the way tonight. We're looking at Montpelier 224, so we're looking at about 10 minutes in essence for this stronger core right here to make its way into town. That does not mean big hail. This does mean you could see some pockets in here, isolated areas that get some pretty healthy gusts. Those gusts will be moving at you from the southwest. All right, there we go. Thank you so much, Amara. I appreciate you. Thank you much. Is Fargo looking at severe on Tuesday night, Wednesday? Yes. Yes, we went over that. And I think that there's a chance for some tornadoes on from central to eastern North Dakota as we go through the evening. And dare I say we could have some night tornadoes with that storm because the spin in the atmosphere is going to be great, pretty high. So Jason, let's see here. Yeah, Jason, been watching from Medina since. 10 p.m. Thank you for your coverage. Jason, thank you for watching. It's good to know that I have guests, and it's good to know where you're watching from, and thank you for your input. I do appreciate that. Let me see if I've got anything else coming up here. Okay, I'm going to hit the reload on that. Maybe it went to sleep. Sometimes this does. If I have too long of a stream, it can go to sleep. So let me see. Nope, it isn't too long of a stream yet, but it's getting close. Okay, so this is what we have coming into Montpelier. Prepare for some gusts. It's not a severe thunderstorm warning at this time, but some isolated gusts could be over 50 miles per hour. A couple of pockets of some small hail. By small, I mean under 1/2 of an inch. But I do think we could see some gusts over 50 miles per hour. So please keep that in mind. Now let me try to clear this puppy off. Now we're going to sweep the floor a little bit and clean up what's going on in northern Stutzman. Here we have, this is viewed from the south. We had some isolated pockets of thunderstorm activity. I want to start viewing this again from our friendly Mayville radar site to see if these are a little stronger with a closer radar. No, the big beefy part of the storm where we have the heavier rain, bigger, deeper, higher lofted hailstones is likely right here in Stutzman County. We do have a band of heavy rain, western parts of you folks in Wells County, straight down into northern Kidder County. Kind of a nice gully washer with some just good old-fashioned much needed moisture there. Quite a few lightning strikes here on the border as you go from Wells County into Stutzman County as well. Sometimes that could it suggests that we're getting some intensification of what's going on there, but that's quite a bit of hail blending into the scene right there. Carrington, New Rockford. So my friends out there in the Carrington area, also up into New Rockford, we do have some thunder showers moving in from the southwest. Isolated little pimples out here. That's the way you like them. Bring the rain, keep the hail, and keep the wind. All of our activity that we saw igniting along this unseen, invisible boundary out here, percolating and kind of falling apart, moving into central parts of Walsh County, pushing up into the Cavalier area right now as well. So keep that in mind. Oop, we got a new warning now. Okay, we got us a new warning. This is for, do you have Hutch's weather app? Did it say, hey, you got a warning? Okay, here we go. "60-mile-per-hour gusts." Somebody must have had a gust report. Thunderstorm warning until 3:15 for the next hour. It's a radar indicated thing. Now, if you look at the radar with me, I don't see any thunderstorms in this box yet, but what's coming is what's coming. So here we go. A bowed segment of storms working its way through Lemoore County, Dickey County, pushing into Ellendale, and on its way into Sargent and Ransom counties, and on its way into the Valley City area, and for you folks in Valley City. So if you are a Hutch's weather app user, sometimes I send out notifications. I am not going to yet send notifications out to Valley City because most folks there have already gotten their alert that severe thunderstorms are moving towards. When I'm fast asleep, I don't always hear those warnings. Okay, so but if this looks strong, and if it does look like we're getting some gusts moving towards places like Ashtabula, it's time to seek shelter. Now, the warning says that the line of storms is moving east and that speed of motion is 51 miles per hour. What was going on out here didn't say 51. If we take a look at what was said for this statement, it was 29 miles per hour. So what that tells us, since it's moving faster, is that, well, the energy is getting a little greater and it's pushing that storm along just a wee bit faster, don't you know? So that's a big time increase in speed of this storm towards Valley City. So if we use that information from the Grand Forks National Weather Service office now, they're the ones that issue for the Cheyenne River Valley, which you can see right here, Lake Ashtabula right there. And I got to tell you, if that's moving at 51 miles per hour, and if it's moving east, due east it is, the line is moving due east, 51 miles per hour. Here we go. We'll draw the total line from the leading edge of the thunderstorm activity. Boom, like that. Moving this way, 50, not 73, but 51. you can see it's exactly lined up with where the warning is. That's kind of nice to see. Okay, so it makes sense. Wimbledon, it should be near you by 2:32. Mark your clocks. So that's up here in the northern Stutsman County area. Then as we get into Lemoore and Oaks, it'll be pushing into your area by around 2:30 to 2:45. Valley City, it's going to be a while yet, 2:50. Okay, so you got some time yet, and that's where Lake Ashtabula sits right up here. So if you happen to be on Lake Ashtabula and you're in a camper or whatnot, we're expecting gusts to reach as high as 60 miles per hour. I will point this out. These storms in the northern part of Stutsman County are not as organized and don't show the intensity with the wind potential right now that these puppies do in the southern part of Stutsman County. So I don't want to say, nope, we don't have to worry about it up here. You're in a warning, but I'll keep my eyes on it. The trend has been for weakening storms to the north, but more potent storms down to the south. So keep that in mind and I'll watch for it. Lisbon and Gwinner, 3 o'clock, the storm should be towards you. Enderlin, 3:07, the storm would be in your ballpark, so that's a ways out yet. And I'll be here, Enderlin. I know that it's just been a scary year. It's been a scary year for all you folks out there, and I appreciate it. So we'll keep you updated. We'll let you know what's coming your way. We've got a windstorm that's kind of developed from these clouds. The impact of the winds was terrible out west with gusts to near 100 miles per hour in and around Beulah Bay, in and around Max, North Dakota, and the Highway 83 corridor. And now some of these storms are still percolating out here, but the wind gust potential appears to be closer to 60 to 70 miles per hour. So that's not good because trees can still break and stuff, but it's certainly a little less than what we were seeing out west. These storms would also head on the general direction towards western Cass County, which is included in this in this severe thunderstorm warning. But it wouldn't get out there until after 3 a.m. to 3:15 towards Buffalo and on to Milner as we look off to the far east here. So that's a new thunderstorm warning that is in effect for our neighbors out here in Barnes County for these storms exiting soon out of the Stutsman County area. So that's what's going on. Lightning is increasing with the storms, by the way, as we get a look at this. We're seeing a few more of these flashes going on out here as we go through. So that's what's going on. I think I saw a couple of incoming messages. So will Bemidji get it? Tori, thank you very much for your question. There is a chance you got some showers near you in Bemidji now. I've run through the models a couple of times, but I realize some people are just getting rocking and getting rolling. What you're going to see with these storms, and the forecast shows that they'll be making their way towards the FM area about 4 to 5 a.m. Now, if this is moving at 50 miles per hour out of Jamestown, it's picked up speed by a long shot. If it's moving at 50 miles per hour. So if it is, we can take a line measurement here and say these storms are now near Jamestown, and we know Jamestown is about 100 miles on the ball to Fargo Moorhead. So that's 2 hours away. That put it at 4:20, 4:30. I'm not certain this whole line is moving at 50 miles per hour, but we'll take a close look at it and see. And that's what we're going to use because that's what the National Weather Service is saying right now. And those storms tend to accelerate a little bit faster if the winds increase as well. So that's what's going on right here. We have severe thunderstorms with a chance for some severe winds pushing into Barnes County from Stutsman County right now. They're moving through the Jamestown area right now. Let's take a look at what we're seeing, shall we? And thanks again for your questions. I do appreciate it. And it says, Blenheim, found it in South Island. I've been to the North Island, Auckland. Oh, okay, we have a conversation going here. I missed that, so my apologies. I'm sorry. Anything in the Grafton area during the night? Yeah, there's hit and miss thunder showers up there, but they're non-severe right now. This whole line is mainly in the Southern Valley as I take a bigger look at the big picture here. You can kind of see what's up north, mainly just these pop-up thunder showers up in and around the Grafton area just off to your west. These are moving northeast, like straight northeast. So Cavalier is going to see the same storm that's down here. It might be moving off to the east a little bit as we go through. You could get clipped on the south side by some of these because these individual storms are moving in a northeasterly direction as well. but models are showing most of this energy working its way east towards Grafton and Grand Forks as we get into the 4 to 5 a.m. time frame. Could they still be severe? The best chance of that'll be on the far southern side. What's going on and has been going on to the north has not been as strong or severe. I hope that helps and answers your question. Thank you, Tori, for your question. And thanks for watching, everybody. Thank you for supporting Hutch. If you're just tuning in, we're covering the severe thunderstorms that started out in Montana tonight. We've had numerous damage reports from parts of western and central North Dakota. We've had numerous wind gust reports over 60 and even over 70 or near 70 miles per hour here in the last hour or so in south central North Dakota and in north central South Dakota. Let's study these storms just a little bit off to the east of Mobridge now. And here you've got Roscoe and Hosmer as well as Bodle. And now Bodle has a measured wind gust here, so let's check it out. I think 63 miles per hour at 155, so not that long ago. Hosmer, 52 miles per hour. That was at 145. That was a little while ago. So yeah, some big time wind gusts here, 60 miles per hour southwest of Java. I'm not going to brew no Java right now. That would be counterproductive. Okay, so on a few more gusts of over 50 miles per hour south of Zeeland, as well as near Harriet. So these storms here moving into this area are severe. And let me turn the radar on in Aberdeen so we can get the full picture of what's going on. It's kind of cutting off some of the details on what's going on here. Big cluster of storms, hail core possible, some wind gusts that have shown up in the area here. So because this one is picking up that the pink colors that you see here and also the blue colors, that's some hail cores right there. So not huge hail. We're not talking greater than an inch or greater than an inch and a half anyways. But again, isolated hail. When those hailstones show up, it means that the updrafts are pretty strong. And when they collapse, we're going to get a burp of wind out of those storms that move into the area. So these storms and this severe thunderstorm warning just south of Eureka, including Bodle, Roscoe, as well as Hosmer and Hoven, are all in effect until 3 o'clock this morning, and a 3/4 inch diameter hail and 60 mile per hour gusts will be possible from that. It's moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. So I'll time this for you. Boy, I'm just going to do the north half of this. This is kind of an interesting situation here. We've got this north half here moving 35 miles per hour. This puts it in Hosmer almost now, but there's the core. So by 2:27 in the next couple of minutes, you've already had some heavy rain move through. You got another hail core moving through. And because this has a backward C shape, it may be more apt to produce that 60 mile per hour wind gust that we're concerned about. Now there's a big line going back, and then there's another line of storms. This is also moving east-northeast. Let me take a look at the cells on this. We'll turn them all on here while I clear out my last track. I just want to see what these isolated cells are doing. Isn't that crazy? So this one's likely just forming and moving north. It's got a 1-inch hail marker on it. This one here is moving northeast. This is probably more accurate. So in Eureka, this stuff is moving towards you. This is not moving straight north. I mean, if I loop it, it's probably growing and expanding in that direction. So let's go ahead and loop it and see if my guesstimate is right. Yeah, so this marker showed up down here and it expanded to the north. So the hail core moved north, but the whole storm is moving in this northeasterly direction. You can follow the blue hail core this way. Sometimes these hail markers and storm markers you get on apps and things do not tell you the truth, so it's good to watch a loop about it. They tell you the truth, but the truth can be fooled by development of new storms, making the radar think that it's moving in that direction when it's actually just forming or expanding into that direction. So now that I know that that one is going to move into Bodle as well, we're going to redo another track. So you got one storm coming into Bodle almost now, and this one could have gusty straight line winds. This is a hail core. It's going to be moving in the same dang direction. So now we're going to move that up over. Let's see how, no, I don't think that I care how fast that's moving, because it's moving to the north. It's misdiagnosing that. We'll go this way and put it in the same range of speeds. So Bodle we'll be getting another storm. You're getting one right now at 227, as we said, and now we've got another one heading there by 242. So if you're in Bodil, this one has real hail potential, so 3/4 of an inch, maybe a little larger in isolated spots. But again, another burst of very heavy rain and gusty winds will accompany that. So you may get a couple of rounds, one now in Bodil and another one coming right after it from this developing, storm north of Hoven. So keep that in mind. By the way, Hoven, the storm is there now and will be there. Tolstoy on towards 242, Hosmer by about 3 a.m. and Roscoe, it's looking like 309 for your area. All right, that's a look at South Dakota. We got, look at this movement down here. Some of these cells are showing a pretty distinct movement to the south and to the east. And also there is an outflow boundary that's surging in that direction. So this is a good looking polygon here with an alert that basically is saying that these storms are moving in the direction of Aberdeen. And if you're in Aberdeen, we're not expecting big hail at all from these cells. They're a little smaller, and you can tell by their color that they're just not as threatening as the ones with the blue and flashing and pink and all of that. We're just seeing some oranges, yellows, and reds out there. But we can see and could see some gusts to 55 miles per hour. So we're going to keep that in mind, and we'll keep our eyes on that. Another thing is the Aberdeen radar. This is coming straight at Aberdeen. The wind gusts will be from the northwest. So we should be able to estimate those wind speeds as we take a quick peek at this by looking at our fun velocity feature. And now let's see what it is. This, you can see the Aberdeen radar is right here. Okay. And so we don't have to go too many miles before we start seeing these bright greens. And that is where we have some heavier winds. And because we don't have to go far, they're going to be a little bit lower in the sky. So this is measuring wind speeds of around 40 to 55 miles per hour here that are making their way towards places like Frederick now, making their way towards Westport, and then on in towards Aberdeen, Columbia. So that's where the gusts are around 50 miles per hour right here. Here's an outflow boundary. So the burp is making its way down to the ground in some spots here and pushing in towards Westport now. So be interesting to see the magnitude of some of those gusts there. So we've covered South Dakota and Bodil, Roscoe heading into your areas. Another storm heading towards Bodil. You had a couple rounds coming there. Aberdeen getting a nice little lick of stormy activity. The good news is we don't have huge hail markers. The good news is we could sure use the moisture in a lot of these areas after several days of 85 to 95 degree heat. And today winds ripping out of the south, just really drying things off. Yesterday, we even had some what looked like dust storm type of criteria in a few areas with some reduced visibility. What's the gusts for Bemidji, says Tori. Pouring rain now in Jamestown, 2:23 a.m. Thank you very much, Sandy. We'll get right into the Jamestown area now. Thank you for your report. So the rain much needed. We'll take all that we can get. Then the James River Valley has a little bit more terrain than we see here in the Red River Valley. Speaking of the Red River Valley, oh my goodness, here's a couple of storms starting to form all the way from Ada and Norman County straight down into Richland County here and pushing into the Traverse County area as well. So these storms are not expected to be severe. They're just percolating up. We have some showers of rain showing up here in the Detroit Lakes area, not severe, just showing up on the radar from the activity that was pushing up from the south towards Minneapolis earlier in the day. So again, the activity that's starting to try here in the Fargo area, not severe. This is severe. The strongest, though, as we were just talking about, looks to be on the southern flank of these storms. So let's go ahead and take a look at that warning for Stutsman County. I was explaining that what was going on up here to the north, not as strong. Now, what we got in parts of you folks in Eddy County here, we're looking at some heavier thunderstorm activity just east of Carrington and off towards Cheyenne and just off to the east of New Rockford as well. So here we got some strong thunderstorm activity in the southern part of Stutsman County, crossing along and south of the interstate right now, right into the western part. So that's where the warning is. And again, this warning is for gusts of wind that could be quite spectacular at about 60 miles per hour in a few places. So again, not as high as what we saw out to the west, but severe. So some tree branches could be downed onto cars. And if you happen to be camping anywhere, I got good news to report for now. for the area in and around Lake Ashtabula. So here you can see Lake Ashtabula right here, and the reservoir not looking too bad with these lighter thunder showers out over the area. Yes, they could intensify, but that's a good sign. We also see this backwards C shape to this, and this is more of an outflow thing coming from some storms before. This is an interesting feature here. That outflow looks like it came from this way. All right, so now as we look at Jamestown and pushing over the county line here as we go into the Barnes County area, Sanborn, we're seeing some stronger thunderstorm cells right here. But really, as we go down towards Montpelier, let's watch which way they're moving, because this is kind of critical to our thinking about where they're going. I do believe they still have individual cells kind of expanding to the north and east. The whole line is moving east, but where's this cell going? See it? It's moving northeast. So there's a little bit of a movement to the north and east of each individual cell with the whole line moving. So if you're in Valley City, okay, what's going to hit your area is likely going to be some of these cells that are down here, and they'll be moving towards you. We have new development firing up in the outflow right here in western Stutsman County. Now those are trying to rock and roll. Those we'll see if they grow up and make anything happen in northern Barnes County. But from Wimbledon, you got approaching storms that are non-severe and unorganized, but still nonetheless putting out some burps of wind here and there, non-severe, maybe up to 45 miles per hour in that area, the way things are looking. Increased lightning, increased strength of storms, pushing into the eastern reaches of Stutsman County now and southwestern Barnes County. So that's a look at the individual motion of the cells. And if we do just a little bit of expansion from this area here, these cells that are in the James River Valley here in the Jamestown area are going to move up this way. Okay. And then these bad boys down here are going to be moving up this way. And then we do have some cells that are down to the south of this, but if we worry about this, these cells are moving in the general direction. This cluster here is moving in the general direction of Lake Ashtabula. So the movement of the storms has been estimated to be at 50 miles per hour. I'm going to turn the cellular data on and see if that still looks to be the case. I better stop it from scrolling, let it think here. There they are. Okay, so here is a core, a cell, as we just talked about. This is the direction they're moving from our analysis and watching the radar. It lines up very well with this cell. How fast is this one moving? Well, let's check that one cluster, because that's the one heading in towards Valley City. And hail probability is only 50%. The chance of severe hail, or 1 inch in diameter and greater, is 0. It's not a good chance of hail with that particular storm. The speed of that storm is 36 miles per hour, not quite 51. So now let's mark where that's going to be. So as we take a look at this cluster of cells right here, let's draw it right here. I'm going to analyze this cluster of cells that's moving in the general vicinity of you folks in Valley City. Oh, I may have to erase my drawings, turn my Crayola off, and try again. All right, there we go. Boom, shakalaka. Okay, so instead of going 51 miles per hour to do our estimate, we're going to do what the radar was saying here, and we'll put it in there at Sanborn by about 301, Valley City 312, and then Oriska by 327. So it does change things a little bit. This cluster of stuff here is not what's going to hit Valley City. This is going to have a better chance at hitting Lake Ashtabula. We'll do that analysis next. But if you're in Valley City, the core that's heading right to you is right down here, and we'll reanalyze this one. It looks like that'll skirt to the east of Valley City and head up towards Lake Ashtabula. So that gives you some timing in Oriska Valley City at around 310. So keep that in mind, 310 for Valley City. Now, as we take a look at this secondary cluster, or the northernmost cluster of storms, this is the one with movement to the north and east. Will be having a better chance and impacting Lake Ashtabula. Again, still a chance for some gusty straight line winds from this. Sanborn by 250, 253 to Lale, and then Rogers at 258. Valley City by 306. Laverne on towards around 330. Same thing for Sibley. So again, Valley City could be clipped by the southern part of this storm a little bit before this next one, this trailing storm comes through. So you're going to have them both coming through. So indeed, if you happen to be in northern Barnes County here, we do have a cluster of severe storms that are making their way up. If you're in Lake Ashtabula and you're in a camper, it's a good idea to please seek shelter in a sturdy structure. And make sure that you're away from windows. The gusty winds are going to be coming from the southwest to northeast with the movement of the storms and the outflow of the storms in that movement. So basically, here's the lake, okay, Valley City, and then we got Lake Ashtabula up here, and that is where we're going to have these moving through the area fairly shortly. So good idea to seek shelter. Winds coming this way. If your camper you're in is parked this way with the long way sideways facing the wind, that's where we can run into some flipped trailers and such. So again, gusty straight line winds could be 60 miles per hour or so with a few of these storms. I will take a look at the Mayville radar. Since those wind gusts are moving right into the radar, we'll take another look at velocities there for you folks. Okay, let's see what we got. 30, 40. That's a good sign. 30, 40, 50 miles per hour. We'll keep our eyes on it. There's a risk for some 60 mile per hour gusts to build up, make a core happen, and then collapse, and then cause a isolated area of 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts. So the warning is for 60 miles per hour for a few spots, not all spots. So keep that in mind. And it's in effect until 3:15. So we'll keep our eyes on that. And now if we take a look at what's actually being measured out there from some sites around the area, we're going to pop up a look at the North Dakota gusts now. This is the network of gusts right now. So moving through the Stutsman County area here, we're seeing 30 mile per hour gusts on the lowest level there, making its way out towards eastern parts of Stutsman County, pushing into the Barnes County area. So this network not measuring that gust presently that's severe, but look what are the peak gusts in the area. So big time gusts down here over 50 miles per hour in the reds. Okay, and it's these storms that are moving into southern Stutsman County and heading towards places like Ypsilanti down here, maybe Montpelier as well. And that's going to be pushing its way, those are going to be pushing their way into parts of Barnes County. So, you know, it's concerning. We do have some gusty winds that have exceeded 50 miles per hour, and we have numerous reports of some 60 plus mile per hour gusts that have shown up from the radar elsewhere in parts of south central North Dakota and north central South Dakota. So Valley City to Lisbon to Enderlin, please seek shelter, brace for some gusty winds. That's the main threat as we head into the nighttime hours here from this line of storms. I'll turn it back onto the radar here. There we go. All right, so there is a look at that line of storms. It's working its way out of Ellendale, heading towards Oaks over here. We got Lemoore, not severe. These storms are strong, but not severe. We have a big time rain on the backside of this thing, a rain shield that's forming as we look at that. And that means Medina, Steele, northern parts of Kidder County on up into your Sheridan County neighbors could be seeing some pretty beneficial and heavy lofty rains. These lofty rains are going to be pushing into Carrington, New Rockford, Cheyenne, Maddox, seeing them now pushing in toward the Devil's Lake area as we go through the next little bit. So beneficial moisture after the wind exhausts itself as we go through. Ada, now we're seeing lightning in western parts of Norman near Beltrami, off towards Climax and Neillsville out here. So we do have some increasing strength to this storm here as it's developing out in southern and western parts of Polk County, right in towards Red Lake. So somebody asked me earlier, my kid has a T-ball game in Red Lake Falls in the morning. Are we going to play? Well, you know, it's 2:41 now. This is going to be making its way around and through the region now. So we're going to get some overnight showers here as we head towards daybreak. There they are. So these are expanding. They're moving from southwest to northeast like those other storms are. And yes, we got some much needed rain heading into portions of Red Lake County, moving out of northern parts of central Polk County. So from Mentor to Fertile, these are all going to be pushing up the corridor there, heading into the Red Lake Falls area right now. There is a pretty strong cell that's trying to form here. It's skirting Beltrami as we look into western Polk County, heading in the general direction of areas just south of Crookston. This is not a big hail producer, but it's a more intense storm system. And the lightning increase is one of the things as it formed near Halstead out here. The lightning increase is also telling that it's starting to get a little bit more volatile with a stronger updraft there. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Let me see if my cloud top estimator is working here. There we go. It is. Okay, this is unimpressive cloud tops. We're talking 25,000 feet or so for the storm that's developing here and working its way to the north and east. So let me make sure I'm on the most recent scan. Okay, there it is. Now it's increasing to around 32 to 33,000 feet outside of climax here to the west of Beltrami. Is a tower beginning to develop. That updraft will be capable of supporting some locally heavy rain, some smallish hail, and that's what's going on there. Notice that the cloud top heights, where they are the highest, is where we have the best chance at seeing some very gusty winds. Look what's going on, and look where we're seeing all the gusty wind reports out here. And these cloud tops here in South Dakota near Bodle, take a look at these. They're 50,000 foot wonders in a couple places here. So where we see these brown colors, that's 50,000 feet. So we do have some 50,000 feet towers here over Bodle and Hoven. I think this area is still, with 50,000 foot cloud tops being peaked up, having some hail and wind potential moving into Bodle. Remember, we talked about 2 rounds or so moving through Bodle with this one that came through and then another one that should be making its way through shortly. That's some pretty stout thunderstorm activity. And it takes a pretty strong updraft to reach elevations of 50,000 feet this time of the night. So let me see if I can switch over the radar over here to take a look at this. Yeah, so it's just now, this developing storm right here is not one thunderstorm, but a couple different ones down in this area, and it's moving off to the northeast. So Bodle, you have another round coming. This is a pretty tall updraft tower, and these updrafts form in the upper level winds, and then they sometimes lean off in one direction. So we're picking up the hail core at this elevation, which, if I remember right, is a couple of miles above the radar site, above the ground, based on the radar site's location, I should say. So yeah, we do have some elevated hail that's heading into Bodle. That doesn't mean this is hitting the ground right here. It just means the radar is detecting it above the ground. So somewhere here to here, as it moves northeast, we have a decent chance of seeing a little bit of hail, but the collapse of that hail core could definitely cause some more gusty straight line winds. Ipswich to Mellett. Do you see this gust front right here? This little faint green line. This is the outflow from these storms moving this way. Even though the storms are moving this way, these storms are moving southeast. So here we go. Ellendale, Frederick, Leola, these storms are moving in this general direction. And these bad boys here are moving back into their wake behind them. That's kind of an interesting piece. But along this leading edge, the Aberdeen area should be seeing an interesting gust of wind. Now we'll go ahead and put the data up here for the wind gusts right now. And we'll look at the gusts. So the numbers you see popping up are going to be gust speeds that are measured. Aberdeen has a measurement station at the airport out here, so we'll wait for them to populate here, which they will, maybe. And as they do, maybe I didn't turn them on right. Yeah, there we go. I think well, if we don't have gusts, there's not a number that's going to show up there. That's right. So we have no gusts right now. And we look in Aberdeen, but Gettysburg has 21 mile per hour gusts. And some of these other sites out here, Linton, 25 mile per hour, Fergus Falls, 24 miles per hour, and some gusts in Tower City right now as storms are approaching 30 miles per hour. Heavy rain reported by you in and around Jamestown. And let's see if we got any other important information. Okay, what's the wind gust for Bemidji? Tori, it's a long time for the storms to get into the Bemidji area, so we just won't have a clue, but at this particular time. But by the time these storms make their way into central Minnesota, it's going to be like mid-morning. And the mid-morning storms won't have the same amount of energy to work with. So because of that, I think we're talking 40 to 45 mile per hour gusts from a few of these remnant storms that will be drifting off to the east tomorrow morning, or this morning, I should say, mid-morning. My goodness. Okay, so Tower City, calm before the storm, 13 mile per hour gust. Jamestown, 30 mile per hour gust, and that's what's going on there. I just heard a noise, so we'll just kind of follow up on that. Good night, everyone. Mr. Mission Control is checking out. Yeah, I hear you. Now look what happened. Oh boy. Yo, Hutchie, I came out of my bunker. I was in for 3 months. Okay. Well, welcome out. It sounds like you're going back in. Thanks for joining us for the time you could. I appreciate it. Stephen Fatelk, I was going to say I had Hutch on right before I went to bed. I wake up and he's still reporting, definitely dedicated to keep everyone informed. This is an instance where with the potential for what we term to be a derecho, which this I don't believe is going to meet those criteria based on how far west. A derecho is a very long-lived wind event that can expand over 400 miles. Well, this one will not quite probably reach that threshold. We'll see what happens as we go through the overnight, but we do know this. The wind gusts that happened in western and central North Dakota as we went out through Beulah Bay, Max in central North Dakota, 80, 90, 98 mile per hour gusts. Damage all over the place. These have not been as strong. That's the blessing, but they're still strong enough. So we're just watching this as they approach the area to keep our eyes on the skies for you and let you know what's going on, because we can and because we will. So we got Bodle down here, and that area has the strongest cell right now with regards to the elevation in the atmosphere. We just showed you they're 45 to 52,000 feet high in and around Bodle. That's a towering cloud at this time of the night. So that one has all of the energy. These are stout, pardon me. But we have not seen, if you look at this leading line of flow, we don't have any wind reports from these storms moving through Stutzman County. We don't have any measuring stations that are reporting severe level winds yet. The last ones of those were out by Wishick out here. As we get down into north central parts of South Dakota near Eureka, Hosmer, Bodle, those areas are seeing the wind, and wind is the only thing we're seeing reports of heading into the overnight hours. Those have exceeded 60 and even 70 mile per hour winds at times in a few of these. So the wind speed magnitude is showing up on the screen here. So severe winds are 58 miles per hour. This one measured at 155, so about an hour ago, was 63 miles per hour, 1 mile southwest of Bodle. And now we got another storm that's getting ready to clip through that same area. So you can see that these wind speed gust measurements are on the order of 50, but look at Wishick, 67 miles per hour. That was at 110 though, some time ago. And now the storm that moved through Wishick are moving here, and they're not nearly as strong as they were when they moved through the Wishick area. That's the good news. Right over my head though, as we look into Windmere, as we look into Graceville, thunderstorms are forming here right in the Red River Valley, right in over Lake Traverse here. And we're seeing from Graceville straight up to Wahpeton, some developing storms. This same thing happened right up here. I'll switch to the Mayville radar on a line through Walsh County, right up in this area. So that cluster of storms has waned, and now this line is taking over, and we're getting some energy from that. So yeah, we do have a few thunder showers out there. I'll welcome a little bit of rain. We might even hear some rumbles of thunder as we go through Crookston to Beltrami. You definitely have some rumbles of thunder making its way through. Beneficial rain for the area, particularly west, and then it will be north. These cells are moving in this northeasterly direction, in that general direction. So they're going to shave pretty close to Crookston in the upcoming, 15-20 minutes or so. The latest scan just came in. Beltrami, picking up some good rainfall there, and that will be moving off to the north and east. Not severe at this time. What is severe and has the warning, until 3 o'clock, now 3:15, excuse me, is for this line of storms now that's working its way towards Lake Ashtabula, Valley City. You're right on the doorstep, and it's getting ready to move into town. Things are quieting down, although still windy in Jamestown. You will see a chance for some big-time heavy rain to continue through the region as we head into the upcoming couple of hours. So I am going to keep continuing to keep my eyes on this, watch this system. Oh, we got a new warning down here now for Lisbon as well. So we'll go ahead and cover that and see what the warning is for. Oh no, my apologies. I thought it was flashing as a new warning. It was because I went out to a certain height above the map. So my apologies. This has been in the warning. This is for this line of storms that has yet to work its way into the area. So we haven't even had any thunderstorm activity work its way into your area here from Lemoore County or from Dickey County yet, but it is fixing to cross into that area. Will it still be severe? I haven't gotten any reports from Oaks or Lemoore of severe level winds. And I will take a look at our, well, we did take a look here not too long ago, but let's take a look at our wind gusts from the NDON network here and see what's going on presently in this general vicinity. So present wind gusts are on the order of about 20 to 25 miles per hour as we get into these counties. And even in Stutsman County, well, you know, I think this number has not updated here for a little bit. So with thunderstorms moving into Valley City right now, your winds are calm or quiet now. We'll see what happens as they kind of meander their way into that area. We do have some ability to take a look at a couple of these storms as they're working their way in towards the Dickey-Lemoore county areas. So let's do that real quick. It's dark, but if the cameras happen to be pointed in the right direction. Oh, this one hasn't taken a picture since 9:48. So there we go. Now we can see there is a lightning storm out there not far from Milner. This is looking off to the west where the storms are heading towards you. And this image was taken at 2:51. Your time right now is 2:54. So some lightning and some thunder approaching the Milner area right now. You can see it off in the distance to the west. And now when we slide right back to the radar view here, you'll see that those storms are still a ways away. Kind of interesting to see that we're seeing those from that far away on the camera as well. Looking where the storms are as we look in towards, well, here's Edgeley. Oh, that hasn't taken a picture in a little while. I do not know what the threshold is for how often these take pictures or store them or, feed them to us, but it looks like we've stopped getting some as of about 10 o'clock in many of these southern counties. Here we also have older pictures showing up. Let me see. Here's a new one. This is Sonora, Richland County, looking west. And there was developments of storms just starting to fire up. City lights over the town, but some low dark gray clouds out there being illuminated by the city lights as that storm is forming there. Here's a look at the Fargo area. We do have a couple of storms forming right over us looking north. There is a look at the weather station right here, and you're looking at some low clouds in Fargo. This was taken at 2:49, so just a couple of minutes ago as that storm is working its way through. This was at 2:30 in the morning looking northwest and a couple different directions there as it took some shots for us. So good to know there. Let's see, I don't think I got anything in Wahpeton, but I do have something here in the Wolverton area. So one view from the west there. How about what's coming into Valley City? I don't have a camera from the NDON area in Valley City. Here's Ypsilanti. Oh, it's old. Not going to be able to see that. Okay, so we tried. Now we got storms moving into Valley City and in towards Lake Ashtabula. We have not gotten any reports of wind gusts of significance as these storms work their way into and around the Valley City area or the western reaches of Barnes County at this time. So I'll pop that radar back up here. All right. So here it is moving in. Latest report from the National Weather Service's observation station there at the airport, 13 miles per hour. We do have a little backward C shape. A little bit of lightning associated with this storm is certainly lighting up the skies, and we do have ourselves a A movement to the northeast of the individual cells and the whole line moving east into Valley City right now. So that's the basic synopsis. It goes down to Catherine, where we do have some light pinks in here. Hail is not the main threat. Some wind gusts in isolated places could be as high as 60 miles per hour. If you happen to be in and around Fort Ransom or doing any camping in and around that area, be prepared. There could be some isolated gusts in these areas that do reach up to 60 miles per hour as you're looking out there through the region. So pretty straight north-south line to the storms. The individual cells are kind of moving in a northeasterly direction, but the whole line, if you will, is coming this way. So that is how this is all transpiring right now. This particular warning is in effect till 3:15. So for the next 15 minutes, it will not be through this warned box by the time we get there. But since we haven't had many reports or measurements of wind gusts, it's really hard to tell what's happening in the middle of nowhere without any reports coming in. So thank you for all the reports you do provide. Chris says flashes of lightning are happening here in Fargo as of right now. Indeed, that's what's happening right behind my head. Some isolated thunder showers are starting to try to form in the Red River Valley, all the way from the Polk County area near Crookston straight through Norman County, just west of Ada. Fargo, Moorhead, a few cells are starting to pop, and it's really strong. I should say not severe, but just strongest cells are forming Richland County as we go down into Traverse County and Big Stone County in Minnesota. So that's what we're seeing here. As these storms do fire up, we got good rain in and around Otter Tail. So the big Otter Tail Lake area, these will be moving off to the north-northeast, Detroit Lakes, Cormorant Lakes area, nothing too gusty there. The wind gust at the airport was 21 miles per hour, so it's just old garden variety showers moving up in that general direction of you folks along the Highway 34 corridor and points north. So as we look in here, Height of Land Lake area, that should be moving its way in towards you, as well as White Earth. Chance for some Callaway to White Earth showers here. Again, not severe, good old-fashioned, much-needed rainfall, and I'm sure many of us will be happy to see that after the hot and dry weather we've had. Some cells, thunderstorm cells, from Frazee down to Dent, moving in toward the Perham area, are on their way to the north and east as well. So that's what's going on. That's why you're hearing that thunder and lightning right now. And the good news is I don't anticipate these becoming severe, but the models did have some of these festering up as we went towards daybreak. So we've got some 3 a.m. rumblers that are going to move up to the north and the east. This little guy here is going to move to the north and the east. So if you're in Sabin, if you're in the Barnesville area, you may have a couple of rounds of showers and storms move through. And then the main event right here starting to take on a pretty interesting feature and shape to it as we see this very curved line along the leading edge of activity. And on the backside, a huge rain umbrella taking place there. Okay, Valley City, severe thunderstorms working their way into Valley City to Lake Ashtabula right now. So Rogers, Daisy seeing some of these showers, as well as Catherine seeing a couple of them making their way in as well. So a long line of individual thunderstorms is working their way through the region. It's now 3 a.m. and the severe thunderstorm watch has expired. I'll say that again. It's now 3 a.m. The severe thunderstorm watch, which was the PDS, or particularly dangerous situation, has now been allowed to expire at 3 a.m. So I will check in on the details with that. We still have a cluster of wind reports, mainly in south central North Dakota, north central South Dakota. These cells are moving southeast, or the line is moving southeast. The individual cells are still rocking from southwest to northeast. So hope that's not confusing, but that's what we have going on here. Let's see, we've got Dusty J. This little cell flying over Fargo developed fast. Thunder and lightning already in Dilworth. Yeah, awesome. That's right, they are. And look at this. We not only have these showers and thunder showers pushing in towards Dilworth and on up towards Felton, but this little cluster is expanding all the way into Plummer out there in Red Lakes County. So if we get into Red Lake County, parts of Fosston and eastern Polk County, some beneficial moisture right now and increasing lightning as well with these cells. Again, the risk for severe is not zero in these areas, but it is not part of this main wind event that's been rocking and rolling since the western part of North Dakota and eastern Montana throughout the entirety of the afternoon on Sunday and into tonight. So that's what we have going on right now. We do have some Park Rapids showers heading your way in Fergus Falls. I'll let this loop and so you can get a feel for that. Let me put on the composite smoothed radar. This will take just a second for it to load up. It's thinking, it's calculating, recalculating. There we go. All right. So we'll let the loop load up here and you'll kind of see what we got going on here. So all right, so we do have this main event working its way out. The leading edge causing some abundant lightning and some gusty winds that still will be capable of 60 miles per hour. Big time rain, not much lightning as we go through Wells County, Sheridan County, Benson and Ramsey County eventually. As you go out there into Pierce County, a chance for some good showers right now. The big, heavy, strong stuff though with the recent wind reports is right here. That's moving through Bodle right now. So that area likely picking up some. And in fact, maybe we have some recent gust reports here. 2:11 a.m. Okay, that's not that recent. I guess it's not too bad though. 2:31, 50 mile per hour gusts there along the border, which is sub-severe, but at least we got a measurement from something there. 54 miles per hour near Long Lake at 1:45. That was a while ago. So we just have not seen many reports of severe level wind gusts rocking their way through the region as we take a look. And now, I don't know if this will load the gusts up, but we can keep our eyes on the Valley City gust report here if I zoom down in and see what this storm produces in Valley City as it blows its way in toward the airport now. So this will be helpful information. This little leading bit of activity that's coming off in front of the storm is from the outflow from the gusts. So we know that it is producing some gusts, but let's see what the magnitude is. 46 in Oaks. Okay, so we did get a pretty good gust that hit the airport in Oaks and produced a 46 mile per hour gust just now as it blew its way through and is working into parts of you folks in Ransom and Sargent County here heading into the wee hours of the morning. Here is is this a new? Yeah, this looks like that's the 50 mile per hour gust at 2:31. So that's fairly new. That's what we got right now. Notice the movement of these cells that have formed over Fargo and pretty swiftly moving off to the east at a very, very similar clip. Fargo with a 25, 26 mile per hour gust. It's kind of interesting to watch. We'll see Valley City, what happens if your gust measurement goes up here as the storm blows through. And then we do have the dark and nasties down here to the south. So let's take a look at those bad boys down here. Bodle, it's been a long night for you. It is about to blow through and be done now. The severe thunderstorm warning for this cluster of cells, as you see, has faded away, as well as these storms here fading away. So we're looking good, a lot better than Hutch's voice is. So I'm going to have to take a little bit of a siesta here to get that. Shelley, yes, if you're in Shelley, what we're going to see up in this general vicinity up here is that we do have a chance for some wet weather. So there you are. You're kind of dancing in between the cells out here. And so, yeah, we do have some cells, particularly off to the east of Shelley and heading in towards Beltrami right now. You got one to the west, but that's going to miss you too. There's a chance for some much needed rain. I'm not saying you get nothing, but it's more likely to happen with heavier returns off to the east right now. Now, this is what we're seeing right now, but what's going on out to the west will be blowing through as well. It does look like that's going to be very close. Notice we have some moving up towards Coop, Highway 200, and that will push up towards Grand Forks. So there's even a chance Grand Forks County gets in on the mix with a few showers and thunder showers as well. And Fargo Moorhead may have a chance at seeing another round move through, even though this looked like it moves close to us. We didn't see much out of it here in Fargo, although we just got a report there from the Dilworth area that, yep, we got us some fancy rain and thunder shower activity. So basically North Fargo now showing that, up towards Oakport seeing the better chance of some showers and storms there. Looks like either I got a photo upload, or I have some sort of a message coming in. Dusty, thank you very much. Look at this. Okay, this is Dilworth, Minnesota. Wow, we were just talking about Dilworth. How fitting, Dusty. Let's rock your photo up here right now. Thanks for sharing and being a part of Hutch's weather. I don't care what anybody says about you, Dusty. You're the goodest. Thank you so much. All right, let's take a look at this. Boom, shakalaka. Here is a look at Dilworth from Dusty. This is lightning. It says backlit clouds looking north from northwest Dilworth out there. We got some low clouds up there that's lighting up the sky a little bit, and just some beneficial rain for some, but not all of the FM area. And again, your participation in view of these skies and clouds as they've made their way through, very appreciated. Amelia capturing this earlier, just some modest clouds that were caught and captured on Friday, it looks like. Friday. But thank you for uploading. Always appreciated, as we have volatile skies working their way through the valley today and into the valley tonight. So now let's take a look. Wahpeton, Breckenridge, showers, thunderstorms moving through all the way in toward the Doran area. That's heading in there. Fairmount seeing showers exiting in, heading into Tinta. Wheaton, a good drencher there, and some a little wider band of showers moving into Dumont right now as we look out towards Elbow Lake. Not so much going on there, just some maybe even garden variety showers that are not reaching the ground. But all in all, the lightning and thunder is pushing through, not severe. So this area out to the east here in the Red River Valley and moving into western Minnesota, none of this has been severe. None of this activity moving up through parts near the Twin Cities has been severe throughout the day. And there has been some big time rainfall that fell from this activity in Minnesota throughout the day. Very shortly, the warning for the Valley City area is set to expire. I'm still waiting to see if our gauge here jumps up and we get a gust out of the Valley City storm, but I'm going to analyze it because I can right now. We'll take a look at the velocities measured from the Mayville radar. Now the Mayville radar is a little bit north of Valley City. You can see a bright green band here. That's the outflow boundary that has blown through Valley City. And now I'm going to take a look at some of these Valley City area wind gusts. Peaking over 40 miles per hour at an angle with the beam. So the wind is blowing this way, but the beam is coming from up here. So that's across the beam. Not the greatest measurement of the wind gusts in here. So likely the wind gust potential is greater than the 43 by a factor of the angle made with the beam. That's some geometry there for you as we go through trigonometry, fun stuff there. But essentially, that's what we have going on. So a leading edge of gusty straight line winds. I don't know the magnitude of these. We have not had a gust measurement in quite some time. I will continue to pop up the gusts here from Valley City. I don't see any update there. Jamestown's down to 22 miles per hour, a good sign. Oaks did see a beefy 46 mile per hour burp out of the sky, working its way in towards your area, and that's what we have going on. So we'll keep watching these. We do have some stout thunderstorms with quite a bit of lightning activity working its way in toward the Aberdeen area right now. And as we take a look at the Aberdeen radar, this is looking into the eye of the storm approaching right now, and we see that some of the stronger winds are showing up right here. So likely we're getting a inflow of north winds. If they're not in Aberdeen, they're heading into Aberdeen. Because it's so close to Aberdeen, these estimates of wind speed will be very close to the ground. So it's seeing gusts to around 40 miles per hour, maybe a little bit better than that. So that's non-severe, and that's why we don't have a warning. So we could see some isolated pockets with 45 to 50 mile per hour winds coming out of those from northwest to southeast, northwest to southeast. And then there's the outflow wind on the other side of the storm, which is where the thunderstorm leading edge is. And if those match the speeds we're seeing on the other side, then we got a pretty good estimate of the straight line winds. Yeah, that looks pretty good. At this level above the ground, we're looking at about 40 mile per hour winds to 45 mile per hour winds. And some of that definitely could mix its way down to the ground. So that looks to be the magnitude of the strongest cells right now that we're seeing down there. No new reports of wind gusts that I've seen pop up on the old Populous map here. And still a 13 mile per hour gust report from Valley City. So I'm not sure we're going to get anything until the top of the hour here. or maybe 15 minutes after the hour or so. So that's what we got going on in the area. Okay, well, this is going to expire here shortly, this severe thunderstorm warning for Barnes County, for parts of Sargent and Ransom counties, and we'll see what happens if a new warning is issued for these storms. We're just not going to be getting a lot of information in from these unless these storms go over an instrument that's on this corridor here, on the I-94 corridor or southeast North Dakota, until the storms make their way to more gauges in the area here so we can see what those peak wind gusts are. I will take another gander at the information that I get from my friends at NDON. These will be present gusts right now. So as they're making their way into the valley, we did see, okay, so as you look into southern Barnes County, a 37 mile per hour burp hit down here not far from the Catherine area. So that's good to know that we did have some gusts that reached that level, but we're below severe criteria. Now we got to take a peek. These are current gusts now. What were the peak gusts in this area? And as we look down towards that area of Catherine, 37 is the peak gust as well. And we're seeing all of this activity that's crossing off into Minnesota. We still haven't had any peak gusts out of any of those storms that have been impressive, captured on the network. And where things were real interesting earlier in the day was out here in the Beulah Bay area, where we'd have to look back at yesterday's data, but we had gusts over 80, over 90, and kissing 100 miles per hour between Max, North Dakota, Beulah Bay, and Dickinson, where we did have some damage reports. But since midnight, we've had gusts east of the Bismarck-Mandan area in south central and southeast North Dakota, primarily in the James River Valley, and that's where things are. So the watch is expired. We have strong thunderstorms right now with strong gust potential to around 50 miles per hour, pushing through parts of southeast North Dakota. Oaks with the strongest wind gust measurement of late at about 46 miles per hour. That's what we have. And the data is launching into the computer system here at a fast pace. So let me put this radar back up for you here. All right, so there we have it. Boom, shakalaka, 13 mile per hour gust in the Valley City area. I'm not sure. I believe that it probably is higher than that, although it happens sometimes where places get missed, right? What looks like a solid line of gusty winds and thunderstorm activity, we talked many times about this, is not necessarily a solid line. So this is what we have going on right now. I will switch over to the single site radar data. We'll put it on the most recent scan, and we can kind of see here, there is a cluster up by Daisy where we have a little bit more widespread reflectivity data, no pinks. Let's look at the cloud height estimates here. It does look like the strongest storms, look at this long finger shape to these storms here, maybe the inflow just really feeding those in that general direction as they also expand to the south and to the east right now. Very interesting to see. But as we take a look at the cloud heights here, okay, let's give it a second to load. Good news, if this is recent, our cloud top heights have collapsed. They were 50,000+ feet about an hour ago. So if we take a look at what they are here, these cells are now at 38,000 to 39,000 feet. That reduces the risk of gusty surface winds substantially when they're not 50,000 feet or better. We do have some growing thunderstorm clouds out here by Melrose and also out by the Gray Eagle area. Oops, I'm standing right in front of it this way, Hutch. Okay, so let's go out here. A couple of these cells are popping 45,000 feet up here between St. Rose, Gray Eagle, and Bertram, heading in the general direction of Long Prairie and on Interstate 94, Melrose to Freeport, seeing some of these cloud tops at 40,000 feet or so. So, one thing that I like to watch on these cloud top heights is just to kind of verify which storms are the tallest, and sometimes those have the strongest updrafts and the strongest possibility of severe weather. So that is what we have going on right now. Jamie says, P.S. Thank you for making me feel safe every single time the weather gets scary. Jamie, thanks for watching. The weather can be scary, and being informed is your best tool to knowing what's going on. And then I always like to say, and we started off at the beginning of this broadcast tonight in the 7 o'clock hour when I started covering things out west, By golly, the storms were pretty bad, but the first thing we talked about is having a plan. Where can you go? Think about your situation. Are you camping? Are you in a camper? That's a volatile place to be in storms that cause 100-mile-per-hour winds. That was the risk tonight. We had the graphic I posted on Facebook this morning, up to 100-mile-per-hour winds. We had 98-mile-per-hour winds measured there. So the forecast was pretty well. The chance of the storms developing to the strength that they were was just a chance, but we did see it. So thinking about your plan, staying informed, always important. Thanks to all of you who've downloaded the Hutch's Weather app too to help keep you informed. Please, if you do download the app, it is free. Make sure you set it up to allow it to follow your location. Make that your default setting, and your default location should be your current location. That way, even if you're driving through this nonsense, once you drive into an area of storms, you're going to get the advanced updates of approaching lightning, approaching rain, and the only app in the region to the exclusive alert to twisting storms is Hutch's Weather app. Download it today, search Hutch's Weather in your app store, and staying informed just became a little bit easier, I hope, for those of you. Thanks for your comments too, by the way, and ideas, making that app a little bit more useful. Flashes of lightning happening, Fargo, and let's see, wind just shifted heavy toward the west. Seems like the inflow has started on that incoming front. Yep. So all day we had just ripping south winds, and if it just made a switch to the west, then something has happened. If we got to the outflow boundary that was going there, or maybe it's inflow into these storms from the other side too, that could be drawing some air in. Breckenridge getting some rumbling, Beth says. Thanks for joining, Beth. Good to have you on board. We've been talking about these thunderstorms. We're looking at cloud top heights right now. And we got a line forming right here in the Red River Valley, but the cloud top heights are about 30,000 feet and not spectacular, so the risk of severe pretty low. The strongest cells right now, as a matter of fact, are out here towards Melrose. Those cloud tops are about 40,000 feet. These cloud tops are 35 to 40,000 feet, but they are decreasing, which means these storms, many of which are collapsing. Yes, we could still have some building up ones, and we will. But this main event that's going on, the warning is canceled. And expired, I should say, for Barnes County. It does not look like it's going to be reissued right now, and we can see why. The cloud top heights with these cells has reduced to 20,000 feet or less. These clouds just, they rained and they hailed and they're shrinking. So what were towers that reached up to 50,000 feet or more have now collapsed. And I think our main severe weather event is done. Yeah, okay, so we'll go ahead and let this load up. Okay, so while this is loading, I'll just say that we could still see a strong thunderstorm here or there, but I think our risk of severe weather is now very low. The strongest storms in the Dakotas are right here moving southeast towards Redfield. These are not like the storms of a few nights ago that went through Redfield. These late nighters will have some burps of wind that go through. The most recent wind gust reports that we've had with these storms happened down here in northeast parts and north central parts of South Dakota at 2:40 a.m. And this is a 53-mile-per-hour wind gust. Now that's a pretty stout wind gust, but it's not severe. The definition of severe for winds is 58 miles per hour or greater. So we're not in that category, nor have we seen anything that high for some time. Here's a 50 mile per hour gust north of Frederick. So by all looks here, things are on the downside for this. So here is a look at your forecast for those of you still with me. We do have some strong thunderstorm potential again as we head into the day on Tuesday night, Wednesday, which is now tomorrow, right? Tuesday's tomorrow. Today's Monday now. Okay, so I'm a little confused because I've been covering since Sunday, but now it's Monday and it's at 3:21 a.m. Here's your risk area. Let's see if it's switched over. Day one risk, that's today or Monday, is very little, but we could see some thunderstorms flirt with severe criteria from Sioux Falls to Fergus Falls, maybe up as far north as Park Rapids. So a chance of a couple of stout thunderstorms close to severe, also in the oil patch from Williston through Wolf Point, Montana, and not far from Glendive and Sidney, Montana as well. Here's what happens. Day 2, now we got more to talk about. Enhanced risk, Fargo, Grand Forks, all the way out towards Roseau County and Lake of the Woods County, Minot, Bismarck, Pierce, so the central part of North Dakota, including the Missouri River Valley, right through Aberdeen. We have the James River Valley that will be in the mix, the Devil's Lake Basin. This orange area is where we have that risk on Tuesday night into Wednesday morning of strong to severe storms. I'll be covering this in its detail. Let's see if I have any more information on this right now. I think I should. Let's take a look. I thought there'd be an elevated or an enhanced risk of a few strong tornadoes. Here's a look at that. And yes, indeed, where we see this, we've got a chance for EF2 or greater storms in this area right here. So that's what the look is for now. This is for Tuesday night into Wednesday. There is a 5% risk of tornadoes here in the brown. There is a 10% risk of tornadoes in the yellow. And any storm that forms a tornado in this flashy box, even though it's outside of the highest risk area, those storms will have the best chance at being EF2 or greater. That doesn't mean we're going to have a great chance of those, but this is where the best chance of EF2 tornadoes will be. Those are strong tornadoes. So let's just put it at that. So we do have a tornado risk. There is another hail risk as we go through, and an enhanced hail risk, meaning that we're looking at some areas here that could see 2-inch or greater hail as we work through. And the chance of hail from Bismarck to Minot through the Devil's Lake area is quite high, 45%. That's bright. That's where the risk for big hail is the greatest. The other risk for big hail in the 30th percentile is this reddish box. And that goes from Aberdeen and Pierre, also through the Minot area and Lake Sakakawea area near Hazen Bay and Beulah Bay once again. Now look at the wind risk and the straight line winds. And yes, as we go and see these storms develop here and move into our area, the risk becomes more of a wind event for us. We have a risk of some very strong winds in excess of 80 miles per hour, the way this looks. And it does look like we'll have that threat of 30% of seeing gusty or damaging straight line winds from the international border straight through Sisseton, Aberdeen, Fargo, Grand Forks, Jamestown, Valley City, Devil's Lake too. So those are the 3 main critical threat areas with these storms that we're expecting Tuesday night into Wednesday. I will go over this in detail in your full forecast update right here. But I got to tell you what, our storms for tonight are showing a downward trend, and the risk for severe is lower. The most active thunder and lightning taking place here, but the cloud top heights are not conducive to severe weather at this time. Storms are moving in toward the area near Enderlin right now. They are not severe. If you're waking up, Hutch is here to tell you Enderlin is not in a warning. There is a risk for some burps of big wind, but we're talking about 40 mile per hour wind, maybe 50. Let me see what the gust was that made its way through Valley City, because I still didn't get a gust report from there. More than 13 miles per hour. Is that possible? It sure is, but it's still stuck. Oh, there it went to 28. So again, these gusts heading into Tower City, on the order of maybe 40 to 45 miles per hour in some of these stronger cells. That's it. It looks like this thing is burping out and the wind threat is decreasing. Some stronger cells right here. A little bit of a rise in the intensity of this cell just northeast of Wahpeton, just northwest of Foxholm. This will be heading in the general direction of Rothsay and points north. That cell, not a huge one, but it could have some small soft hail in it. So that is a look at what's going on right now. I got to tell you, thanks for watching. Thanks for your feedback. Thanks for all of your questions. Breckenridge is rumbling, says Beth, and I hope things go well. I'm not expecting severe at this time, but you know, if there is, Hutch's Weather app, hutchesweather.com will have you covered. And I got to say, thank you for watching. I do appreciate your trust in my coverage, and I will be back to keep you informed about our changes in weather this week.
This has been a Hutch's Weather Update with Chief Meteorologist Hutch Johnson. Follow us on Facebook and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thanks for watching Hutch's Weather.